Driftor will be and when he does arrive. I think that's a fun.
Okay, the recording side. PKA 714. Taylor.
This episode of PKA is brought to you by Blue Chew, Lock and Load, and the merch. Check all of it out below. We will get Driftor with us momentarily. Wow.
Oh, hold up. Sorry. Having some camera problems here. And
we were just saying that.
We're back.
Hey, whoa, you're upright.
You're ambulatory. Look at that.
No, you look like in the those old 90s
you guys
shows.
ruined the gag. We had a whole reveal going on here. You would pull it back up, screw with it a little bit. You guys are too smart. Too much production value, man.
Yeah, you weren't close enough to it. It's close though.
Yeah, you should have it show up with a star wipe.
I wanted to kind of lean forward, but I figured that would look weird.
No, you look like in those 90s movies where the character's supposed to be sleeping in a dream and they start floating off the bed.
Oh, no.
Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly that. Yeah.
Kind of looked like. I think
or every Disney Plus production, if you look close enough, you can just kind of see the keying.
Yeah, I'm so glad that I'm not a Star Wars fan because it must be such a big deal how much people dislike this new Star Wars show because there's no way I scroll past Star Wars news quickly on Twitter, and it's still feeding it to me of people saying the Acolyte is the worst show in history, and everybody's pissed.
It was the most expensive show per minute in the whole Star Wars universe.
Baffling, and everyone hated it.
So,
even more so than the movies?
Yeah. So this is a little different. I haven't watched it, but I watch so much content that covers it. Basically, they messed with the canon a little bit. After they went into the Jedi Temple and slaughtered all the younglings, there was this what was it when the Jews were spread out? The diaspora, something like that. Isn't that the word? There's a diaspora of the Jedi. It was scattered and you're maybe there's 3 left, maybe only 2. There's Luke and Ahsoka and maybe one more, and then Yoda's out there, but then he dies. But now they're just yeah, and then there was another one. Yeah, and then and also there was this group of other Force-sensitive people. They don't call themselves Jedi. They're this whole separate group of black lesbian witches, and they literally black lesbian witches.
Wait, is that real? I did not watch this show. It was not even remotely interesting.
I did know they were
to
black
me.
lesbian witches.
Yeah.
Now, are we talking black as in I wear black clothing and I'm goth and I'm Sith, or
no? That's cool.
Black?
I like that. I like that black.
So you don't like the other?
I like all the blacks. I like them all. I prefer them. I hate whites.
He wants his wizards to be white. It's a holdover from Lord of the Rings.
Yes, no blue wizards, no brown wizards. That's what I'm always saying.
Yeah. Not even Gandalf. You were about you're a Saruman man.
Yeah. Radagast the Jew doesn't even make the cut.
No.
It doesn't. Nothing you've said bugs me so far yet. They're black lesbian witches. Well, I'm fucking down with lesbian.
Well,
witches.
the other thing.
Tell me more.
I'm not, but
I'm also down with more Jedis because
wait. So you're saying you wouldn't watch a show about lesbian witches?
I've seen Charmed.
Is that what that's about?
Aren't you a Shudder subscriber? That's half their platform.
No, I'm so done with the Star Wars stuff. To me, it's just something to pick on now. It's not even a storied franchise. Lord of the Rings, I feel like it's a misstep with that TV show. I hear bad things, but Hutch really loved it. So some people clearly did like it.
He is in the minority.
He is in the minority.
Very much so.
He loves minorities.
Right? Yeah, he loved the Lord of the Rings show. And that I got to say, that poisons my perspective on his view of a lot of cinema.
Everything.
Right. Otherwise, you'd appreciate his opinions, I'm sure.
So if he would have came to the table and if we had the same Lord of the Rings take,
go broke,
and then he mentioned another movie and was like, "Oh, check out XYZ," I'd be like, "Okay, this guy's got his head on straight about Lord of the Rings, so maybe this thing."
I didn't like that Everything Everywhere All at Once. That title's not right. It's close.
How did you not like that?
Yeah, I'm in the minority on that one. Yeah. So many people love that. And Kyle, did you say it won Best Picture?
I think it won Best Picture.
It won 15 Oscars. It was an insanely huge event.
It's like a child wrote it. It was just a bunch of bullshit. This is now we're all rocks that don't do anything in this universe.
Oh, yeah.
That was 5 minutes of a 2-hour movie.
As the fedora tipping enlightened centrist of films, I watched it and I kept waiting. I kept waiting for where's the part that's going to blow me away. It was fine. It was the most it kept my attention because there were a lot of colors and fucking movement and time travel. but there was no part that I was like, whoa,
Dude,
this
I like
commentary is so poignant.
No,
You didn't enjoy the martial arts? Like
I
they
didn't care about the
literally
message.
It was fine.
But
the message of acceptance of the immigrant family coming to their own in the United States. That's
that's
message?
that's
No, it
the
was about a
backdrop on
fist
which the
fight.
message is being painted. It's
That is the
about
message. The backdrop is the multiverse stuff.
It's about the daughter. To me, the message is about the daughter and her mother's relationship, and them coming to terms with her becoming a woman and being her own separate thing and all that stuff. Like that's the message. The backdrop is, of
accepting.
course. Yeah, but I don't have to accept, immigrants because it was a good movie or anything. That's a different story.
Now that is true.
That's what Drift is trying to make me do. I could smell it coming.
So I got a totally different perspective on this. Wife's family is not her, but should be first generation Chinese family. Were immigrants. A lot of people worked in stores and stuff like that. So for that community, this movie was very, very on point. It was very sort of hit home. Her whole family watched it. They all loved it. They all had takes relevant to their lives. It was sort of a big event for the Asian community. Also, I think the movie was fantastic. It was an independent film with, they literally didn't even have the money to hire like effects artists. The directors had to do it themselves in Adobe Premiere. And they invented new martial arts moves just for this movie and had like 40 and 50-year-old actors trying to perfect stuff that Jackie Chan would have struggled with in his 20s. I thought it was fantastic. I thought it was hilarious. I thought they did the multiverse right. Perhaps the only show to do that, except for maybe Rick and Morty, because it's all just infinite random craziness. And for me, it was thoroughly entertaining from start to finish and had an interesting message.
I don't understand why every multiverse they go into, the Earth is in the exact same position and spinning at the same rate, and it always has oxygen. And there always was an Earth in this universe. It's like so. You know what I mean? Sliders was a fun multiverse show back in the 90s.
Oh my God, I loved it.
It looked like they had a remote control, basically. This one kid was a scientist. It had Paul Reese Davies, Gimli,
Gimli, there we go.
They'd go through the big wormhole to go to a new place, and not all of these multiverses were even remotely human safe.
That remote control was a piece of shit. Like for such a mission critical device, it was built out of paper mache and tinfoil. It broke in every third episode. They couldn't get back. Yeah, it was a problem.
So a big crux, like the premise is this: he can open an interdimensional portal. He didn't know that's what he was doing the first time, but now they're stuck. They can't get to Earth, back to their Earth. Sometimes they'll go back to an Earth that's so close, and like he'll go home and like mom's there, and he'll like open the gate, and the gate go, and he's like, yes, that's the gate squeak. That's the gate squeak. But then mom will be like a lizard. He's like, no. But
how does
he
it
can't
end?
Immediately go back to a new universe. There's a timer on the device. He's like, 6 hours till our next jump, till our next slide or whatever. And sometimes it'll be, one time they went to an Earth that didn't have oxygen, and it was like 30 seconds. Oh, good. Hold your breath.
Do you remember the acid rain episode? Because this was the 90s, right? And the big pollution concern was acid rain. They had an acid rain episode where it was like a slightly more future Earth, but when it would rain, it would like melt through the building, and everybody was like trying to dodge the water drops on this zero budget production. It scared the crap out of me when I was little.
Yeah.
Why did they have
There's
metal
Wild
roofs?
West episodes, like anything you could think of. It was a fun little idea. I like the multiverse, but it gets tiring the same way time travel gets tiring. It's like, so nothing matters. It's a fun little diversion away from normal storytelling. But then I want to get back to a narrative that, he died. Well, shit. The repercussions will be never ending. Like it matters when someone
Do they
dies.
ever go
that.
somewhere where like they teleport to a world that's exactly the same, but everyone is 35 IQ lower and they just run shit?
So. Maybe not. I think they went to some like rural, like kind of dumbed down, medievally sort of places.
There was a Wild West episode. There's episodes where there's time, people are 100 years behind or 100 years ahead. Okay. There's one, I think they were aliens. I remember these gray-faced monster men with red eyes, but I was a kid.
There's one where the Nazis won.
God. You're bringing back memories.
Yeah,
I think that was a whole show on Amazon, wasn't it?
It is The Man in the High Tower.
Man in the High Tower, based on the book.
Yeah, I didn't watch that because I hate the Nazis so much. I genuinely did. Like I'm like, I don't want to see where they won. Like we won.
Yeah, I saw the map.
Why do they even get a show?
Why do they even get a show? They lost. Like when I saw a map of that show, because like when they were promoting it years ago, it showed like, the continental United States, it gets split up with this side being Nazi run and this side being Japanese one. There was such a huge part that was Japanese. I'm like, even in a fantasy world, I can't imagine Imperial Japan exerting power over an area this large. They couldn't.
They did in China. They
And the
already
Nazis
did.
couldn't have done that either. Exerted power all the way on us. Nah.
The Japanese did though. If you look at like Indonesia and China, like they were
We're a little
controlling areas.
higher up than Indonesia.
Well,
they conquered a huge part of coastal China. Like
That's
China
true.
lost what, like a third of its territory to Japan.
Yeah, China until like 60 years ago, China was just like, oh, if we have enough people, we can kind of win. Like they didn't really do anything. Yeah. Now they're just now figuring it out and starting to excel.
The Japanese were in China in like either 31 or 33, so like a decade before World War II was in its full-on swing, and all the Allies are actually doing something. They killed so many people. I always say the Japanese are worse than the Nazis. The Nazis just have a not as good of a press agent or something. It's weird. You'd think they'd be able to get one.
So
do
to
you
go
think
back
like
to
Stalin would be?
I got a personal story about this. To go back to the family thing, my wife's grandmother was a survivor of the rape of Nanking.
Ooh.
It was really bad. So I got to hear, these are secondhand stories passed down, but it was like when the Japanese would come through, they would like just cover themselves in mud and roll in shit and like rip out their hair and like put mud in their teeth and stuff like that. So the
Joke's on you, that's my type.
They all look like old dirty
Oh, you look
hags,
like Japanese woman.
they were sexually assaulting people, and they also were sort of subjected to indiscriminate bombing. So when sunset, there was no lights. Nobody would turn on lights. They would have these very, very, very damp lanterns with a lot of purple and blue like glass light dampeners that would be like very hidden, because they didn't want anything to be visible from above, or they would just get flattened. And Japan did terrible stuff. There's Unit 731. I think we talked about that before. Human experimentation. We gave all of them a pass. They did worse than the Nazis, and we gave them a pass in exchange for the data. They went back to Japan and got a hero's welcome parade. It was an absolute nightmare.
Did we steal any Japanese scientists for the moon, or did we just steal?
We took the data.
I know we stole the Nazis, but what about
the data? So it's an interesting moral quandary, right? They do have some pretty good data. Now, often it is the data of how long does it take a malnourished, beaten prisoner to freeze to death? And it's like, okay, now we know how.
Well, how much a breach can I inject?
Yeah, exactly.
That was too much.
They did stuff like that. How much poison can you take? How much skin can get burned before you just go into shock and die? How long it takes to bleed? They did this one. I saw they like strap Japanese people up to poles, sort of at a distance from like 0 to maybe 50 meters, and would detonate various grenades and landmines and stuff. And then a guy would come by and check the Chinese prisoners and kind of like assess the damage and see who got hit the worst. And they were kind of like getting the optimal range for their explosives.
How do you have time to do this when you're like losing a war?
They weren't losing a war. They were dominating. This is in the 30s. So they were, when they got a new troop to the unit in China, they would blood him right away by having him bayonet practice on prisoners they would tie up. It was like, go ahead and kill that guy. Go ahead and kill him real quick. Yeah, let's all watch.
Taylor's like, how do you have time to do this when you're losing a war? And Kyle's like, they're winning. Is winning a war less time consuming? Like, do you have time for?
It's definitely less resource
so in
intensive.
Nanking,
if you're like dominating on two fronts, you can be like, oh yeah, let's have a little games in Berlin. But if you're like getting pressed from all sides,
that wasn't the case.
Were they doing the Unit 7 whatever stuff towards the end? Or
no, like almost pretty shortly after the invasion. I think maybe like a year, however long it took them to build a base of operations, and they were just rolling that out.
With the Chinese though, like they were that's how war had always gone, right? You'd fight your war, you'd conquer the city, and then you would do awful things to the people there and rob them.
I mean, the Japanese.
Yeah,
that's what the Japanese were doing in China, and like with Nanking and especially, like if you want some really fun, not fun, like
nightmare,
horrible.
Some interesting and like powerful history. The rape of Nanking is one of the most horrific and well documented events in history. It's crazy the amount of deaths and the amount of torture and rape and just horror. Yeah, just horror for the.
They branded it correctly.
Yeah,
for
babies on bayonets type scenario.
They'd cut the babies out of pregnant women and stuff like that. Just. They do a lot of that same stuff in North Korea. That's like a pretty, like if you're in one of those prison camps, that's sort of like a normal punishment.
You know, it's funny. I was right about to be like, damn, the Japanese got off easy. We should have really hit them. And then I remembered the 2 nuclear bombs that we used on them. All right. Tit for tat.
Don't forget what happened. And then we reworked their society into something that pleased our eye for the next decade. We stayed. We didn't leave. We moved in. We're like, how y'all like? They already like baseball, but we're like, y'all really like it now. Trust me. Like the Japanese government made women comfort women. They just like they enlisted a lot of women to be whores for the Americans to keep them like happy.
They did the same to Korea and China as well for their soldiers in that time.
Yeah. The Japs know how to apologize.
I guess you're right.
They give you that low bow.
We also screwed up their society because we they were running their way, their thing, and we brought in sort of like Judeo-Christian values. I think we restricted work on Sunday. We banned cannabis, which they had been using for various sacraments for a very long time. We banned pornography, which they had for a long time, which is one of the reasons that Japanese porn is so weird, is they had to come up with all these like sort of bizarre ways to get around the American censorship. And that lessened over time. But I think we maintained ownership of full ownership of Okinawa until the 90s, early 2000s. They got it back. We get to keep the base, but we had the whole, that was technically American territory as per the Treaty of Surrender, if I'm not mistaken.
If I were in charge of the porn policy, and let's say Kyle's like my lieutenant, and I'm like, no more porn for the Japanese. If Kyle comes to me and he's like, General, you're not going to believe what they're doing, and then he shows me like tentacle stuff, I'm going to like call the president and be like, it's backfired, sir.
No, you're not. You're going to be so excited. We got to import this right now.
We got to shut it down. We got to let them. No more pixelated dicks. They're getting strange out here.
We're going back to that. In Texas, Pornhub is banned. I can't go there. I'm in one of those states where
are you going to go tentacle mode?
I can't anymore unless I go to one of those less reputable websites. God knows what you'll find there.
That's where I go. I like the less reputable websites. Yeah,
Pornhub stuff.
I don't want professionals. I don't want to see professionals having sex. I don't want to see someone who's getting paid. Or if they are getting paid, not enough. I like that.
The line between professional and
it wasn't worth it.
Used to be more.
That should be a subreddit. Distinct. Wasn't worth it. It's porn star sad at the end.
Now the line between pro and amateur and porn is blurred. Very blurred.
Not for me though.
OnlyFans.
Not for me. Like OnlyFans ruins all that stuff. So
ruins how?
So now in a universe where OnlyFans exists, if you find a girl who is online like fucking and doing stuff just for the love of the game. That's a gem. That immediately becomes my favorite porn star for a month.
You just want an honest to goodness whore.
Yeah. I want somebody who's out there like just like baseball. Someone.
What are your signs? Because what do you see in the video where they're lying about being amateur and your expert eye goes tut.
Yeah,
that was a transition.
Well, first, obviously, if there's any logos or anything, and it's clearly they're just blatantly advertising in OnlyFans. But that aside. Which most are there are very few girls who pretend like they're not charging if they're charging, right? Like they're if they're posting stuff for free, then it's an advertisement for what's not. That's what those YouTube videos that Woody and I love so much are about. The try on girls who try on lingerie and like show you their pussy through some
pretty good videos.
Yeah, they're fucking awesome.
I watched them to learn how to clean windows more effectively.
Dude, my windows are sparkling in this house. You don't even understand that vinegar. That was the trick. That was the trick.
That was the trick.
Natasha knows what's up.
Get those big pussy lips out of the way. I'm trying to learn your technique.
Oh my God.
Tell me more about the fabric.
I found one last night. It was this very well-built Asian lady, like she's like wearing a really short skirt and she's sort of standing silhouetted and she's shaking her ass and you can see her pussy lips from behind and her butt plug. I was like, this girl's the best. She's only got 3 videos, Woody. 3 videos.
Oh. She's still naive.
So
you like them.
Let me get this straight, Kyle. You don't like a girl who's a professional. I can't even come up with a good euphemism. Porn star, dictator, whatever you want to call it.
Sex worker.
Sex worker. You don't like a professional. You don't like a girl who's in it for the money. You don't like a girl who's mastered the techniques. You're looking for a girl who's maybe just starting out, maybe who's got really bad daddy issues and just has to have that full dong there on camera.
Yes.
No, not that. No. I don't want it. I want their motivation to be purely either I want to do this or I'm okay with I want them to want people to see them fucking online. And that's the whole reason this video is there.
So you like an exhibitionist?
Yeah, I suppose so. In pornography specifically, and not
like
that I like that
shooter is what
not that I like that fetish specifically, but that fetish is indicative of a genuine fuck show, which is what I'm looking for. I don't want to see someone who's checking their calendar. Okay, so we need the double blowjob scene on Tuesday, and then honey, Like a lot of these girls, here's what Amaranth does. It's fucking brilliant. A lot of them do it though. They'll make these like blowjob videos on OnlyFans, but it's a big ass to suck a real dick. Like that's another notch, like another level of up the totem pole of like, as you sell out, you make more money. Like it's
somehow you have to find a man that's willing. It's tough, but
no. You have to find a man who's willing to wear a strap on for you to suck, because that's what they do. That's what they all do.
Because it's got to be big, right?
Wait, they put a strap on.
No, I think what Kyle's saying.
They don't want
once
to
you break that seal, that seal becomes ordinary. So you don't just go from 0 to 100 in a couple of weeks. You need to stretch this out. First, show your boobs, then show your bottom, then maybe suck a dildo, and then down the road, we're working on real dicks.
Yeah,
yes.
I see
so,
exactly
so
what you're saying.
What they've done here is like they're making content of them sucking something, and then they're making it seem like they're sucking a dick. It's the most realistic dildo you've ever seen. I'll be like staring at that dick, Taylor, really getting in there. I'll be like, oh, is that a freckle? Is that a freckle? That looks like a real freckle. And then I'm online going through catalog.
And before I know it, I've been paused on this frame for 40 minutes. And I realized she's not even in it. It's just me looking at the dick. So is you said a guy wearing a strap on. So she's not sucking like a strap on stuck to a wall. A man is wearing a strap on.
Yeah, let me explain the suggestive nature and what's being done here. So it's not a big wide shot. Okay. Don't think a stage play where we see a whole room and all the players. You see like the edge of the man's hip and his elbow, and then like a dick that comes out. You don't see dick root. You'll see like dicks coming out. And sometimes he'll have it in his underwear. He'll have underwear over and like the dick is be stuck through the fly. And then she's on her knees, like sucking the dick and doing stuff to the dick. And it's from that angle, it looks real, but you've really got to zoom in, Taylor, to see that it's a fake dick.
That makes a difference too. It needs to be a real dick. When you're watching porn, you got to see real dicks. You don't enjoy porn that doesn't have dicks, right?
I don't want to see a fake dick.
How else are you going to self-insert?
Literally the point of the dildo.
I was thinking, Kyle, if you see a sex scene on TV, right? This isn't like a full-on porn thing, but I don't know. Pick some movie with
Euphoria.
Sure, yeah, that one works. Do you think that you're getting insight into how these people fuck, or are they doing it very differently for the camera? Like I see some girl riding cowgirl, and I'm like, I think that's how she fucks. I bet she fucks like that.
So let me say, so I think in all modern stuff, when you have like that sex coordinator, even between married couples, there was a married couple who did a sex scene. They got a fucking sex coordinator come in. I just want to make sure that I don't, offend her. And it's your fucking wife. Fuck her in the ass. Do whatever you want to do.
Intimacy coordinator.
Intimacy coordinator. So I think that ruins all that, Woody, frankly. But if you go back to like Monsters Ball, when Halle Berry
that's exactly what I was thinking about.
Yeah, it is. When Halle Berry is riding Billy Bob Thornton, and you can see his ball sack is stuck to her ass when she's riding. And you're like, I think he's fucking her. I think she's riding Billy Bob right now on camera. I'm like 90% sure she.
Good for Billy Bob. He's so cool.
And Angelina Jolie, right out of my brain. He dated her forever.
Yeah,
like taking away the extra mile stuff. Like shit. There was a comedy movie where that chick April from. Oh my god, I'm so terrible with all these
April
names.
Bloodgate.
Okay, I got it.
Parks and Rec?
April Ludgate.
Parks and Rec.
Parks and Rec is what I was going for.
You're talking about Dirty Grandpa, aren't you? Is it
she fucks the guy from Workers
De Niro?
or something like that.
Okay,
No. He's younger. Sorry. He's funny too, and he's from.
She pretend fucks lots of people.
She pretend fucks someone on camera. It doesn't matter which movie it was. But I'm like, oh, she fucks him Amazon style. If that narrows it down at all.
Oh wow, yeah, okay,
yeah. And I was just like, does she bang like that? I wonder.
No, that is a joke for the movie.
You're right. That's not a good example.
All right, guys, have sex however you do it. And she's like, okay, legs up.
There's what is it? Lars von Trier, I believe is the name. It makes a lot of horror movies, but a lot of the sex stuff that like William Dafoe and I forget the female actress did in that was quite real to my understanding.
Yeah, there's a lot. We call that Extra Mile. There's a subreddit called Extra Mile. It's all about that. Chloe Savigny is the most famous example.
Hold on. That's a subreddit? I got to look at this.
Yeah, Extra Mile. You're welcome.
That's you sweet summer child. Extra Mile's new to you? I think it's the Extra Mile.
Look, there's like 8 billion subreddits for all sorts of stuff. New to me today.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
You got quite a history.
Oh god damn it.
Virus.
I hate Texas. I'm gonna swap over to our Extra Mile because it's banned. Check this out. First thing I click,
Oh, dear users. So for those of you who are audio only, Texas has cucked Drift0r's porn habit.
Thoroughly.
They're letting him know right here he needs to verify his age before they let him go.
So they won't even let you watch some bitch suck a dick in a movie.
For fake.
Eventually. But
rent it.
Certain websites decided that it was too much of a legal risk for them to even attempt to comply with this law and just fully pulled out. Some of them you can, to my understanding, still access if you submit to the state of Texas your driver's license and let a third-party company verify your driver's license and that you're over 18, and then that company will verify your age and identity with the porn website, and then you can log in through the two of them and watch porn, and they're totally not keeping a log of what you're doing. So I'm more of a NordVPN kind of guy now.
Now everybody knows exactly what kind of porn you're watching. Next year,
so you just got to ship your ID right over to the government. No big deal. They're not going to blackmail you for that or something.
I think it'll be all right. But yeah, where did we start with this? Sex and movies, girls,
and movies.
Oh, horse.
Yeah,
how you
your
like
favorite
people,
type of lady.
You want a girl who's in it for the love of the game, just a real goer.
Yeah, unless you're like if you, it seems like now that money is involved, like you can find some niche stuff. You know, it used to be that maybe if a girl like getting peed on, you didn't want to get that on camera. You know, we'll leave that for the outtakes. But now there's a lot of people.
If you're gonna watch someone get peed on, you want them to be very hydrated, so it's almost a clear pee, or you want them to be like a coffee drinker that morning.
Well, it depends on your kink. I was actually having this conversation with my wife last night. We don't do pee stuff, but we had a friend in high school, a mutual friend that did. And this guy, I believe he liked women peeing on him. And you would think that in a small town in the South of like 15,000 people, that would be a difficult thing to find. It was not. This man always had girlfriends. He was always getting his face pissed on. He was always very happy about it. I could always like, good for you, bro. But it just seemed like you were beating the odds. Clean.
All you gotta do is ask.
Yeah. I disagree. I bet it is a lot easier to find someone who will pee on you than to find someone who'd like to be peed on.
Oh yeah,
definitely.
Oh yeah.
How many women you know like
this game on easy mode, right?
Wait, when you were discovering this friend's like what got him rolling, did he slow roll this confession to you where you like learned late in the game that he liked face pissing?
Truly shameless guy. Good, honestly wholesome in a lot of ways. Son of a preacher. I think his mom and his dad were both pastors of various congregations in town.
Oh, that's not right.
He got married to a girl who loves pissing, I assume.
He's always walking around the house. You hydrated, babe?
You find some people that just are who they are and they don't care. Like another guy, when I was in college, I found out he liked his girlfriend to stick her fingers up his ass and hit his prostate. And I actually mixed him up with another guy. So I started making fun of him. Hey, did you hear about like your roommate? And I was making fun of him to his face. And he's like, you're the loser. He's like, prostate stuff is fun.
That's Chad right there.
You're the loser.
Yeah,
now I'm going to stand up off my circular airplane pillow.
This guy was like southern redneck, super conservative, hunting, fishing, church every Sunday kind of guy. And he's like, yeah, but I love getting my asshole fingered. Didn't mind telling anybody about it.
I ain't gay. It's a girl.
That's exactly what he said. It's not gay if it's a girl's fingers.
I remember. Right.
I mean, that's true. It isn't gay. Yeah. If there was a guy in the room fingering his ass, I'd have to come down and gay. If there was a guy in the corner going, "Ooh, I like this."
Wait, hang on. Let's take a step backwards. So a guy can be in a room alone stroking his penis, straight. Guy can be alone stroking his prostate.
It's a little gay to jack off.
Is it
with an audience? That's exhibitionism. That's kind of
no. All alone in a room. No, all alone in a room. He's saying it's a little gay to jack off.
It's because you just have to imagine that it's your dick that you're stroking.
Your dick. It's like the novel Chuck Tingle fucked in the ass by my own ass.
I've been doing it all wrong.
Yeah, that's how you do it.
To yours the whole time. I was thinking, man, Taylor's got a small penis.
My opinion on what gay
throws it over his shoulder, it goes all the way back around and in.
Yeah.
My opinion of what gay is has changed a ton over the years. I used to think gay was if you ever broke the seal of doing something gay with a guy. Like if you kissed a guy, you're a little gay. You bang him, you're a lot gay. And that was my measure. Almost not
that's
anymore.
Pretty
like,
accurate measure.
No, I disagree. I think you could fuck a guy once, decide you don't like men, and be less gay than someone who's curious. And like if you're attracted to men, if you're a guy, that makes you gay. If you want to have sex with men, that is the gayness. It's not an unbreakable seal that you can't go back on.
He's like, no, I'm super straight. You think you don't like gay sex. I know I hate it.
So yeah. If you told me you hated broccoli, right, yet you've never tried broccoli, I wouldn't take your opinion seriously.
I ate 4 bowls of broccoli on my knees and vomited all night. I know I don't like broccoli.
I mean, I think Woody's 100% right here. If you haven't tried it, you don't know. For example, a personal story, the guy that harassed me for a very long time went to prison in San Antonio during the big snowstorm and power outage. This was a super straight guy, hated trans people, gay stuff, all that. Couple of days in the prison with no power outage after coming out, all of a sudden had a much greater interest in dating trans women.
He got turned out in prison.
But he tried a thing and find out, I suppose.
Exactly.
A real learning
likes broccoli. Yeah.
Well, see,
I
now
mean,
you're
but
going
if
down that.
it takes you to the point that a dick
gay.
is in your ass.
Me?
No.
Until you're like, I don't like this. It took a little gayness to get to that point.
Taylor, how much is too much? Like for you, how many dicks in the ass do you take before, or you would have to know that somebody took before you said, okay, they're not just figuring things out. This is a lifestyle.
Baker's dozen.
You live in a bi-flexible life, my man.
A very flexible life. As long as everybody's having a
Is
good
there anything,
time.
not gay sex, but is there anything in your life like that like every few years you'd be like, let me try it. I want to like this thing.
Yeah, Magic the Gathering, and then it sucks me back in. and
I was going to say black licorice, but yeah, that disease of a game you exposed me to, it must have cost me $1,000. You should have introduced me to horse racing. At least I had some fun.
And maybe a chance to win.
you and God, if I would have just got you into it and not Chiz at the same time, you would have had fun. It's because Chiz made it
I played. Dude, we were playing like 3 years ago, spending money, buying fucking decks on that website. It's a disease. And you got to take a step back and look at what you're paying into. You're like, oh my God, this is like, you always laugh about the people who do like multi-level marketing pyramid scheme stuff. So this is a fucking scam.
Yeah.
This is not even pay to win. It's like,
I'm buying digital cards that at any point they could just go,
oh, I don't care about that.
You know what? This set, this one's not available anymore. Like,
yeah,
and then
they'll sell you a card for $50 and then be like, not worth anything now.
Oh, now that everyone's bought this card and spent all their rares to unlock it, it turns out it's a little busted. We're gonna restrict it. Only 1 copy per deck. Oh, you already got.
But just the gameplay loop, you know, like if you've got a deck that beats my deck, it's like, well, I'm not gonna win. Like you're gonna win 80% of these. 90. I need a best roll and you need a worst roll for these decks to compete. I'd rather play a game where if you bring your good blue deck and I bring my good black deck or whatever, you know, whatever mechanic I'm using.
Tell me more.
We're listening about the blue and black
50-50. You know, I want to do 50-50 with the sets or whatever, you know, like how we go. That's
very fun and addictive, but it's also, you're right. When you take a step back and realize what you're doing, and like when you've I haven't put money in that game in a very, very long time now.
I'm unfamiliar on how you play Magic together. You take the 2 decks and sort of dock them together.
Yeah.
Well,
you start out. You
one deck inside the other deck.
What you decide
grab in the middle
is you have gay sex, and then the winner of that engagement gets to play first. The other one has to draw first.
Yeah, whoever has the longest penis gets first card.
Yep. You just slap it down on the table. You measure by cards. And if it's the same number of cards, you have to go by girth, also measured by cards.
Oh, damn.
The thickness of the card.
That's good. How they'd actually do it in the game like Magic would be like, who has the marginally better body odor? Oh. Man, that is, I know that you guys, like, we're all gamers and we've all gotten involved in plenty of nerdy hobbies. Like I've been into Magic long enough that like when I would see those pictures of like non-Magic playing normal people who would see a convention and be like, ugh, look at this picture from a Magic the Gathering conference. There's actual shit on these chairs. And I'll be like, and you can still see the lumbering beast like leaving. Yes. It still smells like shit. And it's like, God, why does this guy have to be into the thing I'm into. It's like when Woody's like following his political stuff and he sees some crazy blue hair. He's like, oh, get out of here with your. Like, boys, wipe your ass.
That red-haired guy with the mustache and the dress at the White House press dinner or whatever. That's the one that I always see, and I'm like, whenever Republicans will always clap back when then weird, that'd be I wouldn't like that, and they show the picture of that red-haired guy with a mustache wearing a dress at the fucking White House. Is that
the guy that got caught like stealing women's luggage at the airport?
I don't know where he got his garb. I'm not suggesting he stole it from an airport, but he was. It's crazy looking because he's not trying to be femme. It looks like a man wearing a dress, and I know that's what like bigots.
Do you know his job or his name?
I want to say about like person. Women.
He was some kind of government official, right? What was his?
Yeah, let me just search. Democrat,
like the Department
red hair,
of Transportation, bald hair, dresses,
the Department of Energy hire.
That guy, he got arrested for felony. He, I think, stole luggage from airports, and they dropped him. Like he was pretty much immediately removed from his position. But yeah, seemed kind of like the guy who's like on this borderline between genius and crazy. Like his background is extraordinary education, personal lifestyle, mad scientist. I don't know.
This guy looks like a bit of a kook.
Does he?
You guys? Oh,
yeah,
that guy. I've seen him before. Yeah.
You know, I didn't see him there with the
grow
dog
a beard
boys.
or don't.
No, this is like the bearded drag look.
Dude, just being that guy in the suit, having to sit there.
Hang on,
be
before we cut
this
away.
is normal.
That big lady in the background, is she on MSNBC or something?
I have no idea who the.
I just wanted to say she looks like she could headbutt me to death. Look at that fucking jawline. That's a big bitch.
Cast her for Amanda Waller in the next DC movie.
My boy Taylor can take her.
She looks like she plays rugby.
Take her down.
Yeah.
Somebody was talking about rugby in Australia or something, and the advertisement for the girls' rugby league was, "You're tired of only bleeding once per month?" I was like, that's pretty fucking cool. I like that.
Yeah,
I can get down with that
too.
Yeah. Rugby would be a cool of all the rest of the world sports. Rugby is the one that I would be the most happy about seeing America get into.
Yes.
It's more dangerous than football. It's like football, but without all those sissy pads, and you can just jam eyeballs and stuff with your thumb and whatnot.
I wonder if it's less dangerous for CTE.
Like it's more. It's football is more dangerous for CTE. You're right about that because, like, I think it was the same issue that hockey had, where football and hockey over the past 30 years were like, hey, people are like getting hit retarded in our sport. Let's make the most high quality helmets we can. And they did. And over the years, people in the NFL and NHL learned like, oh, these things are like space age protective technology. I'll just lead with my head into that guy's spine.
Is the space age even modern anymore, though?
That's exactly what happened to my spine. Yay.
Oh, 1960s style?
By a helmet?
Yeah.
A helmet hit you? What happened?
So, back problems. About 90% sure my junior year of high school, I had to substitute play offensive line. Not really what I'm good at.
What?
And
you're not built like an offensive lineman.
I went to a segregated white-only private school for the richest kids in town, and I was the biggest next.
Amongst them, available. You are the offensive lineman.
So a really good football team, right?
Anyway, I was defense. I liked being fast and like fucking people up, jumping the line, under feet, stuff like that. I couldn't move this guy out of the way. So the guy who was my 1-year senior wanted to punish me for being a bad lineman. So with his head just full on rammed me right in the back, and it kind of bowed my back backward, and I felt something pop. Now, when you're a kid, you don't, it's sore for a day and it gets better. And you think, I probably sprained something. And then 20 years later, you go to the doctor and they're like, yeah, man, one of your bones is pretty fucked up back there.
Do they make you? I wish the doctor would make you like feel better when they're giving you news like that. They'd be like, "Oh, your back's pretty fucked up. You're a pretty tough guy." Wow, you walked in here like this, and then
that's a good doctor.
Okay, no joke.
I've had so many nurses like that. They're like, "You can take it, huh? You got really hot." And I'm like, "Yeah, I'm a big boy.
Strong man here."
Boy.
This never happens to me, honestly.
And I do the same to them. I do the same to them.
My dog died, actually.
But to take a step back,
if they're giving me stitches or they're injecting me or they're taking blood, I'd be like, bet you know what you're doing. But Bet you're a fucking pro. Like I talk him up. I'm like, I bet you never miss a vein. How many times in a row have you hit it and not missed? What, 100, 1,000? Come on, be honest. You know what you're doing. You working this shift? You got to. And then I'll be like, please hit my vein the first fucking try.
It's bad when they don't. Had somebody miss once. Awful.
Yeah, that's true.
I've told the story before. I went to get blood, and I'm the stupid dad joking guy. I'm like, oh, first time? And she didn't answer. She wouldn't tell me. She wouldn't admit to it being her. And I was like, wait, seriously? First time? Now, I'm like, all right, well, I'm your guy, right? If you need someone to give blood,
experiment on,
take blood from the first time, I'm pretty calm. I've done this before. And my veins, people like, I don't really know how to spot an easy to see vein, but they tell me I have them. And I mentioned that one time before, and they're like, yeah, I can see it from 16 feet away. Your vein is easy to find. She didn't find it. She messed it up. She put it in excruciatingly slow. And then she kind of freaked out and got nervous. So she pulled it out a little and then pushed it back, and then no blood was coming. But blood, it wasn't coming out of the needle thing. But
bleeding.
Dude, it's all over my clothes. It's on my shorts. It's on my shirt. It's on the chair thing.
I'm getting a little lightheaded here.
I empathize with you so profoundly. That was my exact experience. Oh, we missed it. Hold up. Let me rifle it a little bit like a fish or like I'm sewing. And that just made it 10 times worse.
So I was cool about it, kind of. I was like, hey, no hard feelings. Everything's cool. But she's going the second try, right? And they're like, yeah, we won't give you her twice in a row. So that's how it went.
That's were you like trying to be kind about it? It seems like as you start bleeding, were you like, oh, whoa, like just
best two out of three, maybe.
It's okay, I got plenty.
I think they switched.
There's a lot of air in there.
I went unconscious last time I gave blood. Like
really?
Almost every time. I have to let them know. I'm like, you better get a wet rag handy because at some point I'm going to start going down. I don't know if it's from the lack of
joke, Kyle. If you ever like, oh my stars, I'm getting the vapors.
No, you have to be serious because they'll think you're joking when I'll be like, listen, I'm probably going to pass out or something at some point. It's not a big deal. And she's a medical professional, I hope, but I'm letting her know. I'm like, not a big deal. I'm going to pass out. It'd be like 10, 30 seconds. I'll be back up. If you got a wet washcloth or one of those gym paper towels, like that'd be great. It'd be great.
Yeah, not a big deal. I'm just letting you know. And also, that Camaro out front, that's mine. So just so you know, I am cool. I just
if I don't pass out, I'm a brave warrior.
Do they still make Camaros now? Are their current?
Yeah, probably.
They're going right now. There was a break. It's not a crazy question.
There was a break between 1999 and 2005. No. Wait. When did the Camaro come out? 2009 or 2010?
Yeah, I feel like they brought it back out of the success of the 05 Mustang.
They did. They absolutely did. Yeah. Oh, I remember seeing the designs for that car or the concept drawing in 2005 and being like, oh, that's going to destroy the Mustang. And it did. It's such a cool car.
When did all those those cars come out?
New
like
Camaro.
The Camaros, the Mustangs. Was that like the 50s? That those became
60s.
Cars?
That's 60s? The new Camaro. It vibes Bugatti to my mind.
60s.
I like a bigger front on a muscle car. It makes it look kind of cool. But I don't know. That looks nice also.
Zach says it's going to be an electric vehicle soon.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
fake sound.
I still want it to sound like a V8.
Stupid.
That's what they do.
Didn't Harley do that, or some company did that? They built like an electric bike. Hyundai. They built an electric bike and then added like big subwoofers and speakers so that you still feel like a big man when you drive it around. I think that part is stupid, but I've learned that it is very important for motorcycles to make noise because drivers don't always see them.
They don't hear them either. And the noise goes behind you.
You know when they do hear you? When you're that black Harley rider who has like a motorcycle / DJ booth. Those guys have speakers and shit attached to their fucking big ass motorcycles, and when they ride through town, it's just like, oh my god, you're just a mobile jamboree over there. It's so loud and obnoxious.
What's going on where you live?
That's Harley's come with speakers like that. My Goldwing has speakers like that, but I never use them. I prefer it in my helmet.
Yeah, that would be. I don't want anything in my helmet. I haven't ridden in like a month and a half. Yeah, it was hot. I remember that. But like I never want anything in my headset because I want to be able to hear. It's like playing like Tarkov or something with music playing. I could never do that. I'm like, I need to know. I need to know if somebody's laying on the horn right now because they're sliding into me, holding the brakes down.
Somebody could be putting their head out the car, just screaming at you. I'm going to kill you and your whole family. You have no idea.
I need to hear it. I need to hear that too.
Kylie Minogue or something.
But yeah, I didn't want the Bluetooth in the helmet, and I didn't want speakers or anything because I'm scared of not being able to hear around me. I'm already pretty scared if I'm in big traffic.
Traffic's a scary thing.
Atlanta's just absurd.
My God.
Riding that thing on like 285, going on 6 lanes of traffic. It's like, I hope you all see me.
Is that the one with the HOV lane?
I don't know. It's the one that's the big circle around Atlanta itself. And then I-85 comes in from northeast and goes to southwest. And then 40 and 75 go south to north in one way or another.
I was in traffic in Atlanta, and there was an HOV lane that I wasn't paying for. That like for a car, they have these like pylons or something on there. They make you really know you can't go that way. But to a bike, they look like suggestions. And I weaved in and out, and Jackie's like, $85 ticket. And I was like, yeah, I earned that one.
Yeah, that could have been anyone, Jackie. You believe everything you see?
Yeah, they mail them to you. You've got to get what's called a peach pass, which allows you to be in that lane. Or just hide your license plate. That works.
I think
too.
the Easy Pass, they're all cross compatible now, but I don't have a good place for it on my bike.
Yeah. Really? I don't know what it looks like though. I don't have one.
Oh. Like a deck of cards.
I thought it was like they just registered your license plate.
No. You get a device so that you can be in the HOV lane, and it's a big deal in Atlanta. If you have to go up 85 and down it every day, it's like all the lanes are stationary except for that good one for there.
Dude, that's the thing that's the thing that I dislike the most about driving in other states is the tolls. Like all the toll states are so fucking obnoxious. Florida has them. Everywhere on the east has.
Florida's bad.
Tolls?
Texas has most of the new highways and roads are tolls. Like I get on George Bush Tollway all the time. Some people take crazy weird routes around the city to avoid the tolls and save $2, but they probably burn more gas doing that.
I think in general, states with no income tax have a heavy toll system on their roads.
Heavy
Florida
sales tax
because it's a neat way to charge the tourists. Like the tolls that go from Orlando to Disney World are outrageous.
Yes, you get a roll of quarters.
It's been that way for a long time.
Yeah. Last time I was down there, I was smart. I remembered the time before, and I traveled with a roll of quarters stuck on the dash. And I was like, we're not gonna fuck this up again, because we were having to like, well, what are we gonna do? Dig through your pockets. Find me. You better find me $1.75 right now, or we got to pull the fuck over right here.
Can you break a 50? Like, sir, it's 95 cents.
Dude, it's a total like the whole east half of the U.S. has tolls. So many more than that. Missouri's red on this map, which apparently is state collects tolls but does not use electronic tolling. I've never seen a toll in Missouri, and I've driven all over the state, so I don't know. Am I in trouble?
Some lame bridge.
They'll mail you your tickets, or you should check to see if maybe you have a warrant for all the you're like the white whale in Seinfeld.
You know, I think I would notice a toll driving by them by now in my mid 30s, but I haven't.
In New Jersey, I don't know if it's still this way, but when I was a teenager, they had privately owned bridges. Just like some family would have an essential bridge to that portion of the state. And they just collect the money themselves. They choose the amount of the toll. It wasn't regulated or anything. They're just like, this is the most people will pay without driving around.
Wow. I didn't know you could do that.
What a ripoff.
Yeah. There aren't too many in Atlanta, but there's a couple.
Yeah, I don't like that. No more tolls.
Why? They pay for the roads. But the drivers are paying for the road instead of someone who's not. Why should a guy who doesn't use that road pay
it's inconvenient to me, man. I don't like that.
I want things without paying for them. Can we have that?
No, not for you. That's for other people.
Yes.
Oh.
That's for anyone who went to college in the last ever. They get the free things.
Yes. They get their all that money for their college fucking loans. Knock out the whole toll system, one fell swoop. How about that? Everyone's stoked.
Yeah.
I never do like that. I didn't like either.
Yeah.
And it's not
really not fair.
Like, people talk about pulling the ladder up behind you and stuff, and it's like, man, that's not fair. That's not fair to say. Like it's either right or it's wrong, regardless of anything else. And it just seems like you took out a loan. Was it a predatory loan? Yes. Were you 18 years old? Also, yes. All right. And then I bet there's a lot of guys in the Army and the Marine Corps right now who are like, fuck, what did I say?
Right.
I mean, I'm 18 fair. Next month. They let me sign. They'll let you sign months before you're 18, I think, as long as you're 18 when you enlist. Maybe.
Really? I didn't know that.
I could be wrong. I probably just made that up. That seems like a thing they do, though, right?
I feel like I remember something about that.
You know, Cotton Hill joined when he was 14. Had to lie.
Who
did?
Cotton Hill.
Oh, Cotton Hill. Yeah. Well, he was a hero and he killed 50 men. So
he did kill 50 men.
Mm-hmm.
What are we talking about?
Cotton Hill is Hank Hill's father. He was a hero.
Ah, okay.
Although Iwo Jima, he was also in Germany.
In Germany and Japan.
Probably wasn't in Germany. That was probably a lie. But they did shoot his shins off with a Jap machine gun. So
I did like that, where he'd been going around for like 60 years saying that he fought in Germany, and Peggy's like, Cotton, you did not fight in Germany. And he's like, yeah. It appears I didn't.
Oh no, he straight up lied. He was like, yes, it did. Well, then you didn't fight in Saipan. Yes, it did. His stories would be like he was. They were shipping him across the sea. They're shipping us across the sea, and the Japs torpedoed our PT boat. We went down. I could only
talking about a
men.
Cartoon.
We're talking about a good cartoon.
I'm like trying to put context clues together here to figure out what's going on.
Woody.
Mm-hmm. Greatest Generation, Cotton Hill. Now you are in bed, and we're not going to be fooled.
Yeah. No, this bet is real. I'm doing a lot better, like tremendously, but I'm not sit up 3 hours for a podcast level better. I'm still a little limited. Say that again.
We barely are.
By the end, we'll just
collapse like a marionette.
So what? All right, let's do this. How are you feeling? What do you have now?
I don't have anything new. I think I have less things going on, and I feel a lot better. The entirety of the story since last time is I got treated for the tick-borne illnesses, the nasty ones. I was better for about 2 months, and then in the spring, I started feeling super shitty again. Went back, got tested, still positive, went back to the doctor, and the doctor's like, okay, we'll do it again, but more extreme this time. So I took atovaquone, azithromycin, and clindamycin, and about the highest doses that you can take at home for about as long as you can. Anything more, I would have probably need to check into a hospital for.
Cleaned you out.
Yeah. Oh, it did. Yeah. Atovaquone is anti-malarial. It looks like paint thinner, tastes like paint thinner, terrible stuff.
Chlamydia, no more.
Yes.
Yeah. Did all that. Pretty rapidly started feeling better. I have made more progress since the treatment ended in June. I've made more progress since then than I have in the last 3 years. Literally Tuesday. So 2 days ago, I graduated PT. They said I was so healthy, it was not necessary for me to be there. I can continue working out, building strength at home. Standing time increased, driving time increased, sitting time. Sitting is slightly relaxing instead of horrible. So like if I it used to be like, I'll go to the grocery store and then I'm fucking cooked and I need to take like a 2-hour break. Now I can just sit for like 10 minutes and then go do a different thing. And it's not such a big deal. You know, we're stacking multiple things. And honestly, almost everything is better. I'm a long way from well. I kind of went through hell on this one, but the trend is good. And I'm praying to God and everything holy that every little creepy crawly in my body is dead for good. And I never, ever, ever have to drink atovaquone ever again.
What is
the whole thing?
Is that it?
That's the malaria drug?
It's an anti-malarial drug. It looks like highlighter fluid and tastes pretty similar. You mix it with milk and then drink it, and it absolutely cleans you out. Yeah, because it has to have fatty foods. So I would eat like fatty burgers and pork and drink this gross shit milk.
Horrible.
It was terrible. It was not fun. We cut the treatment about 2 weeks short because it was starting to give me some heart troubles. I think the azithromycin or maybe Clinda, I can't remember which one, can cause heart palpitations. I was starting to get those, so we pulled it a little early.
Is that antibiotic, the erythromycin?
Yeah.
Okay.
They're all antibiotics, and it seems to have worked. I'm on 3 months post-treatment, constant progress. Everything feels a lot more normal. You know, it used to be like, I told you stories like I would pour the cereal milk and sprain my wrist and it was just done for like 3 weeks. No more of that bullshit, a lot more resilience. If I sprained something, if I hurt something, I fell down the stairs the other day. It's like normal, like a step or two. It's like normal. It's like you hurt something and you rest it. couple hours, a day or so, it's fine. I'm doing that train now instead of, I hurt something. Well, there goes the month, So it's all very positive. No new diagnoses, no doctor visits, no anything. We're actually minimizing things. I'm going to attempt to return to some version of normal, like a lesser version of normal. I've gone from being like 90 years old to maybe like 60. So
how old are you actually?
37. Felt like 90 for a long time. So it's all very positive.
If all these high-tech solutions don't end up working, at some point you need to go to a faith healer or something, right? You just gotta invest in some alternative approaches. And I'm not being bigoted whatsoever. I say
no, he'll go to a lesbian witch if he needs to.
Try all the different religions, but not all at once. Like be all in on one. And then if that doesn't work, then you can be like, all right, backing away from that. Clearly, fucking Islam isn't the solution here. Let's try Christianity. Oh, wouldn't you know? I feel a lot better. And then because if you try and do them all at once, whoever is a god is going to see.
You should be a Lyme doctor. I briefly attempted to engage with the Lyme because I didn't have Lyme, but I had a couple of diseases very similar, kind of in the same family. The Lyme community, the most scammy, ridiculous, anti-science, ridiculous, conspiracy-driven bullshit I've seen in my life since QAnon. And I shit you not, I went to there's like a website where they'll refer to you Lyme literate doctors in your area, doctors that have expertise in Lyme and will treat you outside of the normal medical system because doctors don't understand this rare disease. First one was a naturopath who sold for $25 a bottle prayer prescriptions. They were little pieces of paper with prayers cut up in a bottle, and he would prescribe you these prayers to read once a day for $25. He literally on the site, it said Christian and Jewish prayers only. Islamic prayers don't work because Allah doesn't exist.
Whoa!
All sorts of religious stuff, all sorts of weird faith healing, vitamins. There's a huge amount of people are trying like weird herbs, like I think some sort of protocol where you take like 37 herbs. The other doctor it referred to me in my area, I found out doesn't have a practice. Why, you might ask? Because he's in jail for writing prescriptions to sell the drugs for. Like he was just like writing prescriptions for himself and selling them. It was wild.
There's a law.
It was a terrible experience.
Yeah, he's just a drug dealer.
That's what a doctor does.
That's what a lot of them are. A lot of them are drug. I guess they're all drug dealers in that way. Yeah.
Lyme community's terrible, horrible, conspiracy ridden.
Isn't it one of the diseases where like they genuinely really don't know a lot about it though? Like,
yes, and that's the ironic part. Is instead of being pissed off at these people like QAnon or like anti-vax guys, I've kind of gone through this myself. I feel for them. The education around this topic is very minimal in med school. Even for something like Lyme, which you've all heard of, you would be shocked at how many times you go to a medical professional and they say, nope, that's impossible. No, we're not going to test. Nah, I've had doctors tell me Lyme's not real. It's just people stressed out and they imagine their symptoms. Just like all sorts of wacky stuff. So you have a huge community of people. It affects like 100,000 people a year. You get all these weird, fucked up body-wide symptoms and arthritis at 25 and stuff like that. And almost everybody's experience,
I'm so glad I don't have Lyme disease. I've been bitten by so many ticks in the woods.
I've been ticked up and I never got any.
You could have got what I got from those ticks. You don't want it. But I feel for these people because they go to doctors. They have the same experience I have. Well, you've got anxiety. You're stressed out. This is hypochondriasis. This is some sort of Munchausen. This is nonsense. None of this makes any sense. Go get therapy. Go away. And these people that are fucked up by Lyme can't even get tested for it. And they're desperate and in horrible pain. And the only people offering them solutions are all sorts of crummy, like naturopaths and homeopathic doctors, and go to a chiropractor for your Lyme treatment. But they'll take you seriously. They'll listen to you instead of telling you to go piss off. But
counterpoint, did you even try any placebo?
Fuck no.
You didn't try the prayer sheets?
You should have had some sugar pills and some prayer and see if it cured you.
I mean, it's like it's definitely like a more comfortable thing to imagine that like a doctor knows, like when if something's wrong with you and you go in, like you want to believe they have like total knowledge of the subject and can just be like, bing, bang, boom, this is what needs to happen. But like, if you know doctors in your personal life and have ever heard them talk about something as like benign as nutrition, you're like, oh fuck, like there are a huge number of blind spots in these people's work.
I've never had a doctor figure it out. I've never once had a doctor figure my thing out. I swear to God, every time I've been to a doctor, I figured the thing out. I came in, I was like, hey, it's folliculitis. Yeah? Yeah, it's folliculitis. I got to keep that hot tub clean. Oh, let me take a look. Yep, that's folliculitis. All right. Or that time I had fucking syphilis, and they were giving me what's that? Prednisone. They're giving me prednisone for syphilis.
No, I don't think that's what they're
steroid.
supposed to
What
do.
the fuck does that
Prednisone
do?
is a steroid,
right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
But not a good one. Not
you
the
would
good
need
one.
you need antibiotics for syphilis.
I didn't even get biceps.
Yeah, shot in the ass cures it. I had to go. I had been going to that doctor 2 or 3 times for the syphilis symptoms, and she had me using olive oil on my hands and fucking taking prednisone. I was wearing
What the hell does
gloves.
that
with
do?
You're waking up in the morning
The
putting
skin
olive
peeled off
oil
my
on your
hands.
hands. Yeah,
So the skin
how much
peeled off
was coming off? Can
like
you
the
show?
whole palm, by the end, the whole palm was like the skin was gone, like down to this.
So you like degloved almost top layer?
So it goes down to this pink baby layer that you have to be so careful with. So like I would wear surgical gloves full of olive oil all the time, all the time, like all day. I'm gaming with olive oil.
No.
Yes, I'd sleep with
Did
them.
it hurt
I'd
your
sleep with
KD
them.
ratio?
Do you not
I had to
like
make
go to a
videos
restaurant
like
or
that.
go
I couldn't
shopping
grab
with your serial killer gloves?
I had
Sir, no
I-
outside condiments.
I had my olive oil gloves on, and then I put tactical gloves over that to make YouTube videos.
Hello, my friends. I am syphilis riddled and I smell like an olive garden. It's time to blow up a refrigerator and then go back to moistening my palm.
And the
I
bottom
gotta
of
hand
my-
it to you. That's
the soles
very
of my feet
Chadley.
too.
It is
The
Chad.
soles of my feet too. They were peeling off, but not nearly as bad. But my whole palms by the end were just this pink skin that was so tender and like painful.
How fast
And-
did it start happening? Was it like, oh, that's weird. My palm is there's some loose skin, or was it like
It starts with like a little like dead white like circle of skin that you sort of pick at and scratch off, you know, like
Athlete's foot, maybe?
No,
this is a bacterial thing?
it'll be and it'll just like spread, and you just like keep, and there'll be like a perimeter that's sort of ragged and hanging off, and you're like, oh, let me pick that loose skin off, but you just keep going until there's none left. Just keep going until there's none left.
Dude, if you wouldn't have got that taken care of,
Neurosyphilis.
I'm pretty sure the way that syphilis goes is you would eventually your palms and the soles of your feet would have gone back to normal on their own, and then you would have been in like a 10 to 20 year waiting period until you became
Neurosyphilis.
Al Capone.
Al Capone. Yeah. It eats your brain. Yeah, you
That's
go
weird.
asymptomatic, including your non-transmissive after like a year or 2 years or something like that, or maybe even sooner. But
I mean, how
all
do
it
you
was-
miss or ignore all the skin falling off?
I'm
your
just
hands?
on the
I don't know.
internet. I was genuinely on Google Images searching like skin peeling off palms, going from, and there are some gross pictures when you do that. And I'm just looking for the palms that look like my level of gross. I'm like, that kind of
Let's
looks
see
like
here.
mine.
You're looking down at the slipperiest keyboard you've ever seen. It's covered in olive oil.
Ooh, yeah, those are not pleasant images.
Yeah,
After a
fucking
while,
dreadful. I
your
don't know what
palms heal up, but then you go crazy and you get really into amateur porn, police videos, and women fighting cars.
Yep,
Mhm.
that happens.
Hold on. I gotta
Before you know it,
Neurosyphilis.
Woody,
Your
you
whole
said
life on
women
Facebook.
fighting cars. I got to clarify.
Mhm.
Women, are we boxing, martial arts? Or are they just
It's
getting
a
run
parking
over?
lot battle. Typically, it starts with
Okay.
maybe 2 humans and then escalates to man v car.
Mhm.
Yes, it's my
Yeah.
favorite genre of YouTube video.
Yeah, I was describing Kyle with that.
Yeah.
Cars are undefeated.
No, I really
Yes.
enjoy. So what happens is you'll have some sassy black ladies in a parking lot, and they'll be getting rowdy, and sometimes you're just outmatched by your opponent. You know, it's remember that guy at the DNC earlier, that woman with that big ass chin. I mean, look, if you're like a Rihanna-sized woman, can you
Mhm.
imagine having a beef with that big bitch? It's like, what are you gonna do? Like, even as a man, like some men, I was in the gas station the other day, and this fellow in front of me who had to be like 5'2" or something. I was like, I could murder you right here with my bare hands. Like, he's barely another
That's
person.
what you went to, right?
That's-
You didn't murder.
Nice.
I
I feel like you're
skill.
describing the public
Yeah.
freakout subreddit.
I could beat you up and steal this nice Four Loko you're purchasing for yourself after your work
So-
day.
Those are illegal now. So those gals will go back to their vehicle and they'll start running motherfuckers over. And I
Mhm.
I love these
really
videos.
because the thing about those people, when they get mad, they think they can take a car sometimes. Or at least they think it'll be a tussle at first. So they'll be like, what you gonna do? You gonna hit me? Hit me with the car. And it's like they're like, like all of a sudden they're pinned between 2 cars and they're screaming, my hip, my hip.
Yep.
It's like, you asked for this.
Yeah.
It's like I'm sure you've
Called out
seen
the Buick.
They pull a gun and be like, "What? You ain't gonna do shit. You ain't gonna shoot me. I dare you to shoot me." And you pow. You shot me. Why?
His final words were, "What are you gonna do? Shoot me?"
I genuinely saw that the other day. The person's got a gun and he's like, "I'll shoot you. I'll shoot you. What are you gonna do? Shoot me with your gun. Shoot me. Shoot me." Bang! Oh, this bitch shot me. She shot me.
I think I saw that same video. It was so good. I watched it like 4 times.
Yeah, I can't imagine not trying to de-escalate a person with a gun or slink out in a cowardly manner. That's what I would do.
But
I'd be hiding. They'd be like, "Give me your wallet too," and I'd be like, "I'm the here for candy." And they'd be like, "Oh, he probably doesn't have money."
In my dreams, I get to lead with my like integrity intact. Like, you know what? I don't have time for this. It's not your gun that scares me. I'm just a very busy person, so I'm leaving.
You guys do you know. But me, I'm getting out of here.
I fucking run. I saw a dude pull a goddamn Draco out of his backpack at a 7-Eleven the other day. It's a mini AK.
Like a Mac.
It's a mini AK-47, and just start blasting at people. At like
you saw this online, not in person.
No, I wish it's becoming more and more like RoboCop, the United States, and I'm here for it. All right, that's a good fucking movie.
It's the dystopia we were promised as a childhood. In our childhood, that we could
promise a bunch of
ride around and just have casual gunfights and blow things up like RoboCop and The Crow.
I didn't like The Crow. I don't like rape in movies. It's a little upsetting. There you go. Yeah, you pull that bad boy out of your backpack.
That's a pistol, I guess.
It is there.
Yeah. Pistols are a spectrum.
It doesn't seem like a good gas station robbing gun.
I don't understand. I watched so many of those videos and it's people. It's 30 and people making like stupid decisions. I saw one the other day. There's 2 guys in a car. The police have pulled them over. They're stopped. The passenger will not roll his window down, and they are talking to him, and they can see between his legs also a Draco. Like and they're like, "Do not reach for that gun. Do not." And they're like, 2 guys are aiming pistols at his skull right outside the window. I mean, like outside the window, like right there. "You do not reach for that pistol, or I will kill you." He reached for it.
They killed him.
They killed the shit out of him.
Pretty much suicide.
That's the normal
thing. The driver gets out and is like, "Fuck," like walking away, and like they shot the shit out of him because we're right here, bro. Like, what I always wonder, like, I guess I get if they're like just trying to suicide by cop, or they're like, "You won't take me alive," like that attitude. I could understand. I could get myself in that headspace even. But what I don't understand is like, did you think you're gonna like shoot your way out of this like Jason Bourne and then disappear into the countryside with your European
a 1% chance?
If they already have you at gun, it's like do you remember as a kid the first time you played paintball? You have in your head this imagining of like, and I'm gonna pop out and I'm gonna pop, shoot them before they can shoot me, because you've just seen movies and you're self-inserting as the main character who's gonna do all this. Like, it seems like an extension of that. This guy's like, I'm pretty quick to grab my gun. It's right here. These stupid pigs probably won't even.
I've seen John Wick 3 times.
I was gonna say nowadays the stars usually know some sort of gun foo, right? Like John Wick, and he just hits everything and reloads amazingly. Back in the day, it wasn't even that. They held a machine gun with endless bullets and just slowly went through the crowd and would get hundreds of kills while everybody else missed.
Commando.
And I thought, war, it's actually pretty easy.
Pretty sick too.
If you're like one of the main guys, where's the cinch?
I thought that's how it would go if I was in war. I'm 10 at this point, and I was like, if they got me that gun, I could win.
Yeah. That's what it's about.
Yeah. Do you remember like not having a conception of death at like a very, very young age, where like the thought of you dying was so weird? It's like, wait, but everything else is going to keep. Like, I remember thinking, I was probably like 5. Like, if I got my head run over by a truck, it's like everything just
truck would be destroyed.
The truck would be destroyed. Yeah. But I was like, oh, that's so crazy. I'm going to die someday.
I think you're describing the invention of religion. There's people that cannot comprehend not existing.
Some of us will get taken up.
Some of you, no.
You could get raptured.
The aliens are going to get you.
No, not aliens. I'm talking about the rapture.
Oh.
Yeah, but to be fair, though, if the rapture happens, I'm pretty sure all of us will still be here to just do another PKA episode. I don't think that's going to affect
absolutely anything. Not. I've asked God to forgive me for my sins after every one of these. I'm solid.
Yeah, it's like a little re-up. It's like, yes, please.
Dude, but before I pray,
impressions.
always before I pray, I'd be like, "Hey, forgive me for all my sins. All right, now I need a few things."
It's gotta be God's whole inbox. It's like, sorry, I was bad, and then like a wish list for Santa of all these impossible things.
That's
sorry. I've been really screwing the pooch on a lot of these rules, but I really need my friend to be able to make it to this Florida trip. And if you could clear up his schedule, I'd remember that next time I'm really in sin mode.
Pray for little things like that. I'd pray to win the lottery and shit like that as a kid.
I don't remember ever praying to win the lottery.
I was like, let me win the lottery. So I don't have to do anything.
You can't play the lottery as a child.
Yeah, but
your parents can.
No, my parents didn't play the lottery.
Yeah, I remember watching that Macaulay Culkin movie, Richie Rich or something, and then Blank Check, that other movie.
Yes, and I've seen Blank Check.
And so I had this fantasy about like being a child with millions of dollars to just blow on orangutans and limousines and hot fudge sundaes.
And you'll get a 27-year-old girlfriend and
you have a butler. And you do all of this for $1 million. I
think
that was the thing. He got $1 million
from the least secure bank in America.
Yeah, it didn't make a lot of sense, the premise of that movie. It was a child's movie where he bought an orangutan with $1 million of gangster cash, though. So I let it slide.
Honestly, that movie did give me a lot of like daydreaming fantasies too as a young kid, because I'm like, man, I would do the slide thing, but I wouldn't have wasted money on the car because I'm only like 9 anyway. I can't drive it. And I would have had a big party for all my friends. I would have bought I think like a skating rink is probably something I was into at the time. Ooh. Buying activities, buying paintball guns. Man, that would be great.
I used to go on paintball websites and just look. I just
same. I used to go to like, what was it called? There was 88 paintball. Was one of the sites
88 paintball.
A ton of guns and stuff.
They had a minigun on there. I remember being in high school, supposed to be doing work, and I'm on like paintball.com looking at this paintball minigun. I'm like, oh god, that paintball minigun. What do you mean it's $1,200? Yeah. That's more money than I can imagine.
I remember being like 10 years old on those websites and being like, oh man, an Angel X344 is $1,100. That's awesome.
Yes,
but I have $0.
I have 11.
Save my allowance.
Just get the 100.
I had $2 a week allowance. If I can wait until I'm 17, maybe I can afford it if it's on sale.
If it's still at the top of the line and I still want it, I can get this.
There were 2 guns that I dreamt about that I wanted so bad. One was at Walmart, actually. When you go to Walmart, they had the gun section, and just to the left of all the real guns, they had the paintball guns, and they had a gun called a Rainmaker. Zach, can you find, probably made by Daisy or somebody, the Rainmaker paintball gun? Because as a little kid, that's what I wanted so bad. It's probably a piece of shit now. But then later, when I got the internet,
this thing looks cool as hell.
I wanted the Angel so bad. The Angel was, like you said, well over $1,000 when you kitted it out. And this was in the 90s or the early 2000s. This $1,000 paintball gun. So it was a lot of money.
The Brass Eagle Rainmaker. I remember having like a couple of Brass Eagle pump guns.
Yeah. Oh, dude, I wanted this. See, the thing about this, fully automatic. Okay. This was an
you could just hold down the trigger and hose.
This was an electronic, fully automatic paintball gun, and everything we had was pneumatic or whatever, where like you were actuating a solenoid or something with a trigger pull, and everything was air powered, and you had to actually manually pull the trigger. That thing was one of the first electronic guns, I would guess.
That thing looks stupid.
Yeah, now it does. But you got to imagine it was 2001 or no, it was like 1998 or something for this.
I mean, Independence Day had like just hit VHS when this thing was coming out. So like
that movie's still good.
No, it's not.
It aged well.
I haven't seen it in so long.
But you're right that if this was fully automatic, that was a huge game changer. You would have been the only guy on the field that could just like do tricks and spray. You weren't fooling with your gas canisters.
It makes such a big difference.
Tap a lot.
You were, but also you didn't have automatic hoppers back then, and so you'd get like 5. Even if you had a fast shooting gun, you had to shuka constantly.
We played paintball once, and there were 5 people with good guns against like 75 people with bad guns on like a football field sort of thing with obstacles, and the 5 people beat the 75.
We fucked them up.
My dumbass thought we were pretty good at paintball. Yeah,
there were some kids.
Yeah, but they weren't like kids. Most of them were like older
teens,
maybe.
Were the opponents?
The one that Eric yelled at was look him. He cried.
He'll never live that down.
I won't let him.
Forgot about that.
Yeah, there was some.
No, it was a good time. It was more narrow even than a football field. The way I remembered, it was all netted in, and there were obstacle courses, and they couldn't flank us. And we had all the free paintballs that money didn't need to buy, and we had good guns, and they couldn't advance on us because we just had a never-ending like hail of gunfire into them. It was fun. We fucked them up.
That was fun.
It was fun on our side. What kills me now looking back is I actually thought it was because me and my friends are pretty good. And then I used a Tipman, like a manual one they're talking about. I was like, oh my gosh, this is such a disadvantage.
Oh, it's impossible. You can have someone dead to rights and it'll just go like just right over their head or right to the left.
Yeah.
Equipment matters. To bring it back around, we were talking about World War II at the beginning. Like, Japan invaded China. They industrialized a little faster, a little better. They had automatics, better weapons. China had like bolt action rifles and like wooden bullets, and they would send out 2 soldiers with 1 rifle, so if one dies, the other one can pick it up and stuff like that. That kind of equipment difference is massive.
Was China was it Mao, the ruler at one point, who was like, we need a lot of peasants to have weapons, and so I'm ordering people to melt down their like pig iron quality pitchforks and make it into shitty swords. I think and they like destroyed an enormous part.
Oh, he's talking about different.
No, I'm saying,
talking about the big
Mao
famine
do that. Like, I know he did the bird thing, and then didn't he also force farmers to like create weapons out of their farming tools, and then basically or turn in their farming tools to become metal for the war, but none of it was the quality necessary.
Swords,
to make
he wanted to literally
like
turn swords into plowshares or something.
Yeah, the
backwards.
Inverse. Yeah,
the inverse. Yeah, there's a lot of that, like political minded dictators, this top to bottom. Like, I don't like the way things are. They're now like this, and then the society just is destroyed.
Yeah, that turns out we needed those birds a lot.
Like, I think you're talking about the birds that they killed them all, and then it caused a famine because they were part of the ecosystem or something.
Sparrows, yeah, we talked about Mao doing that. He was a bit of a kook.
Sparrows ate the bugs, and so without the sparrows, the bugs were everywhere, and they ate all the crops, and the people all starved to death. And then Pol Pot, I think, did a thing where like he was like, anybody with glasses is dead.
In Cambodia, yeah, he's like, oh, you can read, bitch, you done.
Anyone with glasses was considered like an intellectual of like this upper like bourgeois class. They had to
Makes sense.
They had to go.
Yeah, that was the Khmer Rouge, right?
It was
horrible. You guys be in trouble, huh? God damn.
But he would have the perspective.
He'd be walking around like.
Reading a story about a guy who was a surgeon, and his wife had a medical issue that was in his expertise, and he could have saved her, but if he'd done the surgery, he would have outed himself as like a former intellectual, and they both would have been put to death. And how like horrible that was. And anti-intellectualism is frightening to me. I'm terrified that's coming in America. I feel like we're waging wars on libraries and colleges right now, and public schools, and almost
bad
anything
books in there. All right, they're stocking the preschools with blowjob tutorials. That's all. That's all. Some people don't like that.
That's almost like not a thing. Like 99% of that is not real. So I have a in-law who works in the library system, and they have people come and protest the library and send threats and angry letters and stuff about books that the library doesn't even carry. They'll get like death threats from people out of state for books that the library has never even purchased. And it's pretty horrible. Like, the librarians are by and large trying to find new careers and quitting. There was one story, I don't ever know if it made the news, that somebody tried to check one of the librarians' kids out of school. Like, they said they were an aunt, and they tried to check their kids to kidnap them over some of this book ban nonsense. It was fucking crazy.
Crazy is right. Yeah, I chasing ghosts, right? Like the critical race theory determined the governor of Virginia, and they don't even teach it in Virginia, but they campaigned on it so effectively, Republicans won.
It definitely does happen. A friend of mine who's on the school board locally showed me photos from books they were putting in libraries for kids, and it was troubling, like teaching oral sex, teaching like weird.
You want to live in a world where people give toothy blowjobs, it sounds like, and I'm not for it.
Yeah, I don't think
is
you should
this
let
like a sex
6-year-old
education book? Like, what age are we talking here? Because
his kids are young. Like, this would have been available in the same place that like kindergartners are finding Where's Waldo books.
Yeah, that's probably too extreme. Probably put that in the teenage section. But I do know they also started teaching that to some kids because kids don't have a good idea of what's good touch and bad touch. So part of early sex education is teaching kids to know when they're being preyed on. So you have to teach them some of these more advanced techniques so that they know to report it.
Yeah, but like you could do that the way we always have, where it's like, hey, like I remember my parents giving me that talk, like my mom being like, if like anyone but your doctor or us like needs to see your private area, that's a huge no, and you need to tell us right away if that happens.
Tell me that
they said that did not involve me needing a book that showed like how to give head or anything like that.
Kyle, because dirty old men will kidnap you and they'll take you away and they'll lock you in
because
a room,
you're desirable.
And they'll yeah. I remember being told, and I know this doesn't make any sense, but that they would take a cat's claws and scratch me to torture me. I remember because I genuinely, when I'm talking about like 4 or 5, I had this image of fearing being kidnapped by like bad men in public, and they're gonna torture me with cats. They're gonna have like cats scratch me, like
just angry cats just tearing into you.
In my
you're like
mind,
thrown into the back of a van, and you're like breathing a sigh of relief because there are no cats around.
I genuinely remember that but I remember it being like the cat's claws being raked from top to bottom down your back and like really scratching you up. And to me as a 4-year-old, it's like the worst imaginable thing.
It would be pretty
cat
terrible.
mauling by strangers. Don't let them kidnap me. No, sir. I'll be vigilant, but nobody tell me anything about a good touch or a bad touch. But still,
it was not a long conversation. It was like your doctor or us.
It was the kidnappers that we were afraid of. I don't think there was any danger sign that like somebody around you might be getting after you.
It was satanic panic era that they would roll up in a van that says free candy and snatch the kids. There was no conversation.
Was that real, Woody?
Yes, it happened to me.
Blades?
Were there people afraid of the devil worshippers coming to get you?
Yes, that was super.
People went to prison
there
was another
people
fucking
died
ghost being chased back in the day. But yeah, I told you guys about this years ago, so maybe the story is new again. When I was 12, I first moved to Ocean City, and that was back when there were arcades. Like to play video games, you'd go to the arcade and pump in quarters. At the back, there were pool tables, and this dude taught me how to play pool. Having like an adult salary, it seemed like it was an endless amount of money where he paid for all the pool games, and he just seemed to enjoy my company. As a 12-year-old, I was pretty charming, I suppose. And so we'd play, and then eventually, and this was like the candy that would have worked on me. He said he had a brand new banging stereo system back at his apartment and that I should come see it. And I was like, that sounds amazing. He's like, speakers are as tall as you are. And I'm like, whoa, like this is, but, and I was right on the edge.
I can fit you in one of those.
I was like, maybe, because it better than candy to my 12-year-old head.
He told you it was a banging sound system, and yet you chose
like a lame-o. I was like, I don't think so.
He told you what you were going to do while you were listening to the sound.
I see what you're doing. Yeah, it took me
smart choice. You saved your bi-curiosity for later.
I think it's probably for the best.
I remember this guy had the coolest pool trick ever. He's like, watch this. And he puts the pool stick across the table and he says, I can slide a pool ball underneath it. And I'm like, what? And I test it at, the whole way it doesn't fit or anything. Like, what? It doesn't fit. How can you slide it? And he slides it under the whole table on the floor. You're a genius. Yeah.
And all the 11-year-olds are applauding this 41-year-old man who's just the belle of the ball at the arcade with all this coins.
Adult money at an arcade was like a superpower to me. I saw the guy, he had so much money, he could pay my favorite game, and he'd just pump in more quarters and more quarters. We'd all line up behind him to watch. He'd make it to the end because he had, he could never run out of money. He was there in his postman uniform, right? Like, this isn't a rich man, but in my mind, you deliver mail, you have all the quarters you want.
Man, getting captured by a pedophile back then is like the inverse of sports progression. Like, actually, no, it's the same. A pedophile now has to be way more on the ball to kidnap a kid than back in the 80s. Just like an 80s NFL player could not hack it today. An 80s NHL player, okay, fine, Wayne Gretzky. Other than him, most of them couldn't. Those pedophiles in the 80s, you know, they were in the good old
Amateur
days
hour.
of their disgusting hobby.
You don't know it's the good old days. And
Nah, Taylor, I
was it
disagree.
latchkey
Because
kids?
nowadays
Latchkey
children are
kids,
taught
no
how to
cell
blow
phones.
properly at the library, whereas back in the 80s they had no idea.
That might be the case. I don't know. You've made a strong point.
Like kidnapping kids these days is harder because they have cell phones and like Life 360 tracking. There's
that giant ginger
everywhere.
will show up and beat the shit out of you.
Cars are recording. Also, kids today just generally heavier, harder to lift. Takes more work.
That's a good point.
That's right.
What if that was
Gonna be
what if that was
pedophiles with back
umbrage
issues in a
that
few
that
years.
pedophiles took? They're like,
I'm
the
sure
kids
you
are
pissed
too
your
fat.
parents off. They pick you up by like one hand and sling you around. Can't do that with kids these days. They weigh like 900 pounds.
That's the real biggest problem.
Ooh,
and
I
that's
saw
what
this
I like
fat
the
girl.
most about old Michelle Obama is she was trying to get the fat kids under control.
She tried.
I don't know how serious she was about it because I still saw pictures of like pizza being served to kids, which I guess you can't take pizza away from kids because that's that would keep me going
No.
sometimes. That would get me
That was
Wednesday.
That was like an economics problem. So like I think Michelle Obama really tried. It's almost like one of these classic neoliberal failures. She recognized that there was a problem with the nutrition in schools. Kids were eating junk food. School lunches sucked. They couldn't afford it. And she wanted to redo American lunches because you ever see the little memes online? American school lunches are pathetic compared even to like second and third world country kids' school lunches. It's embarrassing. America might as well just be saying fuck those kids. So
Just
she
deep-fried
encouraged
crap.
her husband and what limited she could do as first lady to get schools to go healthier. Healthier food costs more money. Fresh vegetables, salad, greens, things that are cooked right might cost twice as much. So schools found themselves in a funding problem trying to meet these new regulations. And some, I believe it was states, I'm not sure if it was a nationwide thing, they would vote on crazy stuff like pizza is a vegetable because pizza is, if you think it's like it's bread and there's tomato
Ketchup
sauce
is a
and there's
vegetable,
like,
I think was it.
yeah, there's like onions. Yeah, ketchup is a vegetable and like little things like that in order to sort of barely technically by the faintest stretch of the imagination meet those standards and stay within budget because schools could not afford to feed the kids the healthy food and they still can't. The budget's so strained, which is, by the way, as a country, embarrassing that people in like, I don't know, like Bolivia probably have better school
I
lunches.
hate when like kids don't get their diplomas because of school lunch debt. But why is school lunch debt for poor children even a thing? Is it so much money?
Yeah. They should subsidize.
It wasn't in my
why don't
school.
we subsidize the
We had
good
free
foods?
lunches.
All we do is subsidize corn.
Like not
and then
everybody,
turn
but
it
there
into
was free
sugar.
lunches for poor kids.
Yeah, same thing here. And corn is like a military asset almost because it stores for so long. It's like a strategic thing. But I agree with you, Woody. It costs pennies. Like we're spending, I can't even imagine how much we're spending on wars. 1/10 of 1% of that would probably solve our school lunch problems. We don't even need to just give free lunches to poor kids. We could just give free lunches to kids at school. Like we have the money. We're the richest country on earth. Surely we can afford to feed kids more than expired milk and moldy pizza.
How about those, those fitness YouTubers who are shredded out of their mind and they're like, here's a budget way to get jacked. Put one of those guys in charge. He'll find a good budget way that we can have jacked, not fat kids. And everyone's going to be in a better mood. They're going to have more energy at school.
They're going to be gassy from the protein powder.
They're going to be gassy from the protein. And that's just something we have to deal with if we want to have a jacked, not fat country.
All the kids are going to be like, no, chicken and rice again.
Yeah, but they're going to be looking down. We're going to have some fucking vascular 11-year-olds.
Yeah.
They're going to be doing nothing but pull-ups. We should. That's one thing we should take.
Kids will be so swole
from China. Now, I know it's just the propaganda videos, but how come we don't have kids doing cool drum dances in sync? China does.
Playing Fortnite.
Historically, black colleges have it. They're the best
at the
drumline stuff. Yeah.
Oh, was it colleges or young kids that China was doing that with in the Olympics in like 2008? I always thought they were like younger kids.
I was just trying to talk about where we are strong, which is those drumline competition.
Oh, yeah, college.
Different kind of
if you're like really fat by college, though, like you're probably gonna be fat for a while. We need to hit kids early.
I thought we were working on drumming talent. I'm a little.
I feel like the solution is just physical activity. Like I saw that. I saw a video of a 6-year-old the other day that was like 200 pounds. This little black girl. Like she was trying to climb the playground equipment, and it was such a struggle. It looked like one of those morbidly obese people trying to get into a car, and it takes them way too long. Like there's a point where they stop and catch their breath on the way in. Like
the kid.
Yeah. Also morbidly obese people getting into the car. But
see, that's so fucked up when like you see a kid ruined. That fat. It's like, all right, someone's responsible for this. We got to shut this down.
That's abuse.
Yeah, it's abuse. You're making that kid so they're gonna have like a litany of health issues their entire life.
Find me that obese 6-year-old black girl with the titties.
Oh, yeah, narrow down the one obese kid in the country. Yeah.
Zach said it.
You've never been anywhere close to 200.
Something
wow,
schools
Zach.
Can fix. Like
that's like
you can make them do gym all day, but if they go home and their parents feed them an outrageous amount of unhealthy food, they're still going to be fat. Like I'm sure.
I mean, you're the one wanting to give them free lunches. I'm trying to thin them down.
Yeah, maybe no lunches is the solution.
Yeah,
just a protein bar and a little scoop of peanut butter.
Our slogan is, man, no lunch today. How about we skip lunch and we do a double math day? Because we're not doing so hot at that either. Well, that's just a fat child. But I found a video of one trying to climb some equipment.
Is this AI?
I hope so. I hope
because
so.
the hands don't look right to you.
I was about to say, this reminds me, did y'all see Maury? Maury Povich would bring out these super fat kids and like follow them through a day in their life where they eat 4 pizzas and stuff.
Poor kid.
Oh,
yeah, no more. Let's not gawk at the fat.
It looked like a Shar-Pei.
That's abuse. Like if you're that big, that little, that will probably follow you for the rest of your life. That's hard to shake.
An American
development.
That was not an American baby. Our baby.
And we will hang our hat on that. We should at least have a propaganda campaign promoting other countries' fat kids, so we look less terrible.
We're number one. We have the fattest kids.
No, we are number 2. Mexico is the fattest, and so get it together, Mexico.
I wonder if we're the
Dubai's very fat. Nauru's very fat.
I bet we're of like the real countries. I bet we're definitely the largest as far as like overall weight, because Americans just tend to be taller than Mexicans, so like it's going to be more fat on a bigger build. And then those other examples of the really fat people are like little like islands where it's like a bunch of people like the Samoan Islands where people just eat pork and pineapples all day.
I think there's one called Nauru. I watched a YouTube video about this. Nauru is something like that. It's this tiny little republic literally in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. I think it's the world's smallest and most isolated republic, and they had phosphorus on their island. So, of course, they let foreign companies mine it all in the 70s and 80s. They were outrageously rich. They just imported everything, but had no long-term plans whatsoever for what to do with the waste or how to maintain any agriculture or local food or anything. So now the entire island is toxic. You can't grow anything. They have to import anything. I think it's technically like, it's not really a real country, but like the fattest place on earth because they mostly just import spam and like processed goods because it takes weeks to ship it over there. And that's all they can eat. And there's nothing to eat on the island.
Yikes.
They have the highest rate of adult diabetes worldwide. 31% of Nauruans are diabetic. With figures as high as 45% from 55 to 64
not
years
30% of it. What percentage of Americans are diabetic? I would guess it's like 6 or 8%.
Maybe 10, I don't know. But it says the average weight among Nauruans is 220 pounds.
That's insane.
And that does not say that's the average male weight. That's the average weight. So there's a lot of big folks over here.
US is 11%. US is 11%.
Okay.
I might have a fucked up perspective coming from the deep south where like everybody and especially their grandmothers had diabetes.
It says the Nauruans have a very sedentary lifestyle. That does not help.
I don't know anyone with diabetes. My grandmother had like early onset and she like fixed it with diet, which is one of the reasons I stand on that all the time whenever somebody's getting diabetes and they don't do something about it, or when Patrice O'Neal let himself have his feet rot off and die or whatever he did to himself instead of stop eating fucking nonsense. It was like 350 pounds. He was tall too, right?
Yeah, Patrice was like 6'4", 6'5". He was a big dude. And I've been watching those like super fan edits of The Office, and there's more of him in there. And like, I guess I never realized how big and fat he was that whole time because he was so tall. I was like, oh, just a big guy. And I saw him in the basketball episode, and I guess that's 6 years or so before he died. Yeah, he should have had a wake up call. That fucking sucks. Patrice let himself die of diabetes. He did not have to.
So easy to fix.
He was 41.
That's
time I saw him was in Romeo.
So I don't think that he was like, oh, I have diabetes. Well, I just found out. I'll take it serious 2 weeks from now. I think he had it for many, many, many years and just was still eating candy and shit like that.
Wonder what his problem was. Like, what was it he was eating? Was it just everything all the time, or
I think it was
like
sweets.
pasta?
I think he was a big sweets guy.
And alcohol.
That's so weird.
No, he didn't drink at all.
I thought he was a big drinker.
No, Patrice didn't drink, and so like he was a 6'4", 6'5", 400+ pound man off of candy and treats. Jesus. Which it was probably a fun road to get there. But
yeah, it must take a lot of candy to get there.
It would, or just I
long-term
guess pasta
exposure
is probably the easiest way to get that fat over time because you can shovel pasta. You can just shovel it down, gain so much weight.
I think soda's the big one because there are people who sit and like watch TV, movies, or video games, or whatever, and they nonstop. Every time they empty a Mountain Dew, they grab another one. If I didn't drink zero sugar, like I drink so many of these a day, these zero sugar sodas. Like if each one of them was 100 calories or 120 calories, that'd be crazy. That'd be pounds a week that you would just.
Oh yeah, I think a regular can of soda is like 200 calories plus,
and like 40 to 50 grams of sugar, which is quite a lot when you like see it out in the cubes. And there's a whole industry to pump that. These sodas cost almost nothing to make. They're ubiquitous. I think Coca-Cola said their marketing goal was to have a soda within arm's reach of every person on the planet. And in that amount, in that quantity, it's poison. I'm of the opinion that soda companies are literally evil and they should all be put to death. And it's a blight.
No, I like my diet sodas. You will not take my diet Pepsis.
We can keep diet. I'm not talking about getting rid of soda. I'm talking about getting rid of these companies that have pushed soda so much.
Who's going to make the soda?
Yeah. We're not getting rid of soda, Taylor. Just PepsiCo and Coca-Cola.
You're sending me back to RC? Not today. No.
What do you hydrate with, Driftor? Do you honestly hydrate mostly with water?
I drink almost exclusively water, a little bit of milk. I might drink juice like once a week. So the reason for this is I grew up in a family where they drank soda instead of water. I was belittled for being feminine, girly, other words I can't say here at dinner because I wanted to drink water. Also because I didn't like ice.
They wouldn't call you that.
Say that again?
They wouldn't call you that.
Okay. And
I'm lost.
So everybody in my family would just drink soda instead of water. And it was normal. A ton of people in the community were the same. And as I had health problems as a kid, probably related to this crap I got now, and I had to take diuretics for a couple of years. And the doctor said, if you take loop diuretics, you cannot drink only ginger ale. That'll make you sick as hell. So I had to go hard water. And it was like the biggest change. My whole body felt healthier, better, more normal. So even after the meds were done, that habit stuck. And I'm like water only. And I don't drink alcohol for other reasons, but
put some lemon in there at least.
Do you like are you a fancy man sometimes? Do you like a nice sparkling water?
No.
Oh,
I usually drink tap water, to be honest. Tap water, bottled water, regular water.
That's your problem. But I just solved your problem. It's that tap water you've been drinking a gallon of a day.
It's true. You're getting too much fluoride.
Well, I guess so.
Oh my God, no.
Did you see that? They came out.
I tested it myself. I was, you know what? You're right. I was so fucked up and scared about so many things. I bought a home test kit and did the home test kit. We were very normal and safe within fluoride limits.
Fair.
What did they say?
I mostly just drink water, and there's nothing wrong with that.
Oh, they're saying
tap water makes you gay.
The US
they did put chemicals in the water to make the frogs gay.
Yeah, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services says that fluoridated drinking water can lead to a 2 to 5 point IQ drop in children when it's at too high of a level.
I never had.
It has to be double the recommended amount.
We had a well.
You had a well, so you probably didn't get any.
My entire life, my entire childhood anyway, had a well. When it would rain though, the water would get muddy. So that when it would come like a really big rainstorm, like the shower would run red because it's like that red clay in Georgia. It's like,
have animals die in it?
No, I mean it's covered up and everything. It's just like something would happen with the underground water table where it would get muddy.
I mean, there must be a little dead chicken in there, right? Like
no, we're so far from the dead chickens. Like that's a concern. That's a concern. Like there's wells over there near the dead chickens.
Dozens of feet away.
Thousands of yards away. Like we would never go near the like there's a well over there near where the chickens have been buried. And I'm like, That's a car washing well. That is not a people drinking well.
The salmonella well.
How thirsty are you? Oh, salmonella would be a blessing compared to whatever's down in those.
Whatever evil would just be rotting away.
They dig a big, deep hole, as deep as a backhoe will reach into the ground, and then it's made to size because there's a concrete cap that you move from one to the other every time you fill one up, and it's got holes in it, and you open that hole and there's just evil down there because there's thousands of pounds of rotting chickens.
Do you fill it with something like concrete?
Chickens, Taylor.
Just chickens. Just fill it with chickens.
No, every day,
Taylor.
Fill in the cracks with emulsified chickens.
Look, they melt like they're in a hot environment. They melt in like 24 hours or something. And the bacteria is so high down there that when you look down there, it's just swarming maggots and black rotten flesh and the most putrid thing you can imagine. It smells.
I'm glad you don't use that well.
I think it's like the end of the movie.
Don't use that well.
Kyle, did you ever watch you of all people maybe watch the movie Phenomena?
John Travolta, he has let's just say he has mental powers.
No. The horror movie from the 80s starring God, it was an American actress directed by Mario Brava or somebody. At the end of the movie, they filled an entire swimming pool full of real maggots and threw a 12-year-old girl into it for real, and it was fucking awful. And the rest of the movie was like a PG-13 kids adventure, and then in the last minute, a real-life maggot pool, they push her in. It was awful.
Damn. You know, at the end of Poltergeist, when the skeletons are coming out of the ground, those are real dead people, real human skeletons that the actress is like in that water with, because it was cheaper to buy cadavers than to have special effects make fake skeletons look real. And if you watch that scene, it's what it is. There's a pool that's been dug and they haven't like finished it. It's just a big hole in the ground in their backyard. And she falls into it. You know, it's got that slant in the pool, but now it's mud and it's a rainstorm. So she's clawing her way, trying not to fall into the water that's collected. It's like chest deep. And when she finally falls in the water, the bodies start coming up out of the water, like all like rotten and shit. And those are real fucking bodies.
Oh,
Texas Chainsaw did a similar thing. And if you want to tie it all together, you can watch Poultrygeist, an equally disgusting movie.
Is that
the other
like
one?
A
and The Godfather, that's a real horse's head.
It's trauma film.
What's a trauma film?
It's like trauma. It's like a really schlocky B grade sort of thing. Like it's basically gross for the sake of being gross. Like there's like a scene where like a super fat guy eats a possessed chicken, and he's so fat that he tries to digest the ghost, but he can't, so he gets the shits and goes to the bathroom and is shitting while he's finishing his chicken meal, and then shits out a skinnier version of himself and like walks away from the fat suit. It's an insane movie. I love it. Great when you're on Delta 8.
It sounds troubling. I don't know if I would enjoy that. More of a comedy.
It's like a dirty comedy. Yeah.
The story of rebirth.
Like a splatter comedy probably would be the right way to look at it.
It's wild. I don't know if you saw Thanksgiving, that last Eli Roth movie where
so good. I thought that
was pretty fucking good. That's what he should make. Like he shouldn't make anything else other than movies like that. That's what he's good at.
Did he do Borderlands, the colossal failure that is Borderlands? I think he directed.
I think the way the schedule went, he made Borderlands like 4 years ago, and it has sat on the shelf for some reason. And so he went after that. He made Thanksgiving, which was good. It's already come out, been in theaters, been on rental or whatever, been on DVD, and only now does Borderlands come out. And maybe you didn't notice it, Taylor, but it's one of the worst reviewed movies of all time. It's at 0% for a long time. I don't know. I watched some reviews of it. I'm not going to watch that shit, but they did that thing where they take a beloved video game title that has a good story and interesting characters, and they're just like, nah, let's just imagine if she was like 60 years old instead of 20. How about that?
Oh, okay.
Boo. It's what's her name? Who's the actress that they've got?
It's Jamie Lee Curtis, also in Everything Everywhere All at Once.
So Jamie Lee Curtis is way too fucking old. She looks like old. She plays old lady, but Galadriel, what's her name?
Cate Blanchett.
Cate Blanchett is in there playing like the spunky, like go-getter girl, the redhead from the
She's probably too old for that. Wait, the redhead from the game is like I always imagine they were all young people except for like the gray-haired older guy, like the Berserk character. Because I played the games, and Borderlands lost so much goodwill among its fans for like the last two games they released. Like they were like, if I were on the internal team of the most recent Borderlands game they released, I would have been like, we can't release this, guys. We're going to destroy our reputation. Like what's the last remaining bit of people who like Borderlands are hating it. Like I've played through the first and the second Borderlands multiple times each because it's just a fun game and it's really good. The third one, and then that like half-assed bullshit, like a third of a fourth game they released and charged like half of
that's the only one
game price for. It's terrible. Like I would rather someone not play Borderlands at all than experience Borderlands as that third or that fourth version. Because the first one, the second one in particular is awesome. I don't know if you've played Borderlands Drifter, but the second one is so much fun. It's just a fun fucking game.
I haven't personally played it. I've watched a little gameplay. Looks like it's sort of like Fallout with a more upbeat attitude.
Yeah, it's just kind of, and like the random nature of the guns makes it fun because you can stumble upon something that like randomly happens to be insanely good. And it's just fun. Like, oh, this one shoots every bullet's 10 bombs or whatever. And it's got a pithy little descriptor to it and a fun name. Like
Isn't there a gun that shoots other guns?
There was some gun that shot other guns. There, I think.
Well, there was the one that just like replicates a new gun. Like when you're done, you throw the gun like a grenade, and another one like materializes.
Every brand of gun had like a different specialty. So like the Jacobs guns were supposed to be like the wheel guns. So like they didn't have a fire limit. They wanted fire as fast as you can pull. And then TDR was the brand where like every time you reload, you throw the gun at your opponent and it blows up, and you just have a new gun that's exactly the same. Yeah. It was a lot of fun. That was such a fun game.
They also replaced the actor that does Claptrap. You know, I guess that the little robot, the little cute.
Oh, the voice actor with Jack Black.
They made it Jack Black.
Oh, they shouldn't have done that. He kind of has an iconic voice in that game series.
Yeah,
it was made by Gearbox. So Gearbox is kind of infamous for this. They have Borderlands. It's like a fan favorite. They tried Duke Nukem. That was a huge fail. They did Aliens, Colonial Marines. It was a huge fail. Battleborn didn't last very long. Homeland, I think Homeworld or whatever also didn't last very long. And I feel bad because they're a local Texas company. I could maybe after a very long day walk from my house to the Gearbox studios, and I would want to support them and say, yeah, it's awesome. We're making games here in, Dallas, but they just can't seem to get their shit together. And Taylor, I agree with you on the stuff they release. You would think that those would tank the studio, yet somehow it doesn't. I think they're partially owned or like a subsidiary of Bethesda in some capacity. No, of ID Software. So they get bailed out a little bit here and there. But
you help me catch up. Sad. What are we talking about?
The Borderlands movie. He's talking about what a big failure it was, and neither of them have really played it. Actually, Kyle's only experience on Borderlands was like a few minutes in the worst possible, in like the most recent.
No, I think he finished a bad one. Yeah, we played it.
Then you.
I was the Borderlands fan. And I guess I had seen the series get a little worse, but I had hopes that somehow this would be a U-shaped curve. It was not. It was just a downward trajectory. And Kyle kindly suffered through the whole thing.
We played that whole fucking game. They called it like the prequel or something. It was the fourth one.
The pre-sequel or something.
I kept waiting for the good part because
it was
it's
so
one of those games. Like if you've been listening to us 10 or 12 years, you'll know like Woody loved that game, and he'd tell stories of it and how wonderful it is to play it. And I was like, I'm gonna do this Borderlands thing with Woody. This is gonna be great. This is like going swimming with Woody or going lifeguarding with Woody or like going to Wood Air with Woody.
You did it to me too.
It's a great game.
Kyle loved Dead Space. Dead Space was his jam. And then we're like, all right, I'm going to play Dead Space 3 with Kyle. I'm going to get the Dead Space experience with Kyle.
Third one sucks. Like, not only does the third one like shit tier, like I watched a 45-minute documentary about why it's so shitty, about them going in this different direction and trying to copy other games and abandoning what had made them great in the past, and all these terrible decisions narrative wise and gameplay wise. Like the whole idea of co-op is counter to what Dead Space is about. This one guy on his own against terrible odds in a very scary atmospheric environment. For that to like prosper and like do its thing to you mentally, you can't be chuckling with Woody about like, look at his limbs, look at it's wiggling, look at his leg wiggles. When I played those first two games by myself, I was, especially the first one, I was so scared. I was so scared in that dark room playing that scary fucking game. That it worked for me, and it's just a better game. But the third one, same exact thing. And I remember getting stuck on this. I remember where I was in real life sitting playing that game because it was so shitty. There's a part in Dead Space 3 where you have to like jump from one spacecraft to the other, and you literally like glide, you like fly through space itself through a debris field. And I could not avoid the debris.
I don't know. I never claimed to be like some pro gamer, but I didn't struggle with that part of the game, and I still wonder
every time.
Yeah,
I die and we go back, and then I'll try. And I just remember there was like a little music, it's like dun 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 dun.
Didn't that one have microtransactions? I want to say there was like a pre-order bonus where you could just start out Dead Space 3 with like this giant rocket launcher, which completely annihilates any sense of fear or dread.
Lots of armor stuff you could buy. It ruined it.
Yeah,
I bought all the armor. Immediately ruined the game. But yeah, I couldn't fly through the thing. Either I was doing something wrong or I'm just retarded. I kept hitting debris. And in that game, when you die, they let you see it. They let you see your body like come apart in gruesome, awful ways. There are a lot of them are pre-rendered. But there's multiple of them where you'll get like your tentacles will rush down your mouth until your belly explodes, like your head will pop in weird, disgusting ways. But I just kept hitting fucking shit in space and dying.
Sure,
and I wanted to
just
quit
watching porn
so
I've
bad.
seen that before.
I wanted to quit so bad, but we were recording. This was a YouTube video.
Yeah, it was a series. We were
doing a series, and I'm thinking like, God, there's got to be like 8-9 more hours of this shit to go.
I think we uploaded I uploaded like a 3-hour long finale. Like, all right, guys, I don't want to make you suffer with 96 more episodes of Dead Space. Here's a 3-hour episode.
It turned out to be a bad game, and I don't think either of us liked it, but we were committed and we had to finish it. It was
Woody got me on Borderlands to start many years ago, and that was when 1 and 2 were the only ones out. And so I was like, oh, damn, Woody knows his games. This is a blast. This is so fun. And I was all in on Borderlands. And then when they released that third one,
they lost you.
What a middle finger to their fan base, where they're like, hey, you know those things you liked about the other game? Well, we're putting in more of the frustrating humor and less of those pesky missions and guns. And it's like, no, I'll suffer through your ham-handed writing and character building. Just keep the random guns and the unique, fun 20-armed beasts coming. Like, that's what's fun.
Elden Ring right now. I can't believe how good this game is. I feel like sometimes I feel lucky that I have like my copy. Like for $60, I get to keep this. I can't believe they made it. It sold to me for only $60. Those fools. And I'm up against the biggest, hardest boss right now. Her name is Millennia, I think it's something. I'm bad with pronouncing.
Millennia. I didn't know they made her into a boss.
They did.
Big pepperoni nipples.
No, well, dude, her armor is half a bra, and I think that's it.
What is she like a demon or something?
She's smoking hot. She's a gorgeous redhead with a prosthetic arm and a prosthetic leg.
Oh, dream come true! I love amputee redhead.
No, she's a swordstress. What do you call a female swordstress? I don't know, but
swordswoman.
Swordswoman. Okay, she's very difficult. Her sword is much longer than yours. She moves way faster than you do. She hits way harder than you do. She does things that can't be done. The waterfowl dance or ducky dance, if you will. And I've tried her like 40 times so far. I haven't beaten her yet.
You'll get them.
Yeah, that's no. Show the second half of her where she takes all her clothes off. That's
so if you beat her ass like this, then it's like one of those where she pretends to die, and then it's like
you beat her clothes off. I like that.
Yeah, she does. She's on the ground like in this, like sexy position or whatever, and you think you won. Your character starts to walk away, and she goes, "Wait," and then she starts rising from the dead in this giant thing. That's what she looks like, and she's very hard to beat. So the best player on Earth is this guy named Let Me Solo Her. And in this game, you can call a cooperator and help you beat the thing like a real life person for the boss fights. But I don't want to do that. I want to beat her. I don't want to like stand in the corner while Let Me Solo Her does it for me. But he took 240 tries the first time he beat her. And now he's like the best on the planet. He's
Are you counting your tries?
No, I just estimate because it takes about 5 minutes for me to try. Like it's about 5 minutes per loss. So I'm just like 60 minutes. All right. That's like 12 tries.
What's the reset like? Like let's say you die. How long before you can get back in there and get after it again?
In this boss, it's not bad at all. I bet it's like 15 seconds.
Oh, shit. That's crazy fast.
That's the shortest refractory period I've ever heard of.
There are other bosses where it's dreadful. there's a dog, and you don't even get a big reward for it. But he has 9 smaller dogs who you really should beat, because while you're focused on the big one, that pack will maul you. And they're not even hard, but you have to kill the 9 dogs. And while you do that, you attract the attention of 2 ogres. They're a little harder to beat, but they're not a problem. So now you need to kill the 9 dogs and the 2 ogres before you even try the big dog with the freaking sword in his mouth or whatever it is. And
I've seen that character. That's a cool character. The wolf with the sword in the mouth. Yeah,
there's like, more than one in the game. But anyway, so it takes like 15 minutes to try this dog. And the way his movements are, he gets to control the engagement. Like he jumps at you and then he can jump 70 feet away. Meanwhile, I'm like with the sword trying to chase him down. and it feels like you lose to bullshit because he like jumps up in the air, lands on you, you 1-hit die, and you're like, well, what was I to do about that?
Yeah, and then you're like, oh fuck, well I killed 1 ogre and 7 dogs. What a waste that was.
Exactly. like now to do it again, it's this long, tedious process that you know you can do, but you have to endure before you try it again. So this is a fun boss, a re-engage.
Being able to get right back after it is so key to a difficult game like that. I think of the speedrunners who do those Mario worlds that are hand built to be nightmare scenarios. And sometimes the part they're failing at is like 4 or 5 minutes of hard shit in. They've got to hit some 2-frame move or whatever. And it's like, man, it's such, you got to climb all the way back up to the top of the mountain to fight the bad guy again every time. It's hard. Or even in like Tarkov, where let's say you're trying to kill the goons to get a task, or you're trying to kill a specific boss, finding them is the problem. Like
oh yes,
the spawn rate for that boss on that map might be like 1 in 10. So that means you're gonna have to play 10 raids to see him once. Maybe. But who's to say you find him while you're there and someone else doesn't kill him first, or God forbid he kills you?
And to add to that, he could be in 3 different places. So now you have to drag your vulnerable butt all around the map, checking 3 different spots for where he might be, not even knowing if he's there.
It's rough. It's fucking. There's a achievement in Tarkov for killing the boss of Interchange Kill It 100 times. You get like his cool tracksuit on your character to wear all the time. It's got like a gold bracelet and some other. It's a cool thing to have. And when you see a dead guy with that gear on, you're like, oh, he did the thing.
Yeah.
But, oh my
or
God.
A streamer. So the bracelet's key because it's in your point of view all the time. Like I can't tell what your pants look like, but I can tell what your wrist looks like. So if you see a streamer with that bracelet, that guy's probably good.
Did any of you guys try Delta Force Hawk Ops? It had a super good extraction mode. It was like not as fully fleshed out as Tarkov, but I was thoroughly impressed with how good the extraction mode was. And I usually don't even like extraction shooters, to be honest with you.
It looks pretty good. It reminds me of Call of Duty graphics in some ways. I've been watching Battlefield a little bit. Well, there's another mode, right, that is almost like Battlefield copy.
Yeah, it's better than they shamelessly stole it from Battlefield, Chinese studio. They don't give a damn about stuff like that. It's Battlefield, but maybe done better. I had more fun playing Delta Force Hawk Ops than I did playing Battlefield. And to review the game for YouTube, which is still a thing that I do in this stupid condition, I was like, I'll just play the extraction mode. Extraction shooters are boring. They put me to sleep. I like dumb, shoot and scoot kind of games. I found myself deeply engrossed with their extraction mode, with a big map to explore. You have real enemies and AI enemies. You can't always tell the difference. There's like a stealth component. There's all this interesting stuff to loot and escape. I was really happy with Delta Force Hawk Ops.
It looks good.
I've never had fun with an extraction mode like that.
I've been watching videos of it, and also Arena Breakout, the other Chinese shameless copy of Tarkov. People have called it like Tarkov for dads because you can just you can use real money and kind of pay to. They say pay to win because that's how you attack something, but it's kind of pay to prosper. It might be a better way to put it. Like no grinding.
It's like a prosperity preacher.
Yeah, like get in there and but I want the good ammo. Well, give me $5. I think they're going to.
The price is reasonable, or are they cursed?
So all I know is that there's a secure container in extraction shooters that storage area where even if you die, you get to keep these belongings. That's kind of a mainstay, and you have to pay real money for that, and it's a monthly fee depending on what size container you want, and it's a couple dollars. I think it's $5 for like the medium. That's entirely
reasonable. That's like a subscription service for the game.
The thing, the reason I agree with you is like, all right, if you're going to play Arena Breakout for the next 5 years and pay every month for 5 years, that's not a good pricing model for you. You'd want the Tarkov pricing model where you give them $150 in one lump sum and they got you mostly. But if you're going to play this game for 2 months, it's $10 fucking, and you're playing a AAA feeling title to me that's really well polished. It runs so much better than Tarkov. But I've gone back to play like single player Tarkov. That's what I'm doing right now, and I don't even see it. It's not an extraction shooter exactly because there's no people, there's no players. I just think of it as like I'm a Navy SEAL sneaky SOCOM guy, like going around with my night vision fighting it's really hard AI. Like it's really hard AI. I've got a high KD, but I die a lot. I die a lot.
Can you play with friends?
Yeah, Larry's gonna hop on with me tonight.
Oh, so you're still getting a social experience. You're just not playing against humans.
No, I've been playing 100% solo up until now. But Larry, he said he's been listening to the show. He's like, I want to play. You keep talking about on the show, now I want to play. So he's gonna hop on and play with me some night. But I just like not getting cheated. I hate getting cheated so much, and not only that, like I hate to like. I don't like campers. Like in Tarkov, it's different. Like if you don't know that game, like it's really scummy behavior. It genuinely is. And they'll be there for 30, 40 minutes of their life, their real life. They're sitting there reading a book in the real world or watching TikTok. And then they hear me come and just ruin my experience when I've been trying to have fun. It's a real shitty thing to have in a game. They've actually changed that's one of the changes with this new patch they just wiped in Tarkov. The new boss Partisan, I think he's on all of the maps, and he specifically goes after players with bad player karma. And you get bad player karma by sitting still for too long.
That sounds fun. I love that.
So Clean's a streamer. I think it was him. He was playing Tarkov. He had to pee. He hides in a bush. He goes to the bathroom, and before he can come back, the boss has come and got him. That's my bush.
I think COD did something with that. Like if you stood still, Ghost stopped working. Maybe.
Yeah, Ghost would stop working. They had Krampus. The finals more recently, they have an alien, and they have a orbital bombardment, but it only drops missiles on you if you stop moving. So that's kind of fun.
I wonder how much
you guys don't play. You guys probably don't play like cracked out shooters. No Splitgate fans here.
I played. Wait, is Splitgate the one that's like Halo and Portal mixed?
Yeah, Splitgate 2 is an alpha right now. It's been fun as crap. I've kind of actually hurt my hands a little bit playing that more than I should have.
Yeah, we don't play much fast, like go. Like Call of Duty, the idea of Call of Duty, which was all of our jams so long ago.
So I think all former COD creators.
That rinse and repeat sort of go, and like get as many kills as you can. Like I'm over it. Like they don't, the death
I still like
didn't
fast
hurt,
go,
the kills didn't.
Yes.
I like. It's not that I don't like the speed. I just don't like the nature of a first-person shooter. Where
that's the only game I play regularly. Is a fast go game.
You play RTS.
Yeah, RTS. You're always doing something.
Yeah. Okay.
It's fun.
Yeah.
You're herding camels.
Age of Empires 2.
Oh, that's a fantastic game.
Yes, it is.
Beautifully, amazingly.
There's two of them.
And can be very high APM on top of all that.
Very high APM. Now, while these two are being this is the thing. Kyle's more of an FPS level gamer when it comes to APM, and he gets a little intimidated by RTSs, and that's all right. Each their own. Some of us are true gamer men, and some of us are little baby boys.
Yeah, I agree.
Run away from the screen when it's time for ads. So this episode of PKA
good to play a wide variety of games.
Yeah, I agree. Real quick, we're going to hear from some wonderful sponsors. Blue Chew. This episode is sponsored by Blue Chew. Let's talk about sex. Guys, shouldn't you always be at your best? 2024 is the year to maximize your performance in the bedroom. Listen up, BlueChew.com. Blue Chew is a unique online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, and Levitra, but in chewable tablets and at a fraction of the cost. You can get them anytime, day or night, so you can plan ahead or be ready whenever an opportunity arises. The process is simple. Sign up at BlueChew.com, consult with one of their licensed medical providers, and once you're approved, you'll receive your prescription within days. The best part, it's all done online, so no visit to the doctor's office, no awkward conversation, and no waiting in line at the pharmacy. Blue Chew's tablets are made in the USA and prepared and shipped direct to your door in a discreet package. Blue Chew wants to help you have better sex. Discover your options at BlueChew.com. Chew it and do it. We've got a special deal for our listeners. Try Blue Chew free when you use promo code PKA at checkout. Just pay the $5 in shipping. That's bluechew.com, promo code PKA to receive your first month free. Visit bluechew.com for more details and important safety information. And big thanks to Blue Chew for sponsoring the podcast. Again, BLUECHEW.com, PKA at checkout. You will enjoy it. It's going to make your dick hard as the day is long, hard as the dick is long, and you are going to have a good time fucking. So check it out, code PKA. And when you're fucking with your hard dick, you want to have big cums. Hopefully this is back in stock soon. So use code PKA or code JIZ for not just this, but any of the products over at GorillaMind.com. And as always, our merch is available, linked below. And you can use code PKA10 for any of our shirts, hats, stickers, mugs, any of the stuff you want to show that you enjoy our program. You can get there. Use code PKA10, save 10%. And I know we have a new crop of stuff rolling out very soon. I think early September, so the next week, kind of 2 weeks, I guess. So keep an eye out for that.
Click on the link, check it out.
Yeah, check it all out. PKA10 for 10% off.
I love the sponsored section.
It's great. We've got good stuff. It's a lot of penis related things. It's
remember early in the JRE, they advertised fleshlights. If we could get to that level, we'd be dope.
That would be great. I think we'd have to go
like
back
not
in time
fleshlight,
because
but the big have you seen the big jerk off machines that you
the
can
auto
mount your phone
blow
onto?
or maybe something like the auto blow. We were sponsored by the auto blow a long while ago. Many, probably almost 10 years ago.
A little bit. They gave us the devices, but never any money, if I recall.
The device was so fucking loud.
It's a way to establish masturbatory dominance in the home, right? No one will walk into that room not knowing what's going on.
Like, you know, when you're sitting on on an airplane before it's taken off, but the ambient noise is so loud, just of all this stuff. That's what it's like masturbating with an auto blow. It's like it's ying 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 ying.
Oh, it probably has like a little engine or something in there.
It has
do
an
it
engine
again,
that goes
Taylor.
up and
Just
down.
the sound is getting me aroused again. It's a Pavlovian response. I'm getting hard.
It's so fucking loud, Drifter. Like, there's no way for you to not know that a robot is on your dick right now. There's no.
I mean, I would know for other reasons, but I mean, like, so if I were to, the sound is distinct. So if I'm like in a college dorm or something, and I walk by and I hear that, and I'm like, oh, that guy's auto blowing in there.
100%. Like, if you tried to do that, you know, you go in the bathroom at your dorm and you start auto blowing, your roommate's out there going, I know what he's doing because I can hear it over the TV. Yeah. Not a good.
In college, I straight up had sex while my roommate was in the room because he was such an asshole. I just didn't give a fuck about what his opinions were.
Well, did you give him a chance to leave?
No.
Well, you know, that's on him because he should have been able to read the room and be like, that's just a rude person, frankly. If you see your roommate is about to get laid, give him a little space. Give him a little room.
You know, I would have
just start
not done that, but he was
a
such an ass.
or two.
Actually, yeah, you just start jacking off. You say, I'm here for the fun.
I don't like it, don't watch, you know?
Take your top off, Drifter.
Yeah. I like to do, you sit in the corner, jack off. If it's not going the way I like it, I'll boo.
Sometimes I see a lot of ass and balls. Seriously, I
peanuts
wonder
in the back of your head.
Girl.
Throwing Cracker Jacks at you.
Never talked. What if he was jerking off while me and my wife were going at it? I don't even know.
I think that he would at least have to ask you permission for that. He can't just assume you'd be down.
That's three-way.
Yeah.
I don't know, he's rolling around in the bed, being all grumpy, saying things, telling us to be quiet, whatever. Never ignore that guy.
Ah, nice and awkward.
Nice and uncomfortable.
We didn't get along at all. It was really bad. Because what would happen is, like, he had ROTC at like 5 a.m. So 5 a.m, all the lights in the room come on. TV turns on, Star Trek Next Generation at like 80% volume, coffee grinder, you know, and I'm like a guy who has classes at noon. This was every day. I would be like playing, this was like the Halo 3 era, right? Like just before Machinima, and I'd be like playing or trying to record something with my little Easy Cap, and he would just be irritated and turn on the TV and crank the volume to maximum to blow out my game, or just all sorts of little things like that. So at a point, I just had to sort of like completely ignore him and live my life the way I was going to live it if he was there or not.
That's what you got to do with a shitty roommate.
Did he have a girlfriend?
No.
Nice.
Very, very, very no. I did as a test. So the dude hated me for a lot of reasons that we've discussed here. And I had a friend that was a very hot girl, standard blonde, skinny, bombshell kind of thing. And I asked her to come to the room with me with 2 other girls. And we had some bet that I bet that she could get him talking and friendly and flirty in seconds. And yeah, that basically is what happened. Like, he sort of ignored me and only talked to the girls and was immediately like trying to get a date and try to hit on them and try to do a thing and show off his like ROTC stuff. And
is that a flex? Hey, ladies, check out this weird band leader helmet I have to wear with the chin strap.
I think so. I think dude came from a very military family, so I think he probably thought it was a flex.
I don't think it's like embarrassing, but I don't think it's cool either. Like, you know what I mean? I don't think it's a flex.
I thought ROTC was cool, but I don't know much about it. It was never on my campus.
As far as I can tell, they just spin those fake rifles and make their beds well or some shit. I don't know what the big deal is. Maybe you're getting some brownie points if you join the actual military.
Yeah. You were like on the fast track for leadership. Because I met the dude's parents who also hated me for good reasons. And they were like okay, so like I first met the parents, okay, on move-in day. And they're like trying to get to know me and where are your parents? And like, you know, I think I asked them where they're from, and they're like, oh, you know, we move around a lot. We don't stay in one place. I'm like, oh, you know, me too. We have that in common. Like military family, and they're all happy. And I was like, no. And they're like, well, why'd you move? Because my family was criminal and we wanted to avoid warrants. And then it was just immediate downhill. You know, I thought they would kind of take that sort of cute smartassery humor as a joke, but it was a very sort of conservative, traditional family. And they were like, who the fuck is my son staying with? Who is this weird guy in this room?
What kind of criminals were your parents? Tell me more about that.
Let's see. It was primarily on my mom's side. Grandfather, we'll work chronologically. More recently, like mom's side of the family, a lot of like drugs, cocaine, smuggling, selling, trading, small time gangster stuff. Mom and stepdad and uncle grew a shit ton of pot. We had a big weed field in the 90s or early 2000s in Kentucky, which is why we had to leave the state. All sorts of minor insurance fraud, bad checks, standard get drunk and, you know, try to stab the guy on the border with a fork, that kind of stuff.
Sure.
A little bit of Grand Theft Auto. My mom got tied up in the mob for a little bit. There was, this is not a criminal behavior. Trafficking, unfortunately, was involved. Go back to my grandfather. Things get fucking insane. Actually, it relates to the medical condition. I think it might be slightly, possibly genetic in the thiamine deficiency. Because when he would drink, he would go full psychotic, like full break from reality. And in prison, they evaluated him, said he had a pretty high IQ and was friendly and affable. But whenever he could get his hands on alcohol, it was just like, there's no telling what would happen. So that guy was, I don't know, his kill count was probably under 20, but he did kill people that owed him money, a lot of rapes, a lot of drug trafficking, a lot of like high-end theft and heist and stuff like that. So example, my mom grew up her toys for children. This is what she told me. I know the PKA audience says I'm a lying piece of shit and all that stuff. My mom told me her toys were different caliber bullet casings, and she gave different names with each one. So instead of doing Tea Party with bunnies, it would be 45 and 30-06 and stuff like that. And going back further than that, even more criminal, more violent stuff that I would probably say is an uncomfortable topic here. Just completely wild. Family's getting less criminal as we successive generations.
Not all the way done yet, though, right?
No,
right.
I've committed a lot of crimes in my life.
Yeah, you never get out. You never get out once you get a taste.
So I didn't tell the roommate's family any of that stuff, but I just mentioned like, oh, we had to move because of criminality. And you think about the guy who's like this upstanding, like military, like higher ranking dude. And you say, oh, we moved for criminality. That's not an okay thing. That's not a good, that doesn't, mesh. But mom's side of the family, extraordinarily criminal, at least in a minor capacity, very few flavors of crime they haven't tried. Probably the worst of them all was human trafficking, but they didn't do too much of that. Like just
a touch.
Just a touch.
So the human trafficking is synonymous with pimping, no? Yes?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
I mean, sort of,
So-
but I imagine you bringing the person from one place to the other for for criminal reasons is what trafficking means to me. It's more about the transportation for immoral reasons than
That's what it means to me too. But I feel like legally, it's just being a pimp nowadays. I might be wrong.
Yeah, I don't think so. That would be news to me.
I don't think
I know.
this
I was
part
charged.
is-
I was charged with trafficking.
I don't think this
mention
part is
there-
my
there were
story to
women
tell,
involved.
but I'm going to put it in the chat so you guys can see.
Here, human trafficking, also known as trafficking in persons, is a crime that involves forcing or coercing someone to provide labor or services or to commit in commercial sex acts.
Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe it's not about the transportation when it's human trafficking. Maybe it just means taking advantage of them and forcing them to do things. Because when I hear drug trafficking, to me, it's all about getting it from this place to that place.
I thought human trafficking meant like kidnapping people. This is the plot of Taken, right? You kidnapping people, you put them in chains, you put them in like little outhouses, and you force them to have sex to people who I guess like having sex with women who really wish they weren't having sex with you.
You drug them. They don't. Then they're good.
That's what I thought it was, but it turns out it's just pimping.
Damn. Maybe it's a racist crime that they invented to go after black pimps.
Are you talking about Andrew Tate?
No,
isn't that what he did?
Actually, Drift0r's family history we were talking about.
Yeah,
I'm putting this in the comments. I'd prefer this not to be on the show, so you guys can
Driftor's
see.
a real AJ Soprano over here.
Real AJ.
No.
Yeah.
You're thinking big. Think like stupid, redneck, poor, desperate, like Trailer Park Boys kind of shit.
He's a real Duke brother.
Dude, Trailer Park Boys, unlike any other comedy show, instills me with such a sense of like sadness, dread, and hopelessness. Like the intro itself, like I almost always hit skip intro if I'm watching it on a service like that, because the song plus the tinny incorrect color palette, it's just gray and it's so sad,
like yellowish,
and their goals
are
so laughable, where it's like, you know, Julian, we got to get $4,000 to retire. And it's like, really? Like $4,000 is their big, like, like Project 35 is like, they're going to make 25 grand and then we're all smooth sailing the rest of our lives.
We're going to steal the gumball machine with all the pennies in it. Or they'll like ask Ricky for some money. He's like, who do you think I am? I don't have just like $5 laying around. Who has that kind of money?
The like
so
far and away
real,
most
like,
intelligent member of their crew is the guy who like took me until season 2 for me to realize he wasn't a retard.
Yeah.
Yes.
But they wrote it. Look, they wrote him and he acted like he was retarded for many seasons, in my opinion. And at some point, the actor was like, I don't want to be the retarded guy. I want to have a thing every now and then. I don't always want to be the butt of the joke. Maybe I have some business ideas.
They ruined
maybe my
him.
kiddies could get their own little adventure land. And so they made him more quirky and actually more sensible.
I liked him as more retarded.
I did too.
Where they
to be generous, I would say.
Those eyes.
Yeah,
it was pretty rough. I love the Trailer Park Boys. Everything that they do, their schemes, their the way it works, the piss jugs, the culture. That is very. I know it was filmed in Canada. That was so accurate to the American South growing up. It was so much like where I lived and where my wife lived. Like every episode would hit home in some small way, like the scheme to steal half a pack of cigarettes and stuff. And, you know, you get paid this week and it's your daughter's birthday. What do? Spend all the money instantly. I couldn't tell you how many times I've seen that in real life in Mississippi.
Just can't buy real. I don't know. I didn't like the sad bits of it.
I appreciate those the saddest moment in all of Trailer Park Boys. I'm going to tell you right now. Ricky's father just has paid off a 30-year mortgage on a trailer, and it's all free and clear now because he's defrauding the state of Canada, pretending like he's in a wheelchair and getting benefits. And he's so happy. And Ricky burns the fucking trailer, not to the ground, because that would have been better. At least there'd been not been a mess. He like burns all the walls and the roof off, and then all the interior is just blackened beyond use. And he does it like cooking French fries and getting laid and like abandoning like French fries cooking on the stove. So the next day we're coming to terms with the fact that the house is gone now, and we were all already homeless, the gang or whatever, but now like we don't even know anybody who's got a house. So they're having breakfast in the wreckage. They're outside on like a hot plate, and Bubbles shows up late to breakfast, and he's like, he can smell bacon and like bacon sandwiches and bread or something like that. And he's like, "Oh, you got any more of that bacon?" He's like, "Sorry, Bubs, this is for the old man. You can there's a bread heel there. The bread heel, of course, is the bad piece of bread on the end of a loaf of bread. He's like, you could sop up some of that bacon grease here, though, with that bread heel. You know, that's pretty." He goes, and Bubbles acts like he doesn't know how he's like this. Like he doesn't know if he's being pranked or not. He's like, "This is how I do it." And then I eat this. And he's like, and he goes, He's making this goofy, like
Ricky, this is fucking disgusting.
Good Bubbles impersonation.
Anything I can drink? He asked for something to drink, and Ricky hands him a melted 2-liter bottle that's got some liquid in the bottom, and he's like drinking out of this old melted bottle. It's all contorted and twisted in a weird shape, and he's eating his bread heels that he sopped up bacon grease with in the wreckage or just outside of this home, and
still smoking.
It's so depressing because there's
I thought it was hilarious. I've lived that life, so like getting a perspective on it, fucking hilarious. Like the Bible salesman episode, you too can enter the kingdom of heaven with this here Bible for only 8 easy payments of $99.99.
Yeah. And all the like the stupid ideas that like Ricky would have of what an intellectual would do, where he's like,
yes,
gotta get him a fucking encyclopedic set for $700, and it's like no little girl wants the World Almanac or
so
whatever.
she can be learned.
But it wouldn't even be the whole thing. It would be like missing some of the letters of the alphabet and stuff.
It's just
you couldn't get the whole set.
Couldn't afford the whole set.
Do you remember that? Like, when did that end? Like okay, for those of you who aren't fucking too old,
we had a couple of them at my house. Like,
no. We had encyclopedias, but what I'm saying is that when I was growing up, for some reason at the grocery store, they sold encyclopedias there, and you had to like sign up, and they'd send you like a set. You could buy a set of encyclopedias, and I remember there was some idea, or at least they offered to like buy you a book at a time, sell you a book at a time. It's like, what am I gonna do with R?
Yeah.
Like, what are you talking about?
I think it was to save on shipping, maybe. I'm not sure, but I remember that my family did that, but it all got wiped out by like Encyclopedia Britannica CDs.
Yeah, splitting it into 26 packages cannot be a better shipping scenario than just one big one.
But I mean, would you rather ship? You're right. It's still got to be cheaper to ship like 100-pound package, right?
I mean, they were making you pay for shipping anyway, so they don't care.
Yeah, this was before Amazon.
Of course. Yeah, nobody has encyclopedias anymore unless they're like collector's items, I would imagine. Like,
I have that encyclopedia of sorts, the phrenology book I send you guys screenshots of.
Dude, he sends us these pictures from the pages of his phrenology guide, and it'll be like an untrustworthy nose, and it's a Jewish man.
That sounds.
Have you seen that? Let me grab it. I bought this for like $60. It's like a
older new.
Taylor loves this book.
It's really old.
Okay,
like
that's something like that is actually awesome. I love collecting old books, old like interesting books, like old encyclopedias from the 30s and stuff that have all these crazy articles. Love those. Also like to collect comic books, but that's a little bit less niche.
Yeah, I don't have no love of comics. I kind of wish I did, but growing up, I didn't know they existed.
It is called Vaught's Practical Character Reader.
Look at that book.
And it is a amalgamation.
Is it newly printed?
This is a newly printed version, but it's
original
by
publication.
L.A. Vaught, circa 1859.
Jesus. Founder of Vaught Industries.
It's from, and so it's full of incredible gems that teach you how to interpret the complex world that we inhabit.
You have any examples of such?
I think we're about to see a good one here.
I'm hoping he has some dog ears.
Now,
can you make Taylor full
determine an unreliable mother, a genuine father.
It's so like he ripped off the back of her head and put it on his.
He's got like a bald. It's not just bald in the back. He's got like a lump back there.
Is it about
that's like a tumor?
It's about the
dip in the bowl.
Not a tumor.
Yep.
Because it would indicate like a mental disorder, probably.
Yeah. See, and what he says about this is about the unreliable mother. This is a striking illustration. It will pay all to remember this head formation, and especially all men who would select wives who will make good mothers. Slovenliness. Why is one slovenly? Because his faculties of ideality, it's even like fuzzy in the book. Ideality, order, self-esteem, and approbativeness are weak. Positively nothing more true. Another kind of crying. There are selfish children who seem to cry but do not. Man, this is just insane.
Selfish children who want to cry but don't?
Who seem to cry, I think.
I
love the way they describe these old like diseases. Like you could have tumors or
what is that person?
Social idiocy.
That's just like the people from the freak show that have the pointy heads because it's a birth defect.
The Zika virus head.
Yeah. This says social idiocy. One may be strong intellectually and socially idiotic, as distinctly represented by this head and face.
Feeling really called out by that.
You know, the word when you call someone a pinhead, I think that's what you're referring to. I think they're referring to that genetic, like retarded people head shape thing, where their heads are pointy on top like a cone head.
The thinker looks just like the social weird person.
No, that's a completely different shape.
No, it's not.
Actually, that does play into his point that often the thinker is a social retard. Which you're gonna get something right when you're making.
I went to engineering school. That's absolutely true.
And look at this scary guy, and he put bold in his skull, so we know. Plucky. Fix this outline of head and face in your mind because it shows a weak degree of all good qualities.
Wow.
That's what a good person looks like?
No. A weak degree of all good qualities. He's saying
that's the worst person.
That's a bad guy. You got to keep an eye on it.
It looks a little like Mussolini, if we're being honest, though, right?
And what did we learn about Mussolini? That he wasn't so chill.
Trains ran on time. Oh, my bad.
Did you see?
He was still Italian. There's no way they were getting it on time in places.
Did you see the people like somebody posted like this is what happens to fascists, and it was like Mussolini all massacred and hung and dead and everything.
He even gets racist.
And
get out.
That's a little I don't care for that.
Which line? What touches the line?
God damn.
As you can see from these drawings I've made.
Hey man, that was the state of science. This is like when washing your hands after surgery was like, "Whoa, look at the hoity guy."
Yeah, what are you fucking gay, dude? Washing
after
your hands?
Surgery. It's a little late.
Yeah, I don't know about that one, Taylor. May not be a lot of science backing up those claims.
I mean, there's ear shape. Which ear shape are you?
Are
you
I have a balanced? I'm a candid ear. I have a candid ear. I'm gonna let you know right now.
Is the one in the bottom left an elf ear? Why is it so pointy?
Yeah,
it says foxy.
What does the top center one say? I think that's me.
Masculine.
Hey,
it beats selfish, which also might be me.
Man, being a fucking scientist back then, it must have been so much fun. You just like see a guy with a fucked up ear, and you're like, I know what's going on here. you're a bad dude. You're a dude.
Dad, I tripped on the way home from school. Of course you did.
Now sometimes he's right, because I don't think anyone would argue that this guy has a surplus of vital magnetism.
What?
He's definitely deficient in vital magnetism.
The fact that he's measuring something that he's vital magnetism, like all right, I can figure out what that means, but
I can't believe I spent like $65 on this.
He looks like Pinky from Pinky and the Brain.
Let's see.
There were one is a genius, the other's insane.
The nose shape. What do you guys?
Oh my!
Let's see what we've got.
I don't think my nose looks like there. Maybe I think my nose is balanced. All these look crazy cartoon like Bugs Bunny.
Yeah, these are cartoon noses. Like that's Chef Boyardee over there. What the fuck?
Either balanced, which is bottom near the right, or neutral, which is top near the left.
Oh, you're very balanced.
Top left is like Gargamel.
Yeah, you've got that balanced nose 1,000%. That's like they drew you.
I think that's, look at this. That's where you keep the home country, family, and love sentiments.
What in the fuck is this book? What kind of fucking nonsense? I hope that this guy
was believe this.
There was a still in a meme of one of these weird heads. This is like a couple of years ago now, and I saw it, and it made me laugh so much that I spent time tracking down this book, and I had to buy it off like a non-Amazon site, like some like historical reference site that was like, we do not endorse this. And I'm like, wow, really? Do you need to say that you don't endorse the ear shape book, you fucking retard? Like, obviously you don't. It's just fun.
Who's the publisher?
Me.
The White Knights of the Ku Klux Klan.
Maybe. Unfortunately, a lot of this kind of stuff was used for eugenics, racism, genocides, justification of a lot of terrible things, and maltreatment of people.
L.A. Vought was the publisher. It just has a picture of what the original
self-published
thing looked like.
Not a good sign.
Well,
was
I think
also
that's
published in 1902.
Common then? Like you would self-publish this in the medical journal, sell your own books, travel from town to town, sell your phrenology books or whatever.
Come here, come on, find out what shape your head is and what it means. Yeah, I'm not buying it.
They did that. They had like the calipers. They would like measure your head, right?
Like Candy, and Django Unchained, when he's got that old slave skull and he's like talking about like how it works. Oh, that's a good scene. That's one of my favorite scenes from that movie. I feel like DiCaprio kind of takes that movie over when he comes into it. He's so interesting and diabolical.
Genuinely great movie.
Now, something you might also know is that similar to dogs, narrow-headed men are not threatening. Look at those photos. But he says that broad-faced men are threatening. Now, this seems to go against a couple of the other images we've seen thus far.
He is like Savage Americans and African Americans next to snakes.
The Native American looks like the Native American version of Kingpin.
What I like is that, like, I guarantee this picture at the time was like wildly progressive, where he's like, look, there's a wide-faced white man and a narrow-faced white man and a wide-faced non-white guy and a narrow-faced non-white guy. I'm going to catch hell from the Klan over this. But it's true. There are broad-headed among every race. This guy just like the most misguided progressive of all time. That would be so funny. He's like,
that's the thing. Even the most progressive people now, in all likelihood, will be viewed as regressive in the future. It's sort of the nature of the system. Those into the word.
Yeah, the minor attracted persons are going to be welcomed into the fold any day now. Taylor and I can see it coming.
I don't think that's going to happen. I think that's mostly a troll group.
I don't.
No, we see it coming.
Genuinely don't believe that's a real group of people.
Flat Earthers are trolls.
You're telling me Dr. Disrespect is fake?
No, I'm not saying
he's real.
I'm saying the MAPS movement, people that fight for legitimacy of MAPS, the vast majority of that is fake. That's like a troll.
You are putting down the struggles of an aspiring pedophile and Twitch streamer.
Everywhere. Aspiring pedophiles everywhere.
I did the best video on Dr. Disrespect.
Sometimes you feel personally attacked.
What? I gotta open this up.
Oh no!
Well,
God damn it!
Standard of laziness.
Man, this book rules. We gotta. Oh man, learn something. Pick yourself up one of these, folks.
I kind of want one.
It's fun. It's a fun little novelty. Everyone I've shown this in real life has like found it hysterical and really interesting.
Shirt would work. Like, could you make a shirt that's like funny, like a lineup of funny examples that aren't racist?
Yeah,
like
I like the ones that are racist. The sky's the limit.
We could do that too, I guess. I don't want to. I like that the noses are indicative of like trustfulness and trustworthiness and like loving, being a good mother. Was a bulge, was like a divot in the back of her head. It seems.
No, that was being a bad mother.
Yeah. I can only imagine that a bulge back there. I'm 14. Is that okay? Then let's keep it a secret. This is
the thumbnail I did for the.
This is your thumbnail.
Video.
Okay.
Nice.
Yeah.
I got AI to make me some funny ones. I had because I thought it was funny to have him like in a lab coat as a real doctor treating children, like Dr. Disrespect pediatric medicine. So I went down a whole rabbit hole like that. No one else thought it was funny at all, though.
I like Dr. Kid Inspect. Kyle didn't think that was funny.
No, I didn't.
What about this is anti-Semitic?
Good Lord.
He's got a yarmulke bowl. What is going on over there on the right? I feel like
it's like he's got hair over the yarmulke, like he's trying to hide it.
Man, I've never seen a human being that looked like that.
Right?
I don't want to see a human being that looked like that.
Like incident. Like, right? You ever see those guys who have been shot in the head and they live and they've got like huge pieces of their skull missing?
Yep.
But there's a guy who considered what we see ghosts with.
What the fuck is that?
That's
what we see ghosts with.
That's like a Guillermo del Toro monster. Get the fuck out of here with that. Why are there eyes?
This guy like loses his mind as the book goes on. Like it's almost compared to this page like 88. Page 1 is almost sensible. Like this guy, so yeah, I guess someone with a nose, ears like that could be a little shady. And now he's drawing human heads as balloons, saying aspiration above them.
That's okay. I don't even know what that has to do with anything.
full Kafka-esque absurdism here.
It looks like what's that old book? It's scary stories.
It's like a Dali
there's
Yes, scary stories to tell in the dark.
Yeah, it looks like the cover of that. It reminded me so much of that art style and that like creepy darkness. But no, I think the map people, look, I think there's trolls in every movement. I think that the flat earthers and the birds aren't real people. You've got like 25% mental ill people, 70% pranksters, jokesters, and trolls, and then 5% of people who believe, who are like, the birds aren't fucking real. I'm telling you, I shot one, I took it apart. It was a robot. It had Chinese chips in it. I'm telling you, none of them are real. And
so birds aren't real is absolutely a fake group. They're not really. Yeah. That's very well documented. Flat Earth, unfortunately, I think you're wrong about. I think a shocking amount of people believe the Earth is flat. So I've run into too many of them. Some in the COD community, depressingly.
You would too, Driftor, if you did your research.
Like Kyle convinced me on this over time because I want to believe that there are actual flat earthers, because I want to see like their video where they like go balls to the wall and are like, it's fucking flat. And then like, because it's interesting, it's fun. It's like following like Warhammer, Lord of the Rings lore. But I don't think there's very many of them. Like just what Kyle said over the years, and then noticing a couple things. Like I really do think even some of those like Flat Earth Society like accounts, I think those are trolls who are enjoying that they've
more likely those
people. But I feel like it's an auditorium of people, and that it's like 85-90% of the auditorium are playing a joke on the 10%. Like,
not even that. They're playing the joke on that 10% because they love seeing them. Like, yeah, I believe it too. They also enjoy that you get to wind up and waste the time of actual intellectuals, and you get to muddy the water sometimes if it's a political sort of like. I don't believe in global warming. Like, I don't believe in global warming personally. At least I don't know how. I believe that like the Earth's getting warmer or whatever, climate change is happening, but I'm not sure that human beings are a big enough like cause of it that it fucking matters. That's what I believe. But I just don't think that there is a flat Earth, and I think that most people know that that's true. But if you get Neil deGrasse Tyson to be like actually and respond to you, that's a little bit of power that you took with your joke. And
yeah, where you forced a real world reaction with your nonsense, and they're laughing at that.
He should be doing other black man science things.
But you're forgetting a very important section of the group. The religious group. Like there's a lot of people that are flat earth because the Bible says to the corners of the earth, indicating that the Bible means that the earth is flat. So
it translated through 15 fucking times.
It doesn't matter, dude. Yeah. These are people that think the King James version is the original version of the Bible.
Oh my God. You speak Aramaic?
Not the high education crowd.
I know a ton of Christians. Most of my friends are Christians, and none of them are flat earth people.
Right. Most are not, but you also have probably met some people so balls deep on Jesus juice and into that sort of stuff that they have all sorts of esoteric beliefs.
Do you know any young earthers?
Do you know? Yeah. I bet I know a few young earthers, but I don't. Like, I'm just saying, like, I feel like I would have come across a flat earther in my travel.
So young earthers is actually where these are real people, because religion comes into play now, and we've got a deity promising, and we got a magical book telling us, and it's other than just a YouTube video saying the Earth's flat or the birds aren't real or whatever. This is like a real fucking thing. So I've seen. I like to watch my sciencey shit on YouTube, and the algorithm starts auto playing this book, and this guy's making a lot of sense. He's in front of a big. It looks like a TED talk. It's not though. I promise you, because he starts referencing the Bible. And I'm okay with a little bit of referencing it if it's like, well, the Bible says that Judea was actually located 50 miles from this river. It's like, okay, well, they might be onto something there. It's a historical document in many ways. Like if we're talking about cities, places, and distances, that stuff rings true sometimes. But then he gets around to start talking about how coal is formed really quickly sometimes, and how this forest was petrified. This is a petrified forest, happened in 37 years. And I'm like, wait a minute, I don't know about that. And he starts saying some stuff that I can't disprove, but it doesn't sound right. Some of that, who's the black actor who was talking about all the crazy shit?
Terrence Howard.
Yeah. I'm starting getting that Terrence Howard thing. And he goes and thank the Lord, I saw the light. And I realized that carbon atom. Let me tell you something about the carbon atom. And I'm like, oh no.
Well, what did he
telling me about?
What did he warn you about the carbon atom?
Them half-lives. Don't even worry about them. You worry about your life, son, and your everlasting soul, because they ain't got no half-life. And I'm like, oh no, this isn't science at all. So you could definitely get so you can definitely get drug into some stuff if you're religious enough and you're gullible. But the young Earth thing, I really hate. I hate that more than almost anything because
of
I
dinosaurs.
can get
They're dinosaur deniers.
Because it's so all right. I'll lay out my little argument on the young Earth thing, but like the idea that we're going on God's word in Genesis, like it's verbatim, like factual, like taking notes, like so he made the stars then too, right? He made the heavens and the earth and the firmament and blah 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 blah. But that light from those stars, we can measure how long it took to get here, and we know almost exactly how fast light is. So we got like a clock running in the sky all the time. So it just doesn't add up. Doesn't add up. Even if carbon half-lives don't matter and like we can't actually measure how old something is, which isn't true.
Yeah, why would God make the universe appear so much older to all the way that like we're able to observe it?
Wouldn't that mean God's a liar?
It sounds like you guys just can't understand God's plan, which is understandable. You're only human. So
that's true, but I don't think.
Well, it sounds like God should have made a more understandable plan, and that's a problem because he's a God.
Isn't it curious that God will be very generous with the Bible? The Bible's very literally true, and maybe God said the Earth is 6,000 years old or some nonsense like that.
Roughly, yeah.
Why did God make the Earth 6,000 years ago, but build it in a way to where it looks a lot older? Like the thing you live on is inherently deceptive and trying to get you to believe something different. That doesn't seem like a very straightforward, honest, or benevolent.
That's the devil
God.
at work.
When I was in like when I was like in church or whatever, maybe I didn't the church I was at as a kid wasn't extreme enough, but they were like more like, yeah, time does not exist to us the way it does to God.
Exactly.
That 7 days that he talks about in the beginning, it's silly for us to think this is 7 days the way we see it. Like, you know, it says to God, a day is like 1,000 years, and 1,000 years is like a day. Like we can't.
Well, it doesn't say that.
Like that's how they.
But that's not even that isn't meant to get you to start fucking doing math or anything. It's supposed to get you in the frame of mind, and that's how I saw it as a child without anyone telling me. It's like
same.
He doesn't mean 7 days. He means that the Lord worked for what felt like a week to him building the goddamn universe.
Yeah. What felt like a week to him.
But in a full work week with overtime.
Like if you look in the Old Testament, they always are using like, and then fucking the Israelites did this for 40 days and 40 nights. Like they use that number all the time in the same way we will say something like, oh, there's millions of examples of this. Like that's just meant for them to say
it was a
long time of constant effort to get something done.
And I'm not trying. I think there are a lot of things that are in the Bible that are historical, and but there's lots of nonsense too. And the problem is, I think Aramaic was the language of Jesus. Am I wrong about that?
That was the primary language of Jesus.
Yeah, it's been so
like what he spoke or what.
But
the
even
Bible
what Jesus
the Bible,
spoke,
the Old Testament would have been written in like ancient
the Dead Sea Scroll.
No, the New Testament would have been written in Greek.
I said Old Testament.
I'm sorry.
New Testament. A lot of the disciples, or some of them, would have translated to Greek, or they would have been Greek themselves.
So you've got multiple translations from ancient languages in some cases, and then what the part that really always upsets me is when you get into the horse trading that happened in I think it's the Roman Senate about what was going to stay in and what was going to stay out, and then again it happened when King James made his little fucking edit. It's just
I think that was
the Council of Constantinople.
Nicaea.
In Constantinople, or Emperor Constantinople wrote that, and
there was horse trading for that, where like one senator wanted, he's like, I don't know, that book. The book of Jose over there, they're saying some things. Come on.
Yeah, I don't like that.
People look bad. That's what we do.
We already got Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, and you're trying to add the Gospel of Thomas? Some second-rate guy?
There's multiple.
We're not adding him.
There were multiple Gospels that were excised, and I don't know the whole thing.
It's as if the whole religion was created by man.
It's really interesting.
If you look at the early history, like a theologian,
God. That's the thing. That's the most telling thing to me about all holy books. You can tell a dude wrote this, or a bunch of dudes. It's no more. There's no understanding that rises to the power and the knowledge of an omnipotent, omniscient God built into that book. At no point is he like, and then I used this technique to turn protons into matter, and thus there's no science, or there's no even like old timey speak for science. You know what I mean? Like It's just
such
like,
concepts did not exist.
Yeah, there's no
Yeah.
cons. So,
Well,
I don't know
it
how
is
we got
about
on
the-
this.
Let's go
not
back to the
science,
flat
but-
Earth stuff on this religious.
Oh, I don't
I'm not
believe
saying
them. I
that
don't believe the
Christians are
trolls.
flat earthers. But
I think most of them are fibbing.
but there's an overlap, though, of very religious people that did not reason themselves into this position to begin with. They probably got there through emotion. And talking about the light of the stars and the carbon dating and this real science and how it affects our lives, the moment you've said that, you've already lost the argument to them. They've already checked out. You've probably heard the phrase, you can't reason somebody out of a position they didn't reason themselves into to begin with. It has nothing to do with facts and logic. It has nothing to do with real science and proving stuff. For a lot of those people that operate on maybe more of an emotional basis instead of a logical one, that's very stressful for them, and they probably won't do it or won't give you the mental time and acuity that's required to understand these concepts. And it's why they're attracted to flat Earth.
Are you afraid to die?
Honestly, yeah. I'm pretty afraid to die. I think with all the hell I went through, I probably would have killed myself if I wasn't afraid of dying.
What concerned you about dying?
I think it's awesome to be alive. Alive is opportunity. It's hope. It's interesting. There's new, there's next, there's fun things to do. Dying, all that goes away. Even in the more generous aspect of, nothing happens. It's like before you were born, you don't experience anything. That's bullshit. I want to keep experiencing things for a long, long time. I feel like the fact that I have to die means that I was cheated a little bit out of my existence.
And nothing did matter.
Yeah,
nothing
like
did matter.
I know what you.
No, it didn't matter at all.
I think it was. I don't remember who said it. Maybe it was like Christopher Hitchens or some shit. But it was many years ago. He said like, the really wild thing about death is like all of life is like a party. There's bad parts to it, but like you're here, and like the party doesn't end when you die. Like you just have to leave. And so like every experiences continue. As you age, you become ever closer, like kind of realizing this is ending. And when it ends for you, it's a little blip. For everyone else, it's a major thing for the people you love and care about and all that. But it fades. It goes away. Like you're just not a part of existence and that's horrifying. That's so scary to think like you're just not going to be anymore. I don't.
Would it even matter if you remembered like an Alexander the Great or a Julius Caesar or a FDR? Would that matter to you that you left?
No,
not just a legacy, but that children would be taught your name and your acts.
If it was a good legacy, yeah. Like if you were like Stalin or something, everyone was going to hate you. No, but like if you were known for helping people.
If you might now knowing that the things we've done and you guys that have created an incredible amount of content and influenced millions of people around the world, you've left a mark. People will speak your name for a long time after you're dead. But when you're dead, you don't have consciousness, so none of that matters to you personally. It all just blips away.
But maybe knowing
it's a comfort leading up. Yeah, exactly what Kyle said. It's like a comfort leading up to death. Like if you're some guy who lived his whole life as like a misanthropic shut-in who hated people and was rude, no family, no kids, no nothing, like that person approaching death is probably a lot scarier than someone who like really built something of their life. They have kids, they have success. And so they at least can backwards engineer in their head, like, all right, I'm not going to be forgotten. I've got this, that, and the other thing. Whereas like approaching death and knowing it's going to end and that you didn't do anything with life.
I think our stories
got to be existentially terrifying.
Like
these things don't. I want to get up. I've been quiet.
Yeah, go for it.
These things don't matter to me at all. I don't give a I can't relate to giving a fuck about like a legacy or people thinking about me afterwards. What I do care about is the people that I've touched are okay after I'm gone. I do in my life, I pull the locomotive, right? Like in this family of mine, and I just want to make sure that after I stop pulling, they're ambulatory on their own. Remember, like legacy, people still think like that stuff doesn't matter at all. Just that they're able to continue on without my help. Like,
that is its own
care about
form
those people.
Legacy.
No, well, yeah, but
Woody, that's the most touching thing I've ever heard you say, and I totally agree.
I don't give him credit for that.
No, he gets credit for that.
Take it away.
He's actually a pretty good guy.
No, he's not. Stop it.
Yeah, and that includes,
I like that. I like that one. That one's like hoping that the people you love are taken care of, and that you've done all that you can do, and all for them. I kind of like. I don't know, like the historical kind of thing. Like having a statue of you would be a nice thing, or having like genuinely like if
Flattering
like
one.
Lincoln.
Good one.
Like,
I want to be thin.
Like if you could bring Lincoln back.
All
to
we
life,
have are these pictures Woody put on Twitter at 50.
Ah, fuck. All right, no, carve the pants really big. That's what he was wearing.
if you could bring Lincoln back to life, and you could be like, your legacy has lived on. Your story is told and has been retold and seen by millions in theater houses all around the world, because he'd know what that is. He don't know what movies are, but he just you know, and by millions of people, every American knows your name. This is the $5 bill, sir. That is your monument on top of that hill right there. You're 25 feet fucking tall or something like that in there. Like people call you Honest Abe. People call you the savior and the reunifier, the man who freed the slaves. And then maybe you show him like what black people have gone on to do. He'd be like so stoked. He'd be so stoked. He'd be like, "Whoa, I didn't mean free." Like,
historically, that's pretty true.
He'd be like, "You guys went too far."
They did that in a Doctor Who episode. They brought Van Gogh to the Van Gogh Museum.
What did you say, Drifter?
In a Doctor Who episode, one of their most touching ones, they brought Vincent Van Gogh, who was a failure at that time of his life, to the Van Gogh Museum to see his art and his influence and what it became. It was. I don't watch a lot of Doctor Who. I watched that. It was incredibly touching. That
may maybe even be like the triggering part when they're showing him all of his paintings and all the people there to see them. He's like, "What is this place?" "Well, this is the Van Gogh Museum of Natural Arts, sir." And it's like, I cried at that episode. It's genuinely sad.
Nah, dude, in real life, he'd be going around and be like, "Your women, the shorts, the cleavage, incredible."
This isn't Christian at all.
Nah, I think he'd be good with it. I thought Van Gogh was into like whores and drugs and stuff. I heard that the ear thing.
No, I thought he was into like abstinence of a great number of things in poverty. Like he was a missionary, and he gave his missionary money away to live in poverty because that was more holy.
Who was that virgin? Wasn't Isaac Newton like hyper religious, like virgin his whole life, right?
And he believed in witches, and he was probably schizophrenic as well. I think he also tried not to have contact with women at all because he was afraid that any woman could be a witch.
I mean, better safe than sorry.
He needed his free time to think about gravity and physics. Okay?
Yeah, dude, think if that guy was getting laid.
Believing in witches
wouldn't have figured out all those cool things.
Believing in witches in his day is not that crazy of a fucking
No,
thing.
not at all.
It's not like this fucking crazy book of Taylor's like, skull shape really does determine things. It's like, I don't know, man. Stuff happens sometimes and we can't explain it.
I mean, anyone who's been watching knows they're witchy for about 5 days a month.
Yeah.
So, I mean, there's a lot of evidence.
Newton invented calculus, if I'm not mistaken. Calculus as a mathematics did not exist at all before Newton. He invented it on his own to explain the natural world.
Can you imagine that being like, golly, these witches are stressing me out so much, I'm just going to invent math.
Yeah, he tried to use his math and calculus to prove stuff about witchcraft and angels and biblical numerology and stuff.
Wonder if any of that stuff got published. You know what? I want to see a full Newton book, including those theories. I want to see the whole gamut, because it'd be like chapter 2, calculus, chapter 3, the weight of witches in water. And it'd be like, all right, what did he figure out? Not much.
Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Here we go. I got it on right here. Sir Isaac Newton. Nope, that's not it. He did publish some of these.
He was talking about Newton and saying that
here's the book. Philosophy Naturalis Principia Artes Magicus. I'll show you an excerpt from the book on my little cam. Let me go do the transition thing here to desktop capture. Here are some pages.
Helpful.
Yeah, it was all this kind of stuff. It was like biblical mysticism and stuff. You can see all the what are these called? Arcane or occultic symbols going on.
Little characters. Interesting. Yep. I need to find more. What do you have to do?
I'll put the title of the book in the chat. It's a big mess. Newton did all sorts of stuff like that. But you're not wrong that in his day, they were hunting witches. As far as he and almost everybody else was concerned, witches were real. And the earth, some people knew it was round, not everybody.
I'm not 1,000% sure witches aren't real. or that they never were real. You know, and I don't believe that any women have ever like made a deal with like the devil from the Bible and like gotten any powers or sent any curses. But I don't know, like maybe we're in some kind of a simulation and there's like there's some weird stuff going on that we still can't grasp a hold of, or maybe there's another dimension where there's some demon-like being who could come here and do some weird stuff. I'm not 1,000%.
I don't think the simulation
extra spatial dimension.
I don't know why you say that. Like
because it's just like an even more complicated endpoint than just God. Like just like, oh, there is a God basically, but he isn't a guy who created people. He created a magnificent algorithm, and that algorithm created us. And it's like,
yeah, but then you could understand that
you've just taken the beginning point and added nonsense to try and comport the God theory to.
I got rid of all the nonsense. You had to invent a word God to start, like a made up thing that doesn't exist. You start with a made up thing to explain how the universe existed. I'm saying
Kyle's right here.
Dave fucking made the universe in his office, and it could be.
Who's Dave? A being outside of space, time, and restrictions of physical world?
No, he's in his own universe, and the laws and the things.
Who made that universe?
Hang on, the laws and the things in his universe could be exactly like ours, or he could be testing weird like ways the universes could be held together in the laws and them. But I get your point that there could be a God that has to create his universe before. But
because if you say Dave is just a guy from another universe, then you've just created an infinitely recyclable
talking about the Rick and Morty battery episode. But there's also a great sci-fi novel where people build an infinite computer, infinite computational power. And as a joke, they decide to simulate the universe and are shocked at how accurate it is. And they fast forward time and it's like, whoa, that's Jesus being crucified. And they like fast forward in time to see themselves in their own simulated universe. And they're like, all right, we can do anything we want. Let's fuck with these digital versions of ourselves and let's put this big menacing black orb in the room with these computer scientists. And they do it. And as soon as they do it, a big orb pops up in their room. And they realize that they created infinite computational power and simulated themselves, who then in that universe simulated themselves. And it's all the way down. And that in all likelihood, there's little to no deviation from top to bottom. Nobody knows where it ends.
It happens over and over.
Yeah, so every decision that they make, as above, so below, it kind of mirrors. And Kyle is completely right about this because there is actually objective empirical science that at least indicates the simulation theory of the universe could be real. Like if you look at particle physics, local reality isn't actually real. It doesn't hold up. You know, the electron is a wave and a particle and that kind of stuff. Quantum entanglement is very bizarre. The way black holes radiate energy is very bizarre. I think quantum entanglement actually defies a few of the laws of physics because when you disentangle,
is transmit information faster. It is a more sensible explanation for that not making sense that there are infinite universes, or that the heuristic through which we're analyzing these particles is incorrect? Because that's what I would like. The same way you would look at mold on bread hundreds of years ago and not understand the mechanisms through which that was happening. Like we could be looking at subparticle physics with an incorrect heuristic and not know what's going on. And so we're attributing that to the same way a religious person would attribute that to God and his marvels or whatever. You can attribute it to, clearly this doesn't work. It must be some programmer in the infinity beyond that's doing this.
That's sort of dismissive in a way, because science, you want to base your beliefs on your best knowledge. And as we've talked, that's changed. It evolves over time, but you still try to make the best decisions. And some of the things that we've observed about the universe is that it behaves very much so, or like a holographic projection, or perhaps a little bit more like a simulation than we're comfortable with. And we don't have an analogous physics or word or experience to describe what we're seeing other than, it's a lot like the idea of a simulation. It's a lot like the idea of a computer program. And that's, to be honest with you, probably not true.
The quantum entanglement thing and the slits with the particles going through it are so mind-bending to me. And like you said, the idea of transmitting information faster than the speed of light using quantum entanglement, it seems like if you just had, I don't know, I'm just picturing like 26 particles for each one for a key on a keyboard that had 26 corresponding ones anywhere in the universe, and you can flip them on and off, and the corresponding one instantaneously does the same thing. It seems like It seems like you're transmitting information faster.
Dude, if we're in a simulation, that is so gay.
Oh,
that sucks.
You're not real.
We're not even real.
But no, I think so like I have a hard time believing that there's like a old man, like an old man god with like a heaven with streets of gold and stuff that I'm gonna go to. That ain't happening.
Lightning bolts.
Yeah, all that nonsense. But like, if it's a simulation, maybe there's like a post-game screen or something, and the credits roll, and they're like, "Want to play again?" And you get to like pick your avatar. Now you're a level 2 player, right? This was level 1. This is like that part of a video game where the tutorial, they teach you to throw the grenade, how to duck, how to dodge, how to jump. They're like, time for level 2, Kyle. Now you know all the controls. Do I get a custom avatar this time? Well, of course,
I'm going to be popular in high school this time around.
Oh, so popular. So popular.
You're like there at the post-game screen and you're like playing with your stat attribute. You're like, man, do I want to be popular or do I want to be healthy? Or like, do I want my dick to be big or do I want to be jacked? And you're just kind of like creating your next character. Every time you play through,
you know what?
Unlock points.
I'm going to use this book and give myself a trustworthy nose.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna,
it's also kind of like the short story, The Egg, for those of you that read.
What if your karma has been counted your whole life? You're up your goods and bad deeds. And when you go to level 2 after you die, that's your currency that you spend on your new character. That's how many special points you have. You're like, oh no.
We're all the way back to religion now. just circle around.
There's an analogy there.
Isn't Hinduism the one with reincarnation, right? And Buddhism, right?
Yes. Reincarnation, you're supposed to go through several cycles until you reach enlightenment. You can move up or down. Most people, like kind of like the stock market, it can go up and down, but for the most part, you're progressing forward over the long run.
Yeah.
That would kind of be a cool system. But also it's like, it's not even fair. Because if you have literally no memory of a previous life, how are you? So you're just supposed to luck into doing it right.
This was level 1. We're level 1 characters. We didn't have a previous life. Next time we get one. This level 2.
So we do have memory of our previous life.
We keep this whole thing on board. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, then that's fair.
Around?
What's that?
Are we born in the same year or does it keep going? Because I have some stock market picks to make.
You get to choose. You get to pick. So you can do like an LA Noire type vibe. You can do like a cyberpunk type vibe. You can pick your universe the second time. So
that's tight. You should come up with religions, man.
I mean, real talk. If you were
L. Ron Hubbard 2 over here, I won't fucking take all your secrets and make you hold those metal rods. And
like, guys, question: if you were God and you had a lot of time to do things, wouldn't you at least once, to be curious, build a simulated universe and live in it without your godly memories, just so that you could have a unique experience or whatever?
Yeah,
I don't think you even could have a unique experience if you're omnipotent and omniscient. It's kind of, that would be like building a little Lego world and then being like, I'm just going to lose myself in the Lego world. Because like even your presence there would be a constant reminder that you are engaging yourself in like
this has been done several times in sci-fi and fiction.
Yeah. You wouldn't remember it. You would remove your own memories. So to you, it just feels fun and fresh and new. It'd just be a thing to do.
You could remove. Yeah, I wonder how that would probably be interesting. It'd be like deleting your memory of a movie, watching it again or something.
I can't remember the show or whatever, but God doesn't know that he's God. He's like lost his memories and he's living on Earth. And in
Dogma,
I know in Supernatural something like that happened. Dogma. Maybe I thought he was death though. No, that's Meet Joe Black. No, Dogma is like the Angels.
Hold up.
That Kevin Smith movie. But I'm watching Preacher right now, which is actually written by the same dude that wrote The Boys. Preacher's fucking good. And
don't read the books though. Those comics suck.
Yeah, I'm not gonna. But God is on Earth and he's just living his worst life, just like whoring it up. I think he was wearing like a BDSM dog suit, like
Dalmatian dog. And it was such a joke because God is just dog backwards, and it is the dog.
I never put that together, but yeah, that's fucking good. Yeah, I've seen it all before, but I'm rewatching it right now on Netflix. It's one of the more gory, gruesome, like ridiculously violent shows I've ever seen. There'll be like a board meeting, and you'll think everything's chill, and the dude will pull out a shotgun and murder everyone. Like people explode all the time. It's a gory show.
For broadcast TV, very gory.
Yeah, FX does cool shit. They've always done edgy stuff. Going back to like The Shield and Nip Tuck.
So the author is Garth Ennis. He wrote The Boys. He wrote Preacher, Crossed, and a few others. I've read a number of his works, both Preacher and The Boys, the original comics. They aren't even remotely as good as the shows that are based on them. The original works are in many ways a little bit childish. It was like written in the 90s, where the big joke was like Richard Gere put a gerbil in his butt. And that's kind of like the edgiest thing in the book besides some gore.
They do mention that in The Boys.
And philosophically, he's also very different. So Garth Ennis is a conservative, but he's a UK conservative. So like how The Boys is obviously left-wing and woke or whatever now, the comic book is the exact opposite, where like Homelander does 9/11 and George W. Bush is the hero that saves everybody and Al Gore is the villain. And it's kind of got like this completely opposite philosophy, but it's not really well done. It's a little underbaked. He's getting another TV series on his comic books called Crossed, which are some of the most disgusting things I've ever seen in my life. It's imagine if The Walking Dead had no soul and was basically hero porn. It's like the people get a zombie virus, but they retain their intelligence. Or that movie on Shudder, The Sadness, almost got sued because they copied so much from Crossed. Like it just, people just start raping and murdering and eating babies. I think the comic book opens up with somebody like ripping a baby out of a pregnant woman. It has no merit. Nothing happens. It is just an endless excuse to like animate horrible ways for people to die. And somehow it's getting a big budget TV show. And I have no idea how that's going to work.
Yeah, I don't know about that one. Preacher's good though. It's on Netflix. It's fucking good. It's basically about a Texas preacher who gets sort of the voice of, it's not exactly that, but the voice of God essentially, so he can command other human beings to do anything he says. And there's a part, it's the one with the butthole mouth guy. You remember this?
Oh,
yeah, it's the butthole mouth guy.
Watch.
I know. My girlfriend, my girl, nobody likes the butthole mouth guy. My girlfriend hates.
I hated that guy.
He's a very sympathetic character, man.
He's not though. How is he sympathetic? A girl turned him down. So he shot her in the head and put a shotgun in his mouth.
He did not shoot her in the head. She shot herself in the head, and he realized he was immediately going to be blamed for it because he was the town's biggest loser and decided before he goes to jail for life, he's going to kill himself. But he's such a big loser, he failed at killing himself.
That's right. See, I'm doing my rewatch, and they haven't revealed that little tidbit yet. But he gets it. There's a part where the preacher gets annoyed with him, and he goes, "Eugene, go to hell." And Eugene falls through the goddamn floorboards to the dimension of hell. He actually goes there. And the preacher's like, fuck.
He's in hell for 2 seasons, man. It's like,
yeah, it's rough.
Does the preacher have the power to send people to hell, or does that guy just do everything he's told?
It's that when he said, if he uses this power he has to tell you to do a thing.
Preacher.
Yes. It not only are you commanded to do your best to achieve it, but it just kind of happened in that instance where he said, go to hell. The guy just like he didn't want to go. He just fell and like vanished and went there. But he could, he can tell you to put a gun in your mouth or whatever.
In the comic books, there was a guy, he just yelled at him, die. And his heart just stopped and he just fucking died.
That's cool. He told this guy, and he meant for it to be good advice. This guy's been pestering him, one of his parishioners, about his mother. They had this odd relationship. And he's like, look, just open your heart to her. Tell her how you really feel and get it over with. And he's like, all right. And he starts walking, and he goes to the airport, and he flies from Texas to Florida, and he goes to his mother, and he's like, you've got to stop treating me this way. If you would treat me with some kindness and consideration, I want to feel the love from you that I deserve from my mother. It's not right that you always treat me this way. And she's like, what? Well, and now I'm going to open my heart to you. And he starts like undoing his shirt, and he cuts his body open with a knife and rips his own heart out and then dies as he's handing his heart to his mother. And there's blood and guts and shit everywhere. And the mother's screaming, ah, it's a great scene. The whole show's like that. Every scene.
Or he told one guy to believe in God, but didn't specify the God. So this guy believed in his own personal God, and which had disastrous results.
Yeah, he tells the most powerful guy in town, this millionaire, like industrialist who runs everything. He's like, serve God, and the guy goes, I will, with all my heart. And he like leaves, and he's like, he's serving the God of meat. He's like, what's the God of meat? The God
he's a meat
of everything
processor.
Tangible. Yeah, he's one of the. He sits in his office and he doesn't masturbate, but it seems like he almost wants to, and he listens to the audio of cows being like killed at a slaughterhouse, just like the piston gun and their fear and them dying.
And he jacks off.
This is what they had to cut.
Like
they cut this from the comics. In the comics, it's a very similar thing. except he has like his private meditation room where you don't bother him, and he has his meat and his animals in there. And the preacher goes, of course, and like kicks down the door to ruin his day, and finds this old man naked, and there's like a 12-foot tall horrible amalgamation of a golem of various slaughtered animals and meats, and he's like jerking off in the blood and like peeling on the veins and like putting his head in a dead cow's ass and like really like fucked up stuff. So you could probably see why they didn't put that in the FX series.
Yeah, the guy's whole family died and he lost his mind. There's a scene where
Clearly
his entire family is on doing like a family reunion ski trip, and they're in one of those trams, you know, under the wire, and they all plummet to their death. And so he's sitting in his office, and they send like, I'm not want to exaggerate, 15 coffins are like shipped and sitting in his office, and he's gone crazy, and he's like, you gotta help me. You gotta let me understand. Which one of these is the cow? And which one's my 12-year-old daughter? He's got guts in his hands. He's got a gut. He's like intestines in his left hand and intestines in his right. He's like brought a cow in and killed it. And he's like looking at their intestines to like, he's gone crazy. It's a dark show. It's a good time too.
Yeah, that sounds upsetting. I wouldn't like that.
Yeah, there's heaven and hell and there's angels and there's vampires.
I didn't like Butthole Face either, Woody. He's very disconcerting.
I hate it so much I can't watch the show. I don't want Butthole Face on my TV.
I don't want him in my home. He's not invited.
I wouldn't invite him. He's disgusting looking. Zach, can you show us Eugene from the TV show?
You don't even have
heartless, or maybe y'all just have weak stomachs. I didn't find it.
I don't want him on my screen. I can't watch the show. I can't tolerate it. And Kyle's response,
not that bad.
Go ahead and pop that disgusting little bitch up on the screen.
Maybe I've been living in Shutter Original Land for too long, but it didn't really faze me that much.
Well, it's not that it's like,
it's just gross. Imagine how's he gonna eat?
You've seen how he eats. He eats these. Oh, it's disgusting.
No, I checked out of that
blends
show
it,
early.
drinks it like a smoothie.
Preacher.
Like maybe 3 episodes into that show, I'm like, this is retarded, and then I stopped.
It's so good, but dude, y'all out there watch, and then you can laugh at how bad Taylor's judgment of TV shows is because he doesn't think it's a good show, and it's a great show. Eugene's gross to look at, and I wish he wasn't in the show.
It's not
if he was, I wish he was more. I wish he was better looking. Dude, that's so bad.
This is bad, but when you see it animated, when he talks, and he has a lot of lines, like he's a main character. He sounds worse than he looks, and in movement, this is worse.
That's very true. This is the most flattering he's ever looked.
Yeah, that's
shot.
Oh,
they kind of nailed it, right?
Yeah, they're not. What's with the forehead dent?
That's also
he shot himself.
Wound. Yeah, you can see
it's supposed to be like the bullet goes in down here and comes out in the top.
Well, maybe first you don't succeed.
Oh, the preacher in the comics.
Okay,
his dad's the same, and in the comics, the preacher tells his dad to go fuck himself. So he like grabs his dick and like stretches it out really far and like shoves it up his own ass or something. It's wild.
Jesus. I don't need
the father of Butthole Face in order to own preacher puts his own dick in his ass.
Yeah. No, preacher's superpower forces you to do what he tells you to.
Oh, okay.
So he got mad and was just like, "Go fuck yourself." Well, we did exactly that. It's kind of like Wishmaster 2. Somebody like Wishmaster is like, I wish my lawyer would go fuck himself, and he bent over backwards and fucked himself.
He like reports, and he's like, whoop, whoop.
Yeah.
Like he does. Why am I doing this?
That same
I want to
superpower
walk right through these bars and right out of prison, and like your wish is granted. He like squeezes through the bars like a sausage.
Did you guys watch Umbrella Academy?
Yes.
Not an episode.
I think season 1 was good, and a lot of people agree with me. And season 2 wasn't as good, but you still had hope. And season 3 wasn't as good as 2, but my dumb ass was still hoping for a V-shaped pattern, a little rebound. Season 4 was so bad, it made the other seasons worse.
Bleak.
Did Ellen Page like factor into your like of the show?
No, I liked her character okay. I was more, the whole trans thing didn't really factor into my thing at all. Her power was poorly defined. Like for years, she's the most powerful of all the superheroes, but you don't know what her power is. You just know that it's really dangerous if she loses control.
It's vibration. It controls vibration of atoms almost anywhere. Kind of like Gambit. It's like a manipulation of energy at an atomic level. But you're right that like she had this awesome power, right? I think so. Yeah, he controls kinetic energy and vibrations of molecules and stuff. But this power is awesome. But you can't have this person that can just instantly solve all the problems. So in later seasons, Elliot Page has to get nerfed and muted and sort of like Superman with kryptonite and depowered and stuff for there to even be a plot.
Well, anyway, I mentioned Umbrella Academy because one of the characters had that power to make you do what you say, make you do what she says. She just said,
Rumor.
I've heard a rumor, and then anything. I've heard a rumor you all love me, and now she's a Hollywood star. Superpowers are fun. You get the daydream like that. Taylor inserts himself in porn. I like to do it in superhero shows. What would I do if I was Iron Man? How would I handle it if I was Superman or even Spider-Man? I think I'd go over to Ukraine and win a war for him.
Oh no. Spider-Man would struggle in Ukraine. I feel like they drone him right away.
Do you think? I don't think so. He's got a spider sense. You can't hit him with a bullet.
What's he
You don't have to hit
from?
A bomb will blow up everything for like 500 yards.
Where do you send Spider-Man? Are you gonna put him on the front lines, or you send him into Russia?
Can Spider-Man punch a tank and disable it?
No,
Not quite.
not even.
Are you
close.
sure?
Even in the new movies, he left the city and he went to the
Volkswagen
suburbs.
one time. They made a big deal.
And a ferry held a ship together with his arms like that. That must have been
With
tons.
the help of Iron Man. Yeah, in the first one. But then in
Eventually
the
with
second
the
one,
help.
he
He had
goes
it
to
by
like the
himself for a
suburbs. And
bit.
in the suburbs, there's nothing to spider grapple, and he's like having to walk.
I just don't know what you're gonna do with Spider-Man over there. They're gonna gun his ass down. There's no skyscrapers. Maybe you could send him to Moscow to take out some leadership or something on an assassination.
All right. That
But I
was
don't think
always
Peter
plan
Parker
B.
wants to do
I'll go
it.
back
What
to
if Woody
plan
was
A, where I am the
Omni-Man?
most impactful player in the NFL. And
Ooh.
that he could do. He would
Definitely.
lead the league in rushing every year without a problem.
Is that where you go? Would you want to be a two-sport athlete? You know, in the summers you could play something else.
I mean, it's up to me really because
It is.
I would be the best in both sports if I'm Spider-Man.
You know what I would do? I swear to God, I'd be the best European footballer in the world, and I'd do nothing but shit on the sport. You know, it's just shit. I like every press conference is like, how does it feel? This is your 8th World Cup. You know, I'd give it all for one World Series. Just one. Just one World Series in Major League Baseball in the good old US of A, the greatest country in the world.
My
Like,
soccer
that would be my
fantasy
stance every time.
is to be so good. I tweet out like, "What is the record for goals scored in one game?" and then bust it.
I just want to shit on the sport from a position of power. That would be beautiful. That would be beautiful to me. I can't get into that sport at all. Well, I think we were right earlier when we talked about rugby being a good like transplant over here. I'm surprised. I imagine the NFL's like they like poison those waters whenever they can. Hey, you hear a rugby league started up in Dallas.
You gotta shut that down like it's an electric car in the
How's
90s.
the flow of the game? I'm convinced that football is a very good spectator game because there's the right amount of scoring. You know, every point matters, but you know, it's not like there's only 2 of them a game. Where basketball, we all know like a lot of those baskets don't matter. Like it's going to work out fine. Hockey and football, I think, have the right amount. And this is American football, have the right amount of scoring, even though the numbers are wildly different. The number of times scored is pretty comparable.
Yeah,
and I don't know. The pacing is good. Of course, in football, there's all those breaks, but the announcing team is usually so good. It's entertaining to watch. How's rugby? Does it have the right amount of scoring? It's not too close to basketball or soccer, right?
I don't think the points are very high. And I can't believe you say football's pacing is good. It's the most American sport because it has the most advertising time because there's so much downtime. Like, if you think about European football, soccer, it really is 90 minutes or however many. They're running their asses off with very little breaks. Football has all that downtime, I genuinely believe, so we can cram more advertising into it.
So I think you're right about the ads. I don't think that's just a wild theory. But the downtime doesn't make the game that much easier. They play that much harder. I guarantee you can find soccer players walking all the time during their games. But that's not true during the play in football. Every one of those guys is going balls to the wall. I used to swim, and there was a question of which stroke was the hardest. Now, in practice, butterfly is the hardest. But on game day, they're all the same. Every stroke is 100%. Everybody finishes every race with everything they had to give. There is no easiest stroke on game day.
I don't trying to figure out how rugby is scored right now. It's like looking up box scores. The last game I could find was Rugby World Cup 2023, where South Africa defeated New Zealand 12-11.
All right, so is each score?
I'm trying to figure that out. Yeah,
I would imagine it's 1 point per score.
It's a little different because you can run it to their. I think you have to run it and kick it between a field goal, But you have to kick that while people are trying to, murder you.
But you can also run it and place it on the ground in the end zone, right? Like, or on a line,
kind of like a touchdown of some sort.
Okay, a try is 5 points. A try is scored when the ball is grounded over the opponent's goal line in the in-goal area.
Okay, so similar to football, a couple scores each. I wouldn't play sports though if I actually had superpowers. I would probably do some sort of global takeover, if I'm being honest. I think that's more fun. I'm imagining if I'm like Superman or like Homelander, like that level of power. I think I should be running this thing, right?
Yeah, but think about
this.
There's
no reason for all these factions anymore.
There's a reason not to. You can't have any friends or family.
That's true, and you can only do that once.
You think you're going to hurt my friends or family?
Yes.
That would be a very bad idea.
You know what I'm going to do?
Did you guys watch Invincible? Like Omni-Man? Are you going to go fuck with the Grayson family? No.
But think about it from a perspective of boredom, Kyle. You're Superman, who is like, my understanding, pretty immortal, like lives a long time. You can only conquer the world once, and you're going to live forever. You have every motivation to capitalize on like every lived experience you can before people really wake up to the fact that like, because you can conquer the world at any time. You want to do that day one as Superman? Yeah, why not run the table in the NFL? Why not be successful in a bunch of other stuff?
Because
and
I
then
don't want to conquer the
because you have nothing to fill but time. Then you do the world conquer.
I'm not conquering the world for the sake of conquering it, though. I don't just I won't really enjoy the conquering. I'll have to kill probably a couple billion people.
You'll enjoy it.
I mean, some of it, when I'm in Asia, you
make yourself a little fucking outfit. You'd have Hugo Boss do it.
Yes, that.
You would start as Superman and instantly become Homelander.
I would start as
I'm taking the swastika back. It has nothing to do with the other guy.
I think what you're missing is this. So much of your own happiness is derived from your relationships with the people around you. And if you're a Homelander, you have so many enemies, you don't even know who's the one who killed your mom or your dad or your girlfriend or your wife or whatever. Everybody hates you. And you're like, oh, shit, my wife was just smashed by a car. Could have been 7,000 different people.
My universe is a little bit different than this because, first of all, I'm conquering the world for the good of it. I've got. We're not going to be fighting over things anymore. We're going to
What's policy number one? What do you sell to them so that they're more?
I'm not selling.
No tax on tips.
No, but you want to sell to them because you want to be amicable. You want them to amicably accept your conquering.
They're never going to amicably accept my conquering. They never will, and you have to know that going in. Like right away, you've got to like lay out.
It would go country by country.
It would.
You show up at some bullshit country and you're like, I'm putting everybody on the same stage. They're going to be like, oh yes, that sounds very good.
I mean, South America, we win in a landslide. All right, they're on board day one. But North America, they're not going to like some of my ideas. Neither is Asia. Neither is all of Europe. But they've got to know. I mean, I'm just gonna destroy a country immediately.
Like you should make an example. What's the worst country?
The worst on what scale?
Well, I would pick you want to pick a really bad country.
I kind of want to get
that
North
doesn't
Korea.
Have too many people because otherwise they're just going to be like, what? This guy killed all of fucking a country with 200 million people in it. They're not. That's going to make it harder to accept.
I think North Korea is a perfect little testing ground for like my new version of democracy, where like nobody likes them, and it'll send a message to China because I don't want to kill 1.2 billion Chinese or whatever it is. I'd like to keep them around.
Yeah, it's more than
but
that,
I will if I have to. But basically, I'm going to get everybody under one power structure, one world government. And there'll be
you are the government.
No. Yes. There'll be a meritocracy in order. I'm the emperor, but I'm going to want the best and brightest. I'm going to have an economic summit where like people bring their ideas to me. Noted professors.
Can I be on the team?
Of course you're on the fucking team, bro. But I invent a position for you. You don't have anything to really do except you're pussy and
I took the job.
Yes, I would go to my good God friend Kyle, and I'd be like, Kyle, I want to be part of the mix, but what I don't want is accountability in any way, shape, or form,
or responsibility.
And he'd
be like,
no
responsibility. I make you pussy inspector of Norway. You're good.
No. I don't know if there's a better job.
I got a tab on my computer. Pussy inspector.
Someone from one
I think Kyle is onto something
from one
here.
of the fat countries is like, you're the head pussy inspector, inspect me. And I'm like, that's not my expertise. I deal with Norwegians, specifically the occasional Swede, but even that I'm not stuck on. You know,
sometimes a half Norwegian. But what you're describing is actually what Homelander tried to do in the Boys comics. In the end of the comics, he tries to take over America and then the world. And there's in an otherwise pretty stupid comic book, there's a point where somebody asked Homelander, how are you planning to rule? How are you going to manage all of this economy and all this kind of stuff? And he's like, no, you don't understand. I don't want to be an emperor that has a job to do and a bunch of paperwork and bullshit. I want to live like an emperor in opulence and luxury and do what I want. And I will have other people do that work for me, which is why he didn't just kill people. He had the idea that we still need workers or his life is shit. Because even if you're Superman, if everybody on the planet is dead, you can't manufacture any of these nice goods.
No one's growing here. Like my methods would be evil, morally probably, but the outcome I think would be better. I think if you got the entire like I think of things like the Cold War where you had those two factions warring against one another and keeping secrets on so many like similar research topics, like where if those scientists were all in the same room working together to solve those problems, it'd be like, I got the other half of your work and you got the other half of his work, and holy shit, you could advance so much faster. And that would be my goal, just feed all the people. And I want to go to space. I would be big into
You could just go.
You could tell.
No. Be the space program. You could grab the satellites and haul them up there, so we wouldn't have to burn all that fossil sauce jet fuel.
That's going to be a big part of it. Using my strength to imbue, some of these machineries with some superpowers. Perhaps I don't know if I've got ray vision. Maybe we can harness that. But what I want them to exactly duplicate the Star Trek Enterprise, the 1701D, the D. No. I want the Enterprise spaceship that Captain Picard flies. I want one of those. And so whatever I've got to do to get them to make me one of those, while Patrick Stewart is still alive, I would make it happen.
Good luck with that. I'd make expiration date is like 2025.
I'd have a whole team keeping him alive, Woody. Don't worry. They're going to keep him going.
I know scientists in the world.
Biden's going to outlive that dude.
Actually, you should allow voting in your world and just have it be like just a for fun thing. People can do.
Flavors. No, when you go to the polls tomorrow, you going, hell yeah, I am. Rocky Road's going to win this year. That's what y'all are voting for. I promise.
You're voting for the national ice cream flavor? I like that.
No. We get Ice Cream Tuesdays under my reign globally. Okay. Lactose intolerant, I kill them all. There are no more. Don't worry about it.
I'm fine with that. That is actually
that's how we suss them out. That's how we suss them out.
That's pretty racist. Seems like you're going to be, who's the most lactose tolerant people on earth are, whites.
I put a team of people working on curing lactose intolerance because I'm a big ice cream fan.
Damn, doesn't that rule that our ancestors figured out like cheese earlier, and now we get to eat cheese with no problems? Yeah. It's big shout out to my European ancestors for eating cheese for so many thousands of years that now I can enjoy this tasty treat. Thank you. That would suck. If you're like Japanese and I'm like, hey, Hirohito, try this. It's called Gouda, and you're gonna love it. And he's like, oh, I cannot try this. It ruined digestive tract.
You can take it with a
someone should have ancestors who with a little more gumption, huh?
There's like a little pill, like even smaller than a Tums. You take it with your first bite of lactose, and you're good. It's
really?
Obviously, wife's Asian, all in-laws are Asian. It's called Lactaid. You can buy like the Lactaid brand milk you might have seen in stores. The other brand is a little pill. So my lactose intolerant in-laws go to like an ice cream place and they want to eat it. The dad will like pull out this little like 6-pack and they all just take this tiny little like super small little pill with the first bite of ice cream. We're golden. No problem.
Really? Okay, well then you spread that pill around the entire world, and then everyone can enjoy cheese like you're.
All right, Ice Cream Tuesdays are back on. We don't need to exterminate the Chinese now. So
I like that. And you can have like
I
almost
just want
to
your
talk
council.
these things out instead of sending me flying over
Yes.
to Asia.
This is why
I be on your
I-
super council. I feel like I've got useful ideas here. I stopped a genocide already.
Only if we put you in like a chair or
you can be
something,
a chief horizontal advocate.
Do I have to?
I
Do
want
I
you
have
to
to
be in
shave
like
my
a-
head and be the backup Patrick Stewart, Professor X, in a little chair that poots around? Even if I can walk, I'm not allowed to.
Patrick Stewart's only allowed
Back
to
in that chair,
be-
you bitch.
I would force Patrick Stewart to stay in character as Jean-Luc Picard 24/7 and hang around with me. So that position is open. We do need a Professor Xavier, and I would love to see you in a hovering golden, weirdly shaped chair, like or the Captain Pike chair. That's what I want to see you in. The Captain Pike chair from the original series. Zach, show me Captain Pike from original Star Trek. Okay, his face is all melted. He's like,
Woody.
All right. So first,
That's his enthusiasm. He's like, whoa, hold, Captain Pike chair, right? I have a better idea for this fake universe.
Yes, this is it. So,
Dude,
so
inventing
the
fake
Captain Pike
universe
chair.
is one of the most fun things
Let me
I
just-
have.
Let me describe Captain Pike and imagine him. Oh, dang. I was going to do that face. And then describe the chair. Yeah, this is Captain
You're gonna
Pike.
put Driftor in that thing and make him all
By the way,
dead
Woody,
faced?
this is what happens in the Captain of Strange New Worlds. This is
Mhm.
his eventuality. This is what happens to him.
I saw a different ending in the movies. He gets
No, well, that's-
smashed
that-
through a window or something, right?
This is worse than butthole
so
face.
we're watching Strange New Worlds is in that was the Kelvin universe. So in the main universe that the Strange New Worlds and every other piece of Star Trek is in,
Hey,
this
take
is
this
Captain
down.
Pike. He gets all melted. Do you like which is worse, him or butthole face?
They're,
You got
they're
to
like
no.
neck
You
and
got
neck.
you got a 6-hour flight, coach. You're right next to one of them.
That guy, 1,000,000%.
$1,000,000%. You know what else? That guy's
Ah.
mute. He can only speak with like beeps and
Okay,
shit. from
that's
that
a
chair.
nice
I
benefit
didn't
right
know
there.
that.
I have questions about Butthole Face's breath.
Terrible.
Bad.
Open mouth, so it's always getting like dry mouth in there. He's got
He's
that
always
gaping-
drooling. I don't think he
But it's
brushes.
not-
I think it's just
it's
like
not fart
Listerine
smelling.
and Prey.
You think he's got?
Either.
You think he's got halitosis with all that
Big
dry
time.
mouth building
Big
up?
time.
I bet his breath is
His
fucking
diet,
ghastly.
dude. You see what he eats. His dad makes him this shake, and he grabs a fistful of stew beef, like chopped up raw beef, and throws it in with like other like shake stuff, and it turns pink, and that's his like dinner.
I want to go back to your world conquering plan, Kyle, because I'm fascinated
yeah.
by it. Number one, I think North Korea might be the best country to make an example of, because then, and you don't even have to go scorched earth crazy. You just have to like be definitive enough with it that everyone's like, this guy's not playing. If he does this in North Korea, he'll do it to us too.
I would destroy their military.
That's so
in its
close to
entirety.
China. China's going to get in line. Russia, they're going to get in line. The U.S., they're going to be scared. The U.S. is probably actually the country that you would have to worry about the most, because we have this this earned arrogance militaristically.
Yeah,
and so
well, I
you
think
like
they-
they would come for you, and you would actually have to like shut down some U.S. military stuff. They'd be flying F-15s at you, and you'd have to like grab them.
No, see, I imagine myself
Like
going straight
literally
to a
like
white-
Omni-Man.
Yeah, that's what
No.
you have to do if he's because think about it. The U.S. isn't. We're the most powerful country that's ever existed. We're not going to give up our power to some
Yeah,
superhero man. And so you have to hope you can cause a big kerfuffle with North Korea, and then when the U.S. fights back against it,
I
the
think
rest
in
of
the
the
initial
world is going to be
phases-
like, "Yo, you got to get in line. Look what he did to the."
I think
Koreans."
in phase one, I don't think I reveal my full plans or whatever. I just take out North. I think what I want to do is go to the president, like personally, and have a conversation with him. Like just fly to the Oval Office. I'm sure it'll make a stink. Or like, if you every now and then where the president is if you're watching CNN. Like just go there, right? Just
pop
fly
in.
there, just pop in on him and have a little talk.
What are they going to
with
do?
him.
They can't stop you.
They can't. You're bulletproof. You do whatever
Yeah.
you want.
And I'm sure he'd say, yeah, just let him talk. Like, what's your alternative? And like, I'm not gonna hurt you. I mean, I can kill you right now if I wanted to. I'd kill all of you. I'd kill all of you right now if I wanted
Yeah,
to. I
don't.
just
I'm
have
going to
it.
be
real
your.
excited about
I'm
that.
going to be your communications advisor. Don't lead with that.
Okay, pussy inspector, you just got downgraded to butthole administrator of Puerto Rico.
Ah,
No.
can I be butthole administrator of Norway still?
Big difference there.
One
Diet
more
Shirley.
strike, Taylor, and you're in the fucking what was that fat country we were talking Naruo? the Naruo.
Kyle, you might like this idea.
You can be
Since
fondling
I'm on your
balls in
council.
Tijuana next time.
There's another like evil Superman thing, a little bit older one called Irredeemable. It's actually going to be a Netflix show very soon. He conquers the world. The United Nations isn't really like capitulating to his demands. So he goes to the island of Singapore, which is about 4 million people, and takes the island and fucking throws the entire island into space, like breaks it off of the bottom of the ocean, annihilates everything. The map has changed. 10 minutes later at the United Nations, it's like, okay, so what's the new peace plan with our new leader? What should we be doing, sir? Like,
dude, they need to throw one of the bad
easy to
countries
take
into
over the
space.
planet.
If you're going to do that. What's Singapore doing to anyone?
First
other
of
than
all,
being well behaved.
First of all, I think if you're charismatic enough, and if you wear a cool suit, and if you genuinely lay out a smart plan for your global takeover, that people can be like, I don't want to be taken over at all. But that doesn't look, that one thing he said, I love that. And the thing about the pollution, he's like Captain Planet, except he murders. Like I'm kind of on board with this. That would be I would talk about cleaning the planet up, ending the fossil fuels. I'd win a lot of the lefties that
You're
way.
going to lose India. They're going to be like, no, we don't want a clean planet.
This man is coming for your leader.
No, you're going to lose India because that's my second stop after North Korea. All right. And they've already agreed. They're worshiping me out there. And I'm just,
dude, you take care of
lasering
India,
them.
you got Pakistan and that whole region being like, all right, this guy knows what's up. Like they would, or the inverse. You do the Pakistan.
I think in phase one, you kind of keep the US in your back pocket. Like we're going to co-run the planet, me and the US, you guys are hey, I could work out of the White House. Give me the office next to yours, Mr. President.
You know what you should do?
That.
No. You send it to the president and you tell him, sir, that's my chair.
What you would actually
chair? See, that's how you get it.
You'd have an internal council. And so this is the power thing. You would have your cool fortress of not solitude because you don't want to be a lonely weirdo, a fortress. And so Putin and the president of the US and Xi Jinping and all those guys, they have to come to you. And then you convene with some sort of world council to the Pussy Palace.
Could it be a boat?
And then as the meeting is going,
like you can
parade. Cool. As the meeting is going, Kyle, I will parade out for you the finest Norwegian pussies that have ever been seen.
Dude, you're the butthole inspector.
That's for
you got to get out the best.
No, I haven't been punished in this
lips.
version. I'm the most astute. Like every day, my job is to text Kyle 3 pictures of pristine Norwegian pussies, and then he'll respond and be like, "Tight," and I'm like, "I know." And then
what did Eminem say? If your pussy's not an innie, then I'm outie. Like you got to be out. That's your job. You're my chief pussy inspector, or at least in the Baltic, not the Baltic region, the Nordic region. That would be that. That would be
got a promotion. He takes care of all of the Nordic states.
That's my job. Yeah. Someone from some fucking bullshit southern country shows up. I'm like, nah, not my job.
At what point do I come in and I make it and outlaw religion though? I think that's at least phase 3 because they're gonna be mad about that in some regions. I'm taking the religion too.
What if you make a religion but you declare yourself God?
I don't like that. I want us to. I'm moving toward. I don't know if
it's easier to believe in you than a God that never did anything.
If you that's what I'm saying. It comes off as made up if you declare yourself God. It almost makes you appear weaker.
First of all, I'd have a great speech for that. I'd get some writers, of course, but something along the lines of like, I am a God, but I don't want to be worshipped. I want to rise you up so that you will all be gods like me. We have to work together to evolve the human race. Like I'd have a little spiel like that. And what I'm really doing, I want Star Trek to be real. I want Star Trek to be like, and
God, what a gay goal.
That's a cool.
You don't know enough about the Star Trek.
I'm on board. He's right.
It's a utopia.
It's
communism that works.
Yes, it is a fantasy.
It's a meritocracy where everybody's working hard to better themselves and make the most
communist
of
meritocracy that works. Yes, it's real, and you'll get there. Yeah,
it is real when all of a sudden there's no resource scarcity, and they've eliminated that.
Yes, something that can happen.
I'm a superhero. I will eliminate resource scarcity.
How do you summon elements? How do you summon
asteroids?
Things?
I will go to the asteroid belt. I will farm it myself. Bring back that material here.
Okay, cool.
It would just make less people.
When I assemble my skull,
Kyle, give me some diamonds and Rocky Road. I'll be here.
Right, so
Rocky Road.
Meanwhile, I'm servicing the most precious of things.
As Professor Xavier,
Norwegian.
Professor Xavier here has to think ahead and make sure you're not screwing up. If you're making the Star Trek universe, what if your universe gets so advanced they can build a weapon that actually hurts you?
Oh, I'll put the kibosh on that.
Shut that right down.
No, those phasers are set to stun. All right, you just calm down over there. Oh, you made real photon torpedoes. No, I didn't mean that real. Let's just work on the engines for now.
Dude, you need to be careful because eventually Germany's going to get sick of it. They're going to go Nazi mode again, and then they're going to invent some stasis ray where you're stuck.
Taylor, I'm giving my opening speech. I'll be giving my opening global speech from the steps of the Reichstag. Okay, Germany is coming back in a big way. I promise you. Where do you think I rule from? Where do you think my seat of power is? But Berlin.
All right, you're pretty cool. You're pretty
and
cool.
I'm going to Russia.
Really,
and I'm gonna get that Hitler skull, and we're gonna do a little
Berlin
research.
is not the coolest city. You should lead from fucking I don't know something bullshit that would
honestly
upset the rest of the world. Memphis.
I'd probably go to like South Korea or Tokyo, one of those like cyberpunk looking cities with all the neon skyscrapers and shit. But you know, I don't know if you reach down to the poor nations and try to pull them up, or if I just like go over and get rid of them. You know, like which is better.
I think we both know the answer. You just got.
How do you feel about green belts then? Areas of the planet where humans are not allowed to live, like around the equator. It's just all rainforest. Nobody really lives there. It's just there to make oxygen and balance the environment.
I think algae's a lot better at making oxygen. Trees should fucking suck for that. No, I don't like that. I'm gonna take out the Amazon first day too. That's like after North Korea. And
I want you to explore Antarctica with like
apparently. You know what's funny about the pronunciation of Harris's first name? I know that it's Kamala because you like a comma punctuation point in law, but Joe Biden says it the way I say it, and he's the one I've always listened to. I found a montage of Joe Biden saying her name like I say it next to her, and then look, not trying to get political here, but can you imagine being the vice president and the little bit too old president can't get your fucking name right on the stage in front of everybody when you're really trying to be all you could be up here and like look like a pro team? That would upset me. Like if me and you,
what does he
if the three of us went somewhere, he calls her Kamala. No, Kamala. He says it Kamala.
Dude, her
honestly,
name
I say that too.
Her name is a little bit like the they pronouns, they them pronouns, and by that I mean like it's kind of hard to get right. And some people get it right. Some people get it wrong because it's an honest accident. And some people get it wrong because they're trying to other her, right? On Fox News, Donald Trump, they intentionally mispronounce her name, right? Donald Trump calls her Kamala, right? With a B slips in there.
Where's the B slip in? I didn't hear it.
It's near the end. It's
Kamala?
Kamabala, he writes. It's on Truth Social. Like it's not an accident.
He has like aphasia or something.
And he said it in no.
He's an asshole.
He says it in person. He says it at the rallies, and he types it on. Truth
is he trying?
He's
to
trying
do
to make her sound exotic and foreign,
like Kama blah blah blah.
Like Barack Hussein Obama is what he's trying to do. He's doing a Barack Hussein Obama.
He's trying to other her, right? And like people who do pronouns incorrectly on purpose, that's an asshole behavior. But there are also a lot of people who do pronouns incorrectly by accident because it's hard.
Yeah,
and that's how I see it.
It's a ridiculous thing you're being asked to do.
Well, sometimes it is. Sometimes it's like, I mean, come on, like, how did you even know that's a sir?
Yeah,
right.
The penis.
To me,
it's probably the penis.
If it's he and her, I get it right almost all the time. If it's they, I have a real hard time.
Hard to guess. But most sane people don't get offended when you screw it up the first time. Like the vast majority of the LGBT community, they're used to that. It's not a big deal. Like Kamala being called Kamala, whatever. But then there's assholes in that community that have a fucking meltdown, or people that claim to be gender fluid. And you're supposed to know just by looking and like judging on their body language and use the right pronoun at the right time. That's very
that's a totally sane way to live.
Yeah, but I don't care about pronouns, but I think I just thought it was hilarious that Joe was because that's where because when I mispronounce her name, it's because that's how I've heard it, or at least that's how I hear it in my head.
At the DNC.
What I'm really doing is I spell it when I say words, I picture the letters in my head and I read them out loud. That's what I'm doing.
At the DNC right now, obviously, overwhelmingly, they're saying Kamala's name right, but they got it wrong 3 times. So like, it's a thing that well-meaning
because it literally sounds better. Like when you see it, Kamala, that sounds more normal.
Like
it's easier. It's certainly easier for American accents or English language.
It sounds more direct and more hard. Kamala. It sounds like a wrestling move or a judo.
Kalima. Kamala.
But at this point, if you're mispronouncing it all the time on purpose, you're kind of an asshole, right?
I couldn't care less about the pronunciation of.
But it's a way to
other her. It's a way to like, I don't know, just not accept who she is.
Is it going to make Kamala Harris feel othered? Who cares? They
Well,
called him Drump for years, and
like,
it was also
mindset.
it was also like
No one calls
retarded.
him Drump.
They call him orange. They make fun of his spray tan.
Years.
It's mean.
And that's also like,
who
cares?
They? Are we talking about the hosts on CNN, MSNBC, ABC,
Literally,
CBS?
yes. Yeah.
Drump, they call him. No,
yes.
John
That's
Oliver
more of like
calls him Drump.
It's like a Reddit thing.
I watch
like
6
neckbeards
times
on
more
Reddit.
news than you do, and they don't call him Drump.
No, we're way past that now. I'm saying back like 2016 to 2020, that was a very common thing. And it's also a who gives a fuck. I don't care about Trump, a billionaire, having his name messed up a little bit. Like I don't care about that. That's ridiculous.
He cares about that a lot. Very vague.
If he does, then I don't care that he cares.
You see, I saw they were giving that kid a hard time because he cried at the DNC. I didn't watch any of the DNC, but I guess what happened is the Kamala's vice president's son got up there and spoke, and I guess this little puffy fellow has a learning disability.
A non-verbal autistic.
No. He didn't speak. He was in the crowd watching his father speak. He's nonverbal, and I guess he cried and said, "That's my dad," which is weird on the nonverbal thing. I don't know what his disability
what does that mean?
I think it means like non-conversational, and he has ADHD. He's somewhere on
it means he couldn't have a podcast.
Mental health spectrum.
It really sits there like a lump on the log.
He's neurodivergent in at least 2 ways.
ADHD is like that. That's so. Like that,
but obviously,
but like nonverbal, that's not an ADHD thing. It's clearly something different, right?
Anyway, the kid was all like cry face. He was ugly crying, and he was yelling, "That's my dad" or whatever, and they're giving a hard time on the internet.
You shouldn't give mentally challenged kids a hard time.
Yeah, I don't like that. But they didn't know. They didn't. Here's what I saw. I saw a Twitter interaction. I don't know the names, but apparently they're important people. But one guy was making fun of the kid, and the other person's like, "Hey, actually, he's got a learning disability, and also this, that, and the other." And he's like, "Oh shit, I'm sorry, I didn't know. Are we good?" And then it's like, "No, we're never going to be good now." It's like, why can't we? He didn't know.
Okay, if they were being bullies, and then they realized, and then they stopped.
Ann Coulter's full stop though. She don't.
That was the best one. That was so funny. She's like, she made fun of him for crying and be like, "I couldn't imagine having a relationship with a child like this that just cries and shows emotion." Something like,
she's
really
like,
cold.
"Do you think She said, "Do you think Barron Trump cries?" Never.
Yes. And the number one
really?
most upvoted ratioed reply was like this quote from Wikipedia. She's been engaged so many times but never married. It's like, man, your previous fiancés might have something to say about this. Or what was it? It was like, maybe this is why you can't even have children, because you can't get a partner.
Do you know what Ann Coulter gets right that we can all agree on? BMI.
Yes, I nailed it.
100%. I like a nice thin woman.
They call her Scarecrow on the left. Look at it. Show us a flattering picture of Ann Coulter, please, Zach, because I would say
I don't think she's a beauty. But she's definitely thin, which is good.
So I was introduced to her like online whenever Romney was running against Obama. She was big in the political scene at the time, and I thought she was pretty hot. You know, that was like 12 years ago, something like that.
Oh, maybe she was. I don't remember.
Man, me and you got very different penises then.
She keeps the body fat in check, and I give people a pass for getting old. I mean, who doesn't?
Yeah, I mean, as you get older, it probably becomes easier to get fat.
Zach coming in clutch with the flattering picture. Thank you, Zach.
That picture's a decade old.
She looks like she's about to peck me.
Yeah, you don't have to believe she's. As Woody would agree, ugly people should have good BMIs also.
Mm-hmm.
Even if you're a weird kind of witchy woman, this is the kind of woman
I thought it was pretty easy not to make fun of Tim Walt's kid, even if you didn't know he's neurodivergent, because he's under 18. I've always left those kids off limits.
It's weird when they do that.
Though? Remember when Ted Cruz tried to kiss his daughter to like show his like, "Hey, we're a big family here. We love each other." They're outside of a bus. I think it's his bus, his tour bus, and doing one of them press stops. Ted Cruz here. And he goes like smooches like 12, 14-year-old daughter on like the cheek, and she reacted the same way my dog reacts when I try to kiss him. He's like coiled.
That relationship's so toxic. I think the daughter's tried to kill herself 2 or 3 times. She even gets on social media to talk shit about her dad. She said she was bi and her dad was a monster that like wants to put down, like, just talking mad shit about him. And she has talked about, like, she feels trapped in her home and she wants to leave.
Fuck
and she's
that,
tried
man.
to kill herself.
Oh, are you sure
and
that
stuff.
wasn't the Kellyanne Conway people?
No, Kellyanne Conway was the Bowling Green massacre. This something happened, like Ted Cruz's daughter attempted suicide.
No, Kellyanne Conway and her husband.
It was Trump's campaign
They had a
manager,
big split. They had
Yeah,
a big
they're
split
divorced
publicly
now.
or something like that.
Yeah, they
And
divorced.
And her daughter would have these, like, she'd go live and talk.
Yeah.
She'd live stream her fights with Kellyanne Conway, who was like on the news every night at that point. And I think it ended with like some underage nudes of the daughter online and a whole thing.
Wild.
Yeah, there was a big
I didn't hear about that.
Or the funny one.
I keep my ear to those.
Moms for Liberty
happenings.
lady. Moms for Liberty in Florida. You know, the people that want book bans and get rid of gay books broadly, stuff like that. The president, the woman who founded Moms for Liberty, is married to the head or the chair of the Republican Party in Florida. And he got arrested and charged with entrapment and I think a variety of sex crimes because the two of them would stalk women to determine which is the prettiest women to have a three-way with. And this was a wholly different crime because he would take pictures of women in private places without their consent and like text them to his wife, like, hey, is this one good for a gangbang or whatever? So they were pretty frequently engaging in homosexual sex despite trying to get those books banned. But where this goes off the fucking rails, okay? There's nothing wrong with having a threesome now and then. This guy invited one of these women to come have a threesome with him and his wife. She shows up. The wife isn't there. It's just him, and he looks like he's one drink away from like liver cancer. Big, fat, beer belly, probably smells like whiskey. Not a pleasant looking guy. Woman shows up and says, you know, I really wasn't here for this. I was going to like kind of deal with you. I really want to fuck your wife or whatever. And she tries to leave. He says no. And he like stops her and beats her and tries to force himself on her. And he gets hit with, I believe, a rape and an imprisonment charge as he had to step down from being the head of the Republican Party in Florida. His wife was originally getting no charges because she was just off. She wasn't there for this. But then investigators discovered that he sent her a shit ton of text messages of pictures of women that probably like not in public, not in places they would have consented to being filmed and stuff. So there's like this weird like wiretapping kind of charge or like spying thing going on. It was fucking wild. But
the
it was
pictures
hilarious.
were like covert nudes, or they were?
No, they weren't like covert nudes. It's like he would go to a bar or a club or like a convention and just like take pictures of women not paying attention. Hey, should I ask this one out? Do you like this one's ass? This one's got good titties, stuff like that.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that was illegal.
Well, if you're not, sometimes being in a private space, the rules change a little bit. It's different when you're on the street, like at a public event. So I'm not super sure about all that, but there was an additional charge with that. And the ironic thing is between these two people, they were fighting very hard to get immoral books banned, especially books about homosexual sex. And they're engaging in
Were they trying just to be
sex.
Good faith in it? Were they trying to ban those books outright or just keep them out of access of children?
I think that's one of those things where, like, if you look at what they say, they would probably say keep it out of access of children. But when you be real about what they would ask for, how hard they would push, or how wild things would get, it would be pretty obvious there would be a push to get rid of them. Like,
did they try to ban them off Amazon or out of children's libraries?
Out of libraries in general, out of colleges, out of schools. Right. It's kind of like okay, like how a Democrat would say, you know, I don't believe in banning guns, but I think there should be, you know, stricter gun control. And if you capitulate to that, they'll roll it out to something very extreme that is essentially a gun ban. Basically, that same kind of attitude toward those books.
I don't think they would ban it for adults. There's like fucking a third of the Republican Party has to be gay.
Yeah,
like they're all doing a bunch of nonsense behind the scenes. But I totally am in favor of not putting those books in front of kids.
This is 100%. One of those right wing things I'm so on board with, because the left will be like, no, they want to. They hate gays so much. They don't want anyone to be gay. They don't want anyone to know what it is. It's like, no, we genuinely don't give books that instruct my 8-year-old how to suck a dick of his friend. Don't put those in his library. I want to teach him about sex myself because I'm his parent. And just like his religious teaching, I don't want the fucking 10 Commandments on his wall either. Where is that? Louisiana just did that.
Texas.
I don't want that either.
But I think it's misleading to pretend that the Republicans are only trying to keep it out of the eyes and arms of children, right? W tried to make it a constitutional amendment to have gay marriage illegal.
What year is it?
Yes.
Yeah,
Right. That wasn't that long ago. But even
Obama
more
wouldn't let him
recently,
get.
Obama wouldn't.
Remember where the left was back then on gay marriage.
The left was
It was a
like
different
further
time.
right than the Republicans now back then.
At
the
one
left
point,
was
yes.
not further right than the Republicans in W's time.
The left were
W's time. I was
entire-
thinking
the
maybe
left
like the
in-
60s.
The left in W's time were against gay
the
marriage.
left of it.
They said
Obama was the
abortion-
one that let gays serve in the military. Clinton is the
Wasn't
one
it-
that input don't ask, don't tell.
They said that abortion should be,
Rare and
legal
legal.
and rare.
That's Obama's.
That
We're
was
talking
the
about
posi-
gay people. I don't know.
Yeah,
if
we
it's
can
abortion.
We're
extend
just talking about
this to
issues
other
on
stuff.
general and like touching points.
The
that
idea that
measure
like
left and
a
right.
Democrat, like Obama's social position.
You're arguing that Republicans are more for gay rights than Democrats.
No,
That's
I'm
your
saying that
position.
I'm very clearly stating that Obama in 2008 was more right wing on things like abortion and gay marriage than the Republicans even are now, outside of a handful of them, like that
No
Marjorie Taylor
way.
Greene.
Obama was
No way.
thoroughly moderate.
Who's
and
trying to get rid of
appeasing
gay
try to get
marriage now?
deals done. Bro, in Texas, at the DNC, they had like some 12-year-old girl from Kentucky. They got raped by her stepdad that was forced to give birth. Obama wasn't on that train in 2008. Are you smoking crack?
Obama said that abortion should be legal and rare. And now the current Democratic position is like it should be a celebrated thing. He also
That's
said
not
that
true.
abortion
No.
is something between
No.
really?
It is. He's right.
literally-
Absolutely.
He is not
I've-
right. No one's
I've
saying
seen
abortion
celebrated
should
my
be a
ass.
Yes, they are.
celebrated
Really?
thing.
They
Absolutely,
are.
they are.
I mean, I'm sure
I've
you
seen
can
the
find some wackadoo at a parade and fucking chaps that might say that, but that
No,
is not.
I've seen
there's
Democratic
mainstream-
speakers take the stage and say, "It's great to be here in San Francisco, the city where I had my first abortion," and the crowd goes wild. They're like, "Yeah, your
Where was
first one
this?
right here." in
I've
San
literally
Diego."
never seen this.
Yeah.
Well, of course you.
I'd love to see it. Show
You
it to
liberal
me.
plant.
I feel like maybe you're taking some like wacko off to the side. I don't take Marjorie Taylor Greene and pretend that she's the mainstream of the
I mean,
Republican
she gets voted
Party.
in every year. She's, she represents a lot of.
She's the
Republicans.
mainstream of Livonia, but I don't.
But, I mean, like her and
No,
I
that's
like-
not their district. That's a different district.
That's a
Is
different
it? All right.
It is.
But like I look at Trump as the leader of the Republican Party. And right now I look at Harris or Biden as the leader of the Democratic Party. And they're
Mhm.
not celebrating this stuff. They're not up there saying that abortion should be a really good thing. They're saying they should be rare and legal.
They certainly don't say it should be rare. Like that's just not a thing that's said among mainstream Democrats anymore. That's not
That
a-
is the position of Democrats forever. And
the
still is.
words they
So you
use is
think
it
in
should be a choice.
2024
It should be a
the
choice.
position of Democrats is that abortion is a thing that should be very rare?
Yeah, I do. And they're saying
Yeah.
that unplanned pregnancies are always bad. People who have abortions and everything goes like right, it's still a traumatic event.
That's
True.
that's just not in line with what they speak and how they
They probably
deliver
speak
their
differently because they're having to fight tooth and fucking nail to maintain that right, because the Republicans would happily make children that get raped by their parents give birth.
How about we allow abortions in that instance, but as a whole, we don't allow it? Would you be okay
That
with
would be a lot less bad, but that's not what's on the menu right now.
So you would be amicable, like you'd be agreeable to that, like getting rid of abortion in terms of convenience?
Did you
I
know Planned
wouldn't.
Parenthood
I
is
always
offering-
feel like arguing these corner cases are like, so both sides do this thing that frustrates me. The Republicans, and I'll get to the Democrats too, the Republicans pretend that people are having like abortions in the 9th month. Donald Trump literally goes up in his rallies and say they birth the babies, they take them out and they put a knife in their skull and do like a 9.5-month abortion. He says 2 weeks after they're born, they abort the kid. That's bullshit. The Democrats act like abortion is mostly in the case of rape, incest, and health of the mother. I think we should all just tell the truth and be like, mostly this is about people who got pregnant and don't want kids. And the question is, should we force parents who don't want their children to keep them? And Taylor phrases that as a convenience thing. But really, we're talking about kids who are going to be probably neglected and mistreated by their parents. They're not financially capable of having children. It's going to be an unsuccessful, broken home. And do you think those homes should have children?
I don't think that the alternative is killing the kids. I think that's wrong.
I have
Right.
one thing. Do you know Planned Parenthood set up outside the DNC right now, giving free abortion pills and vasectomies out?
No, I didn't.
They're giving out vasectomies.
Yes.
Well,
because
a
they
whole
celebrate
ass surgery right there outside the DNC, a vasectomy surgery. They're giving them out.
They celebrate abortion, and yes, it is true.
Planned Parenthood spends like
a truck
5% of
outside.
its money on abortion services and 95% of it on free reproductive health care stuff for poor people.
No, that's not the money they spent. It's the procedures they perform. And they isolate a lot of those. They do, yes. And when they say that 5% of their procedures are abortions, what they're doing is they're counting a lot of little things as additional procedures. I saw that too, and I used to believe that.
Whoa, there's a hold up. This
almost seems
wild. I gotta read this.
Right?
This whole website is about abortion. This is a bullshit source.
Oh, hang on,
dude, there's a truck outside the DNC.
Hang on, I'll get another source.
Like every one of these things is like trashing the Democrats and abortion. If you go
I'm gonna do my little searching too. I'm just imagining somebody set up a free vasectomy tip.
Oh, okay.
And it's funny, they try to phrase at the beginning, they're like, are they giving out free abortions at the DNC? Clinic. Donald Trump says so. Here's a fact check. We're giving out abortion pills and performing vasectomies in the parking lot.
Fact check just triggered. Bill Clinton went up there and he said in the last 16 years, America's made 51 million jobs. 50 under Democratic presidents and 1 under Republican.
Real quick.
He's like, hold on. He's like, I had to fact check that 3 times. And it's true. So I was like, all right, I need to fact check it. True.
In the last 20 years?
16.
16. Okay. Well, there's been one president that's Republican in that.
I think we're counting Reagan, Bush,
and it happened during.
Maybe it's 20 then. I could check it out.
Because and that also happened during COVID, where we lost all the jobs. Certainly a realistic stat there. But we were talking about like the abortion being lauded as like a good thing, and Kyle just came up with a concrete example of it happening concurrently right now at the DNC. So are you saying that doesn't happen and that's not a position of theirs?
I don't think it's a celebratory thing. Even the article you linked, there was a guy talking about how he's already had 3 kids and he can't afford anymore. So getting a vasectomy made sense, but he couldn't even afford the vasectomy. So now the free vasectomy van is somehow a good offer for him. And I think that Democrats want
they're giving out abortion pills out front of the DNC.
Yes.
And you're saying that's not advocating and celebrating that. And I say that's
advocating maintaining.
You got a problem with day after pills? By the way, it was since 1989, 51 million jobs.
Because there's a movement right now to ban those pills completely so that nobody can get them anywhere, regardless of circumstances.
Well, let's not go that far.
This is like a DNC counterculture.
How about I get 2 or 3?
And I agree with Woody. If you read the book Freakonomics, which was written by some fantastic economists, they, I think, quite correctly posit that the crime wave of the 80s and early 90s, the RoboCop era craziness, was because abortion was illegal in the 50s, 60s, and some part of the 70s. So women were forced to have a bunch of children that they didn't want to have. They weren't financially prepared for. There was a bunch of kids that were neglected, abused, and not good for shit. And when that happens, crime rates in the society fucking skyrocket. I mean, like RoboCop was supposed to predict the future because crime rate was just going up like fucking infinitely. And then suddenly it stops and it curves back down. And that tracks almost exactly with when parents had abortion rights and would then abort kids that they couldn't afford or didn't want. With less unwanted kids, crime goes down.
Yeah, it's wrong.
Correlation isn't causation, but interesting. Black women have 5 times as many abortions as men. And you're saying when there were no abortions, that we had a massive crime rate wave.
Well, it's racist and it's also wrong to abort.
Are you telling me abort racist?
Aborting any baby is wrong. Like you're killing.
What about Hitler baby?
Well, you don't know what he's going to be until
we know though. All right, it's got
Taylor's pro Hitler. Yep. That's what I'm getting from this.
Well, how about this? How about we let him in art school and shit works out?
All right, Taylor. What about an ectopic pregnancy?
Yeah, if it's for the life of the mother, 100%. Like you should.
What if the baby is horribly disfigured and deformed and will be born without eyes in their head, and they're going to live for about 48 hours and suffer unimaginable pain and then die no matter what the fuck you do?
Yeah, and I think that's a good example of a time where it might be necessary, or where it is necessary, because that baby's going to die outside the womb. And it would be a traumatic, horrible experience for that mother to have to give birth to a dead baby or a dying baby. But what do you? correctly pointed out earlier, is these examples you're using are not representative of the overall issue. And so that's
I'll use a more real one then. Okay. Let's say there's a chick in college.
Two people have sex.
She's working,
and they have
two people have sex. Some woman in college. She's working on a science degree. Let's be real generous and progressive here. She gets fucking knocked up at a party. Okay. And she's like, fuck, I have a semester and a half left.
A girl in STEM, no one buys this bullshit.
I cannot go to college. Like, I can't go to college and have this baby. I won't get my degree.
Oh my God, you gotta go to college? She has to kill her kid, I guess.
Well, no, you have to go work minimum wage jobs as a fucking wage slave for your whole life and struggle to take care of a kid that has no opportunities.
Dude, there are infinite programs.
She can abort the baby before it's fully formed, get her fucking degree, go be rich, and then in a couple of years become a good mom that can provide a family.
No, there shouldn't be abortion because it ruins her plans for a frat party. That's ridiculous.
Being the aborted baby and moving on to
level frat party.
You don't get to go to level 2.
Okay, well then, even if it's
for a pretty dishonest response.
Okay, I'll give an honest answer. Prioritizing your fictional career at that point over the life of a baby you just made is wrong.
That's an honest answer.
That's wrong, and it's immoral, and it's killing a child. So that's my position on that. Yeah, I think it's 100% wrong.
Bah, that kid doesn't even know he's a kid.
But it's also
imagine when he gets to level 2 in the game and he doesn't have any XP and he's sitting there like I don't know. I was killed in 4 fucking months in the womb.
No, he was fucking spawn camp.
I lost all my runes. And they're like, damn, those kids come back as dogs.
Dude, that's what they don't tell you. It's like in Sonic. Every time they get portion a bunch of rings.
Yeah. My favorite part about that discussion was at least it was like the real case, right? Like here's a girl in college who's just not prepared to have a kid right now. And, yes or no, she's not going to have a good life. This kid probably won't have, a good life. Now she's saddled with this single mother problem. And what's the right way to go?
Yeah, it's to let the
they're well-meaning people on both sides of that.
I'll tell you a real story from
I
somebody I know. I'm not going to name their name because that's wrong. Friend of mine. I got him, man. I hope my wife, especially my wife, hope I'm not going too far off. This woman had a boyfriend in high school. They were not responsible. They grew up in a pissant town in the South that had 4,000 people, Bible thumping, no sex education, nothing going on. Everybody dumb as fuck, no jobs. You know the thing. Of course, she got knocked up her junior year. Well, her boyfriend was driving drunk and he flipped his truck and he fucking died. And there she is, pregnant with a baby, dead boyfriend, living in a small town with 0 jobs. Like half the people plus are on benefits here. You're going nowhere. She decides to abort this baby. And it was a horrible, traumatic experience that gave her real PTSD that she struggled with for years and damaged her reproductive. So it was harder.
I think a lot of
she went on a fucking journey through life, a rough one with some ups and downs. But years later, met a very nice man, who's a friend of mine as well. And they eventually moved to a different place. They both got much higher paying jobs, one at a university, one at a dispensary, managing the dispensary, so a little bit better. They got a nice income. And she got pregnant again and gave birth to a beautiful little baby girl. And now that they've got money and they're stable, they're raising this girl. I've been there and visited. They're teaching her things. They're good parents. They're a little hippy dippy, you know the type, but wholesome. They're a part of their kids' lives. The kid's well adjusted. What do you think the outcome would have been if she had kept the baby of her dead boyfriend in the podunk town and went to work at the McDonald's to get just enough money to pay for diapers while staying at her mom's house?
I think you're making a lot of assumptions in that leading question you asked. And the only concrete thing other than the leading question is the only thing we can know 100% that's different is that baby's dead. That's the only thing.
That's true.
That baby was going to do great
and
things.
That is wrong.
Yeah.
That was going to be the next Kamala Harris.
Absolutely. I agree with Kyle.
Could have been. The next
With
president.
extraordinary improbability, you're talking lotteries here. And the problem with abortion isn't in that particular instance, killing the baby can be wrong in a moral framework. Let's say I agree with you.
Yeah,
but then you have to look at society as a whole, like all of America. And if everybody makes that choice,
why should that
it's like RoboCop again. There's a whole bunch of stupid people with parents that don't love them doing God knows what out there.
Why should that child be deprived life because of the financial, who knows, insecurity of a parent? Like the idea that oh, they wouldn't make as much money as they wanted, and they wouldn't be able to do as much right away, so we better just kill the baby. Like that's ridiculous. And I used to be pro-choice. And I realized it was entirely out of my own selfish idea of convenience, that if I ever knocked a girl up that I did not want to have a baby with, that I could just be like, oh, well, I'm glad this is a thing. And then in recent years, it's been a thing of like, holy shit, how have I ever been okay with this? Like, this is so obviously wrong to make a decision that leads to a child and then to prioritize your own fiscal health over that of an actual living person.
That's how I feel about chocolate.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
chocolate's great. I love chocolate.
Chocolate's mostly farmed by those slave boys, though. You know, those literal slaves being forced to like pick the chocolate beans or wherever chocolate comes from. And
yeah, it's one of God's great mysteries.
Chocolate beans. No one knows where chocolate comes from. Some say it comes out of the ground. But you know, I still eat chocolate, and you know, I don't care. I don't want you to eat chocolate though. So I'm also from that position of selfishness. I wish abortions call it $6,000. All right,
because
you'd have almost none.
More than that.
Yeah,
bullshit. They cost more than that.
What are you talking about?
No,
I paid for
abortions. Depends on how late, of course, but abortions are expensive.
No, they are not.
I'm gonna Google this and see how wrong I am here.
Yeah,
so wrong. They're $400 or $500.
I line up with Driftor, and
they're like plasma TVs, cheaper every year.
And it comes from an idea of like I am
5 to 800
aspiring to be morally right in the same way that Taylor is aspiring to be morally right. Like, you know, where do we have a better world, a better country, a better universe? One where these unwanted kids get put into what are likely subpar families. That's my take on it. But I can see how a well-meaning person would land in the same place Taylor does, which is like, look, a kid in a subpar family is better than a dead kid. Like,
the dead kid's like, they're taking vacations in Myrtle Beach and not
and
Peru.
Like in equal sense to Woody, like
he's British.
Woody is not the kind of person that celebrates abortion as a wonderful thing. Like, you also are trying to come to a good conclusion in the way you see it, and so I don't see it as malicious or evil or anything like that, the way like someone who actively celebrates that I would see as evil. But
and also
I just really don't like it.
I still think that, like, especially in this country, like the whole idea is it doesn't really matter where you start, you know, like I grew up in one of them shitty towns too, and like regardless of the town, some people did well and became doctors and lawyers and scientists and shit, and some people did the other thing. You know, so like starting from shitty beginnings can really toughen you up and make you a driven, hardworking individual. You know,
that's the exception and not the rule.
That's true.
Well, yeah, exactly. Yeah,
but those you know, the rules also get to live a life.
Right, but do you make your decisions based on exceptions? I guess sometimes you do.
I mean, you were kind of trying to earlier with the whole like incest and like deformed baby.
I was talking morality
of abortion.
About the morality, I'll agree with you. I don't think abortion should be celebrated. I don't think it's fun. I don't think people should like getting an abortion. I think when you do that, you have to come to terms with the fact that you ended a human life for some reason, some benefit to yourself or society that you think is worth it. But the reason I brought up those examples is because those are the examples that the current Republican Party is pushing for.
Well, don't word it that way.
Of states. I'll word it however the fuck I want.
You just admitted it's a human life that you're killing.
It is a human life that they're
killing.
Your
side doesn't admit that ever. That's like their no part. The no-no.
I'm not on a fucking side. I get stuck on the left-wing side because I'm not. If you're not like sucking Trump's dick right now, you might as well be a communist as far as the split in this country goes. But the reality is that the modern Republican Party in many states does not allow for exceptions of rape, incest, danger to the mother, deformed babies. Like all of that shit is just completely off the table. We're not even at a point where we're discussing Texas, where I live.
Really?
No. Yeah, but like the point is that you're not being honest in your assessment of it, because if they made those niche cases that you're addressing totally fine, you still wouldn't be okay with that ruling, which is why I'm saying that it's not an honest
I would be more okay with it. I wouldn't be as concerned because there's a difference between this pregnancy is going to kill both the child and the mother, and I'm not ready to be a mother. There's a difference there that I could, work with and live around and make sense and has a moral framework. But that's not the fucking reality that I'm living in. Right now in Texas, just so you guys know, I'm a goddamn genetic freak, okay? I got my genes tested. I don't actually have any genetic disorders that I'm aware of, but I'm a recessive carrier for everything. Horrible, fucked up shit. The stuff I was talking about, the kids born with no skulls, I'm a carrier for that. My geneticist sat me down, looked me right in the eye, and told me, do not get your wife pregnant until you get her tested too, or make sure that these recessive genes will show up, because it will be horrible.
What?
And if I do that in the state of Texas and I'm unlucky and my wife is going to give birth to some Frankenstein baby that might kill her, I don't have other options. I have to send her to the hospital and wait for her to go fucking septic and be on life support to get a surgery that will then kill her and the baby that wasn't going to live anyway. That's the reality I'm living with here in Texas, and people in other states are dealing with that. We're not
Frankenstein was
we're
the
like
doctor, not the monster.
We're like way beyond talking like morality and like convenience here. We're not. I don't know. I'm rambling. I'm getting mad. It's
$6,000 that solves the whole
good.
thing. That way we can pop in, have one if we need to. No biggie. But all the others can't, and they won't be so many. And I like that. I like when the punishment for a crime is money.
I don't like it because it makes the families most capable of having the kid the one that doesn't have to.
And that to me makes sense. Because who should have the families but those most capable of having them?
No,
Wait,
anyone
what?
should be able to have a family.
Not
That is
everyone's
bullshit.
I know.
He's telling a silly thing, but
He's being a silly bitch.
This whole thing, that's what we do here.
Dude, there are
I
so
don't
many
care
people
about
that
the
should
babies.
have never had children.
Care about those dead babies? What are you talking about?
Yeah, Kyle truly does not give a
Yeah,
shit.
I hold a sign outside one of those places with a fetus on it, and then the next day I take my girlfriend there.
So Kyle, I have a question. When I had like the screws removed from my bones and such, they let me keep that hardware. Do you have any like dead fetus souvenirs from No?
No.
Oh, that's out of bounds.
What do you think that jacket?
Oh no, it's not out of bounds.
is made of?
I didn't. No, they threw all the toe
whole
bones
baby
away.
away?
I wanted a
No.
toe bone necklace, but they said no.
Yeah.
God, we got grim.
Well, anyway,
You got to wait till the 9th month to get those toe bones. That's when they calcify.
Oh, that makes sense. Yeah.
I think we've really got to the bottom of it here and solved a lot of
Well,
stuff.
Look, you put me in charge of the world. Give me my Homelander skills, and I promise you, there won't be
I don't think
any-
Homelander can do it. By the way, I don't think he's powerful enough.
No,
Here's why I
what
say
he can
that.
do against like Earth weapons.
But I've seen him like suffer from horrible pain in a burning room, right?
Mhm.
Superman can survive the power of the sun directly, right? Homelander can barely take flames from the walls.
But they don't harm him.
Maeve stabbed him in the ear with a piece of metal and he started bleeding. Like it wasn't even that big a piece of metal.
Point. Yeah, that's a good point that she stabbed him in the ear, make him bleed. That's kind of fucked up. I think he's strong enough to get the job done because he could be surgical. I don't think he needs to like do war with the war machines and the missiles and the planes and everything. I think he just kind of do a surgical strike and like take out the presidents and the leadership and force them to do what he wants, maybe. Because like if he's not going to show up on the battlefield and be like, all right, what's your biggest weapon? Which one's first? Like he's not going to do that Omni-Man thing, which is Omni-Man was like, hit me with whatever you got. Like,
he doesn't give a
really?
fuck.
That's cool.
Omni-Man is like Superman. He's a bad motherfucker. He doesn't even need to block most of the time.
Yeah. All right. Well, this has just been fun. I love the abortion talk. I can't wait to share some of these anecdotes with my family and friends later on about abortion. I think we'll have a good rousing discussion. Pick up where we left off here.
And Driftor, where can everyone find you? All your stuff.
YouTube.com/Driftor, but that I insanely is maybe not even my main thing. I'm growing rapidly on TikTok and shifting away from gaming towards science and mostly like pop science kind of fun tech content. So TikTok's popping off. I think I'm Driftor TV on TikTok. So I'm not really promoting or pushing it. I'm letting it grow organically, and that's working better.
Well, anyone out there, check out Driftor TV on TikTok and also regular Driftor on YouTube. Check his stuff out. And I'm glad you're doing seemingly much better.
Thank you. Next time I come back, I'm gonna try to be in the regular chair for like hour.
Oh, we're gonna have you at a walking desk next time.
I thought about that.
Firing away.
I have a little treadmill I thought about putting down there, but no, it's things are a lot better. And the most important part is the trend is really good. Thank God.
Good. I'm very glad to hear.
It's not where you are, it's where you're trending. PKA 714.